It takes one NASA team to bring everything together and accomplish the mission objectives. The Artemis II is designed as the first crewed test flight of NASA's Artemis campaign, sending astronauts into lunar space to validate systems, operations, and human performance ahead of a more complex lunar landing missions. NASA has identified an extensive list of mission and flight test objectives that serve as a checklist to verify the capabilities needed to land humans on the moon. For the Artemis II mission, there are 5 overarching priorities that cover the mission and flight test objectives. First is, of course, the crew. As the first crewed mission inside the Orion spacecraft, this mission serves to demonstrate the capability of safely sustain the flight crew throughout the mission, including launch, the deep space component, and return. Number 2 is systems. This mission brings it all together to validate the performance of all ground and flight systems needed for a long-term lunar campaign, from launch infrastructure to spacecraft operations in deep space. Third is hardware and data. We'll be gathering performance data as much as possible over the Deep Space Network, but we also aim to retrieve onboard data and hardware after splashdown to gather additional insight and improve future Artemis missions. Fourth is emergency operations. The crew and flight control team will be testing emergency systems such as abort procedures, rescue operations, and contingency responses. During the flight, astronauts will rehearse a number of these procedures to ensure that in the event of a real emergency, the planned procedures and operations are sound. And finally, there's subsystem validation. Engineers will be verifying subsystems across the board to ensure reliability across life support, propulsion, avionics, and navigation systems aboard the Orion spacecraft. Human spaceflight is a complicated endeavor that requires precision and confidence across all disciplines. You may hear the phrase, human spaceflight is the greatest team sport, a few times in today's coverage, and it's absolutely true. Not only does it need mastery of specific components, but the integration extends across thousands of people and facilities around the world to come together and make it all work. A lot of the work from many people has led to this moment, a rocket at the pad with humans on board, ready to put everything we worked for to the test. I'm certainly excited about it. The teams here in this room are looking forward to supporting the mission, and I hope those watching are as excited as we are. We are following the countdown here in Mission Control Houston. Everything continues to look good, now inside 2 hours from the beginning of the launch window. With that, I will send it back over to you, Megan and Nicole.
Hey, Gary, thank you so much. We are getting word that the launch team is working something that we would like to give you an update on, so let's get on over to Daryl.
All right, thank you, Megan, and we are live in Firing Room 1 here at the Launch Control Complex. Yes, we are currently not working any constraints with regards to the rocket or the ground systems. But the launch team has been made aware of an issue that the range is working. And currently they're monitoring that work that is going on over at the range. We understand that that issue is related to the flight termination system. Now, the flight termination system, just to give you a quick explainer, every rocket has a flight termination system. It's the system that the Eastern Range here uses in order to send a destruct signal to a rocket in case it veers off path. So it's a very critical, important safety component in terms of how the range keeps the public safe here. We understand that the flight termination system, they're working an issue. And so as they continue to work that issue, they've asked for some assistance from the launch team to help verify some of the work that they're doing on their FTS system. And this is where it gets a pretty unique situation here. The assistance they've asked for is to verify what's going on with their system. They want to check it to see that the work they're doing is okay. And in order to do that, the FTS console operator inside the firing room has been asked to help them verify it. And the way that they're going to do that, and the solution that he proposed to check and verify the system with the launch director, and she gave the approval, is to go get a piece of heritage equipment from inside the VAB that was used during the space shuttle program. And this equipment is able to receive commands by the range through the flight termination system. And so with this piece of equipment, this console operator who works FTS was granted permission to go over to the VAB next door and get this equipment that he's very much aware of and used during the space shuttle era. And so that is in work right now. The bottom line of all this is, at this moment, the range is no-go. But that is not stopping us from moving forward in the countdown. We can continue to process and work the countdown. The closeout crew will continue to do their work, and the launch team will continue to do their work as well. But we'll keep you updated on what happens in regards to, as far as my understanding goes, a pretty unique situation here with trying to bring resolution and kind of help out the situation that we're seeing at the range right now. And that's the latest here from the firing room. We'll send it back to Megan and Nicole out at the host desk.
Thank you, Daryl. Yes, very unique, but I think it speaks to the ingenuity of this team, right? To say, hey, we have this equipment at the VAB. Why don't we leverage it to try to solve this issue and work it?
Yeah, what a great example of human creativity, right? We know this thing exists. Let's go solve this problem. We have time, you know, like Daryl said, we're going to continue to march down the countdown. So we'll continue to get the rocket and the crew ready, but we still have that 2-hour window. So in the meantime, let's try to figure out what's happening with the range. And
speaking of the range, what is the range for people who might not watch rocket launches with us often?
Sure, yeah. So anytime that you launch a rocket, you have to clear the airspace, right, in the launch corridor. So where the rocket's flight path is going to go, you have to make sure that that whole airspace is clear. And so we actually have assets, you know, the Space Force helps us out with this one, but, you know, we want to make sure that there aren't airplanes in the way and there aren't other, you know, maritime assets in the way or things like that. So that there's a whole group of people. We talked about, actually, Gary said it great, right? It's a huge team sport, and so there's a whole group here on the ground that is monitoring that launch corridor to make sure it's clear and ready to go. And so if they're having issues, then we definitely can't launch this rocket. We don't want to launch blind into a corridor that we can't see.
Yeah, because as Daryl said, I mean, it is very important, the flight termination system, needing to activate it in case of an emergency. So yes, something that we will closely be monitoring throughout the countdown, and hopefully again won't be an issue, that they can fix this issue by going to the Heritage Hardware that's in the vehicle assembly building.
Right, what a great idea.
Okay, so again, under 2 hours from the opening of our 2-hour launch window, 6:24 p.m. Eastern Time. The crew, as you can see there, inside of Orion, relaxing, getting updates from the team, but also just getting in the right headspace for hopefully launch today. Let's learn a little more about each of them now.
The moon, to me, it's the thing that connects me together with all the other humans in my life. I remember being a little kid lying in bed at night and just looking out at the moon in whatever phase it was in, and I was thinking, man, my friends that live like 20 miles away, they can probably look out and see that same exact moon. And then when I was in the Navy and I would look out at the moon and I'd be halfway around the planet, I would think, man, my brother can see that moon where he is, and he's halfway around the planet from where I am. To me, it's a connection of life on Earth. We can all look up and see that moon, and it's always changing. The moon is never the same 2 days in a row. I love that. My name is Reed Wiseman. I'm the commander of NASA's Artemis II mission around the moon. I grew up in a little town just north of Baltimore, Maryland, about 20 miles north of the city. There was a National Guard base nearby my house, and there were A-10 aircraft that would fly over every now and then. I just would look up at them and be like, man, I want to be up there. I want to go do that. And then my brother went to the Naval Academy, and I would go every year and watch the Blue Angels fly during commencement, and that just started to grow and grow and grow. For a while, I wanted to join the Air Force, and then I realized Navy flies as well, and they fly from ships in the middle of the ocean, and that was it, like, done deal for me. That is exactly what I wanted to do for my career. Flying is freedom to me, especially when you're in a jet aircraft coming off of an aircraft carrier in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. Nearest land is over 1,500 miles away. So when you come off of that aircraft carrier, you are truly just alone with yourself out there. It is a magical experience to be out there all by yourself in an aircraft over the Pacific. Just it's free. I think anybody who accomplishes something that they set their mind out to, there's no one thing that does it for them. It's a combination of everything. I mean, the way my parents raised me, the way my brother and I, the way our relationship developed over time, my friends, being in the marching band, going to college, setting my own course, learning how to live on my own, being mentored along the way, being, kept on the path to success, but being given the freedom to, make excursions and fail every now and then and regroup and carry on. I think all those things come together in the end to get you where you are. I've had to overcome, I'm a human being. I've had to overcome a lot of fears. I'm pretty scared of heights. I joked about that on the International Space Station, but it turns out I'm only scared like at the edge of a building. When you're up on the International Space Station, even though you're 250 miles up, I never had that feeling of falling or that I was, at risk up there. I just kind of loved the feeling of floating and looking down at Earth. There have been challenges all throughout my life. By far, the biggest challenge was losing my wife in 2020 to cancer and now raising two daughters who are grown up now, but that's been the biggest challenge by far I've ever had to face. It is not easy. Being an only parent, trying to work a full-time job, and raising two kids is something that I think about every single day. I'm very proud of the work I've done. I haven't always done it well, but I've always shown up and tried as hard as I possibly can.
I do wonder what it's going to be like when we are really far from Earth and can see it. The sensation of being so far away from everything that you know. I had that sensation on the space station the first time I got to sit in the cupola for a really long time. So I can only imagine what that's going to be like from 200,000 plus miles away. My name is Victor Glover, and I'm the pilot for NASA's Artemis II mission around the moon. When I was in 4th grade, I was 10 years old, and that's when the Challenger accident happened. And it helped me understand how the general public felt about the astronaut corps. Right? Like, these are the people that we want to be. And that just gave me an easy thing to strive toward. The biggest fear that I've had to overcome in my life is doubting myself. Going to college when no one in my family had gone to college was a huge risk. I had more confidence in my athletic ability than in my academic abilities. I could play football with those college students that I saw on TV. But my classmates that I saw in the lab and around the University Union, I didn't know if I had what they had. I think addressing that self-doubt was a part of, swinging for the fence and trying to go get an engineering degree, not just go to college, but get an engineering degree and then go do something challenging and technical like flying. Apollo is known for sending humans to the moon. Artemis has an opportunity to continue the Apollo story, but I actually think it's important for this story to stand on its own. Artemis is a new program, and we're trying to do new things. And it's great to compare and contrast. When you look at our spaceship, you can see parts that were designed, built, and integrated in another country. When you look at our crew, you see that our crew is international. There are also men and women. And I just think that comparing and contrasting makes the story even richer. The piloting role specifically, I will have an hour and a half or so where I get to fly the spacecraft by hand. We haven't flown that many spaceships. And so the ability to fly one actually in space on a test mission is just a really unique opportunity. I can't tell you how I'm going to feel when we fly by the moon and see the moon up close and the Earth from 250,000 miles away, but I don't use the word excited because I'm focused. What we do, this is very serious and it's very risky, and we are all intimately familiar with that risk. And so if we go out there and we're successful and we can pass that baton on to Artemis III, that's something to really be excited about.
I tell a story, which is one that my dad told me before the Apollo missions when he was just a very little boy. He was looking up at the moon with his mom, and his mom said to him, "Don't worry, Ronnie, we'll never get there." Fast forward maybe 70 years later, it's his daughter that's actually going there. And I think that long arc is something that we can all learn from. The idea that the seemingly impossible becomes possible if you just believe in it and are willing to work hard and come together to achieve it. My name is Christina Cook, and I'm a mission specialist for NASA's Artemis II mission around the moon. When I look back at my dreams as a kid, I definitely never thought I would actually get here. I was very pragmatic. Even though I'm a dreamer, I knew that the odds were way against me again, so I might as well do something I'm loving in the meantime. I definitely loved science and math in school and, did pretty well in those things, but I also loved being active. I was always outside. I loved things that made me feel small. I loved looking at the night sky, oftentimes between the pine tree branches, or I loved the ocean. North Carolina also has mountains, and when we go there, I just loved the vastness of all of those things. I loved how they made me feel and what they made me think about, and the vastness of the universe and how much out there was to learn. I'm drawn to exploring. I'm drawn to challenges that involve both mental and physical, and I'd much rather be solving problems wearing a whole lot of equipment and in a harsh environment, and that's just something I've carried with me ever since I was a kid. Thinking about the fears or challenges that I've had to overcome, there are just so many. I mean, basically, that has been the journey. I always say to people, do what scares you, and that means I have to follow my own advice. So doing what scares me meant getting on a plane and going to the Antarctic, getting on a plane and going to study abroad in Ghana, applying to become an astronaut, opening the EVA hatch in the airlock and going out of it into the darkness, strapping myself onto a rocket. And so for me, I think that no matter what the challenge, recognizing that if people believe in you and you believe they believe in you, the challenges seem always a little bit easier. To me, the moon, it represents history. It is a witness plate. Everything that's ever happened to the moon is still written on the moon. Every single person has looked at the moon their entire lives. We see the same moon. That's something really special. It's just the epitome of a symbol of something that's in each of our hearts, but that's also represents exploration and reaching.
I have this very distinct memory of seeing an image of an astronaut standing on the moon. It's burnt in my brain because I went back to it so many times in my childhood, and I would look at that image, and I know it had a huge impact on me that humans had walked on the moon. My name is Colonel Jeremy Hansen. I'm an astronaut with the Canadian Space Agency, and I'm a mission specialist on NASA's Artemis II mission around the moon. My elementary school years, I grew up on a farm outside of London, Ontario. I spent as much time as I could with my dad on the farm. I learned the value of hard work, for example. If I wanted to go to work with Dad, it was going to be a long day, and I was going to have to not complain, or I wasn't going to get to go the next day. I had a treehouse. I had a vivid imagination. And I changed my treehouse into a spaceship. I made all these dials and controls. I had circuit breakers for switches that I found in the barn. And I was exploring space in my imagination. The most important thing I did to get to where I wanted to go in life, which was flying fighter jets and eventually becoming an astronaut, is I shared those desires with other people. And it turns out, just like you don't go to the moon on your own, if you could, I would have done it a long time ago in my treehouse as a kid. You have to go as a team. I think the biggest impediment to achieving my goals was, of course, myself. And I think that's a common human experience. There are many times where just little things would get in my way, and my immediate interpretation of that was, well, now that goal's out the window. You know, people must have lifted me back up, and somewhere in the back of my head, that persistence came through. And I think that's a common human experience, to doubt ourselves. I've come to this realization that I believe that we all have gifts to contribute, and the goal is to figure out how to use your energy towards adding positively to humanity's existence on this planet. But I love it when humanity sets big goals, like sending humans to the surface of the moon with an eye to eventually going to Mars, because when we do that, we can bring together genius from not just even in one country, but around the world. I've also learned from my indigenous mentors that they refer to the moon as Grandmother Moon. So you've probably heard of Mother Earth. They use Grandmother Moon because Grandmother Moon is responsible for the water in their community, just like the moon moves the water around the planet, affects the tides. And I think that's a really beautiful thing for us as we go back to the moon, to think about all the different cultures around the world and how they view the moon differently. And that's really neat because we all share that same moon in the night sky.
1 hour, 38 minutes and counting until the opening of the Artemis II launch window today, 6:24 p.m. Eastern Time. And we are looking at the rocket and Orion out on the pad, historic launch pad 39B here at Kennedy Space Center. What a great view, Nicole.
Yes, it is. You know, we can see the clouds out in front of us, but they are to the west. And you can see that there's some blue sky peeking through behind that rocket, which is good news.
And more people continue to come on center here. About a couple of hours ago, folks with special passes to come on center were allowed to start driving on with family and friends. And of course, we have media growing by the moment here at the press site here at Kennedy Space Center, setting up their cameras, setting up tents, interviewing folks. Again, this great jib shot that we have from our camera here showing all the interest that we have here at the press site. And actually, even to the right of us, so camera left, no, sorry, the right of your screen, left of us, plenty of other people there, set up with their own tents, broadcasting to their own viewers. And so again, just really cool to see everybody wanting to share in this moment.
Yeah, that's, I mean, how many media tents we can see from here. It's a beautiful thing.
Yeah.
I think it's important to share this message with the whole world.
Yeah. And so let's take a look now at people who are watching in other parts of the country. We have this shot here from the U.S. Space and Rocket Center in Huntsville, Alabama.
Oh, man, look
Just
at that.
kidding. Museum of Flight, Seattle, Washington. So sorry. Hello to you over there. Sorry, I thought that you were in Alabama. But here you are from Seattle, Washington. Again, the Museum of Flight. They must have had a special event to bring people there to watch, as well as a special event here. Now, correctly, the U.S. Space and Rocket Center, Huntsville, Alabama. Of course, they would have a lot of people here, and I'm sure this crowd will grow when we get closer to launch. Marshall, the home of the SLS rocket.
Yes. Yeah, this is a great shot. You can see all the people there, and obviously you've got quite a few artifacts in there as well. Oh,
now
they
know.
Yes.
Yeah, now they know. They're on the broadcast. That's too funny.
Awesome.
Hey, listen, it's all right. We can sit. We can sit and chill until we wait for the opening of the window. No, there they are.
Yeah. Everybody's excited.
Thank you guys for showing us your excitement. I know deep down it was in there. It's just that you felt like sitting at the moment, and that's all right.
There's a little delay.
Yeah, that's all right. Well, thanks so much to those supporting these watch parties and bringing them to us live here. Actually, our video paths are taking quite a circuitous route to be able to bring those live views in from Seattle as well as Alabama, but we're glad that we can be able to share it with you in the broadcast now. And so why are we going to the moon? Why does NASA want to build a moon base there? Here's Megan Carter again with our moon board.
All right, thank you, Megan. Yeah, so we are right around that hour-and-a-half mark, hopefully for that launch. It's going to be very exciting. So they are going to have a few days to be around the low Earth orbit, and then they'll be heading on to the moon. So yes, let's talk what will be happening. Why are we going to the moon? So obviously this is not going to be a landing, as we've discussed. They are going to be coming with 4,000 to 6,000 feet around the moon's surface, and this is going to connect us directly to our past. Those Apollo missions did have 6 lunar landings, and the Artemis campaign is looking to build on that past by going back to the moon, staying longer, and then going farther. So how are we going to do that, and why? We have obviously talked a little bit about that lunar South Pole, and we are focused specifically on the far side of the moon for this one for a specific reason. You might have guessed we're going to be looking for some resources, especially, and that's going to be water or water ice. That is going to be giving us some really critical pieces for future missions. And as you can see here, we have identified 9 potential landing zones. So this is going to be a critical objective for our crew. Depending on when they launch, it will determine what is going to be visible, but we do have these 9 landing zones right here around the Shackleton crater. And as you can see here, a lot of that area is deep and dark, and that is where we are going to be looking for that water ice, because that is obviously going to give us not just water to drink, but as we know, that can actually be converted into our propellant potentially, that hydrogen and oxygen. So that is going to make the moon a critical place for that moon base, because we want to think of it essentially as a backpacking trip. If you have your tent and your hiking boots and your camping stove and all your gear, you don't want to take that out and be on the trail for the first day and then try everything out. You're going to test things out a little bit closer to home before you go out on that adventure. And that kind of goes for us as well. So the moon is going to be critical for us in the future steps towards our lunar landings, and then also for going farther on to Mars in the future. It's going to set us up for that deep space exploration, and we can't wait to see what they see once they get to that flyby. But for now, we are, like I said, getting closer. So I'm going to turn it back over to you, Megan.
Exciting stuff. Again, the idea of accomplishing a moon base, like as we've been saying, sometimes things just seem like science fiction, and it's amazing that we're making it science fact.
Yes, yeah, we're going back. We're going to scout it out, and then on the future Artemis missions, we're going to put boots back on the moon for the first time in over half a century. But we're going to stay, and we're going to learn from the moon, and we're going to, you know, as Megan talked about, the water ice, and harness that resource, and, you know, not only learn from the moon about Earth and about the solar system, but also figure out how we get to Mars from the moon.
And so what we're seeing now back inside the White Room with the closeout team, they are removing basically fixtures that protected the crew module hatch while they did work around it, right, Nicole?
Yep. Yeah, so anytime that you're moving around and working, there are some sensitive sensors and parts of the crew module that we don't want to kick or bump into, and so it's easier to just put a guard up while you're working in there and then take it down later.
And so this is a visual cue for us that the team is getting ready to close the last hatch, again, the launch abort system hatch. Can you tell us about what the LAS is?
Yeah, so launch abort system, this is, you know, we have the crew module, and then what sits out on basically on top of the crew module is the launch abort system, and it has its own motors, so that we'll arm it about 5 minutes prior to launch, and then it stays with the crew module until about the Kármán line, so that 100-kilometer point in space. Once the crew could safely get to orbit, it will actually be jettisoned, and the crew module will then be exposed. So this is just a safety mechanism that stays on the outside of the crew module, and then as they monitor the attitude and the thrust and all sorts of the roll, all sorts of different data points to make sure the crew is safely getting to orbit. And once they are safely to orbit, then we will get rid of that launch abort system.
And it looks like they're putting all these parts that they're removing from around the crew module hatch into a bag, because they have to take this out with them once they leave the pad, right?
Yes, yeah, we don't want anything left up there in the White Room, and especially because that crew access arm will move away from the capsule and the rocket, and so we want an empty White Room, no FOD like we talked about, so that we can have a safe launch.
And this orange tube that you see on the right side of your screen, that had been inside the crew module providing breathable air to the crew. And now again, with the crew module closed and them getting ready to close the second hatch that has been removed and is out of the way. So again, the closeout crew can continue to do their work.
Yeah, that's just a duct to provide some cooling air and some breathing air to the crew and the closeout crew while they're in there.
That's actually a good point, yeah. And so as we continue to watch the crew prepare to close the launch abort system hatch, why don't we take a look at the crew's mission patch? Now, crews have designed their official mission patches since the Gemini 5 launch in 1965. Reed, Victor, Christina, and Jeremy, they really wanted to play on the abbreviation of Artemis II to all, signifying not only the second major flight of the Artemis program, but also a mission to explore for all, by all. The crew chose the iconic Earthrise photo for a reason. It was taken by the Apollo 8 crew in 1968, the first crew to ever fly around the moon. The mission was to prove teams then were ready to land on the moon the same way Artemis II hopes to fly around the moon ahead of a lunar landing with Artemis IV. This time, as we've been saying throughout the broadcast, to stay on the moon and pave the way to Mars.
Yeah, we talk about incremental steps, right? And so Artemis II is very similar to Apollo 8 in terms of that increment. They're going to fly around the moon and set up the rest of the Artemis program for landing on the moon, but also with a nod towards the fact that we do this for all humanity. And I love the thoughtfulness and how much they, how much importance they put on their patch design.
Another camera angle of inside the Orion spacecraft.
I was going to say, we might be able to see Rise, but I think it's right behind Reed's foot there.
And so to orient people again, so basically we have Christina in your upper right hand, Christina in your upper left hand corner. Then you have Jeremy below her. And then the feet you're seeing, those are Reed's feet. And then next to him, the upper right hand corner, that is Victor, who's unfortunately hidden by Reed's feet, but again, that is the orientation of the crew inside Orion right now. Now, earlier this week, the crew got to stick their patch on a wall just outside the suit-up room. You can play that video there now. You can see that crews have been doing this as part of a pre-flight tradition again. Wow, Reed just making sure that thing won't come
sure
up.
It's flat.
And so now Victor is signing there, followed by Christina, and then Jeremy. That's a fun tradition, and your patch is up there too.
It is, yeah, ours is on the left-hand side there. Yeah, it's a fun tradition. This is a really fun day too. They did this a couple days ago, but it's just another step that makes it a little bit more real that you're going to be launching soon.
Again, we talked a little bit about this before. The basically like a computer there on Jeremy's leg, a way for him to just check out the data, see some of the data that also Reed and Victor are getting to see, but in those much bigger displays for Orion.
Right, yeah, it's basically a tablet on his leg, and it's actually plugged into a cord nearby that allows him to have a screen repeater so he can see what they're looking at.
And it looks like he's taking notes. Can you talk a little bit about what that is? It's part of, all of them have like a little procedural book, right?
Right, yeah, so they have what we call a knee board, and they'll have blank pages to take notes on. They might have a cue card or procedures, or they can be kind of custom built to what each crew member wants for their knee board.
This mission, of course, built by people and companies in all 50 states, as we've been saying throughout the broadcast, and with our international partners as well. Let's take a look at some of the people playing such a big role in today's test flight.
What we're doing here is a collaborative effort of hundreds of thousands of people.
This is about the parts, the hardware, the software, the services, all coming together to make that mission possible.
My dream for this space program is that we would not just push the boundaries, but that we push them together.
And liftoff of Artemis I. We rise together, back to the moon and beyond.
It takes a team to do great things. And Artemis has an incredible team.
We have international partners. We have commercial partners and industry partners.
It takes unity to accomplish great things, and that's what this mission's all about.
We're not sending our money to the moon and lighting it on fire. We're putting that money right back into the economy in ways that benefit everybody. So every dollar that comes out of the Treasury that goes to support this mission goes back into the Treasury 3 times. What is very important to me is that we do it the right way, and that we do it with our values, that our industries grow, that our communities grow, that our families are healthy and safe and have amazing things to work on. Then we're going to build machines to go even further onto Mars.
That is our generation, the Artemis generation, that defines the starting point of our exploration future.
I just want to say thank you to all of the hands that have touched a part of this program and the hearts that have moved everyone to this goal, because we're going to the moon and we're going beyond.
One team.
One team.
One team.
One dream.
What I really like about that package is, again, just reminding people that this is spurring so many jobs across the country.
Yeah, across the country and across the world, right? The whole world has a part of this. The Artemis Accords are signed by over 40, 50 different countries. And so, yeah, we're taking all of the taxpayers' money and we're putting it right back into the jobs here in the U.S.
And the money, too. You know, when we have more disposable income because we have good paying jobs, that's money that goes back into our economy as disposable income. So really, it is just an ecosystem that NASA is proud to be a part of.
Right. Not only is it about the money and the economy, right, but it's also about the science and what we're going to learn and exploration. You know, on top of all of those things, we benefit the economy as well.
Obviously, Nicole is a wealth of knowledge. We're very lucky to have her. We're going to be tapping into that knowledge throughout the broadcast, and we have been for now close to 4 hours. So thank you, Nicole. I hope you're holding up okay.
Yeah, I'm loving it out here. It's been great.
Let's learn a little bit more about Nicole. Her first mission to space was actually last March. She launched from here at Kennedy Space Center as pilot of NASA's SpaceX Crew 10 mission to the International Space Station. And what a beautiful launch that was. She spent 148 days in space conducting science experiments that could benefit us on Earth. For example, one studied the physics of liquids, which could help researchers deliver medicines more effectively. She also conducted an almost 6-hour spacewalk to help upgrade the orbiting lab's power system. Nicole is a lieutenant colonel in the U.S. Air Force and flew one of its most advanced aircraft. She was born in San Diego, California, and is a twin. That's a cute photo of the two of you. Oh, that one too.
Young explorers, yeah.
Yes, yes. That's so great to just see how far you've come. Again, I think that speaks to what we've been saying. Like, you know, just if you're passionate about something, go for it and see where that takes you.
Yeah, I think that's a great example. You know, I was a serious little kid with really high goals and, you know, just kept working hard and never got bumped off the path and ended up here. And you know, I think it's a testament to the human, like we talked about, you know, if you're willing to work hard, be a good team player, you can really get anywhere you want in life. And that's what I love to talk about. Christina has mentioned similar things. And so it's been kind of a theme for the day.
Yeah, definitely a theme for the day, a theme for the team. The team has said the same, the crew has said the same sort of things. So absolutely, Nicole, thank you so much for being here. And hopefully only a little bit more until launch today.
Hopefully.
So today's Artemis II test flight will mark only the 7th time NASA astronauts will launch on a new NASA spacecraft designed for crew. And then controlling the flight will be Mission Control in Houston. Our Gary Jordan is inside with flight controllers. Hey, Gary.
Hey, Megan, you are right. This is a significant milestone, and we may be putting the names of a few more astronauts in the history books today. The Artemis II crew is set to launch today will join a select list of humans to fly in a spacecraft for the very first time. And Artemis II, like missions before it, is a test mission. During ascent, the crew and the teams here in the room are prepared for a variety of scenarios. Some of these will be called out directly by Capcom's Stan Love during ascent, and some are a little more subtle. These calls can be split into 2 categories: alternate main engine cutoff or MECO targets and aborts. First, there are 2 alternate MECO targets, or AMTs. These note milestones to give flight control teams and astronauts an idea of what would happen after that moment should the core stage lose one of the main engines. First is AMT low. You won't hear it called out by the crew or Capcom since this happens right at liftoff. If the core stage loses one engine at this moment, an abort once around option could be made at main engine cutoff, meaning the crew could target a splashdown in the Pacific. The second is AMT high, which would be called out by Capcom's Stan Love around 22 seconds. After this moment, if the core stage loses an engine, we can still pursue an alternate mission in low Earth orbit to accomplish some of the test objectives. And at about 5 minutes, 16 seconds into the flight, you'll hear the call 3-engine press. This is a good moment. After this point, if the core stage loses an engine, we can still make a nominal main engine cutoff and pursue a moon mission as expected. Again, these MECO targets give the flight control teams and crew an idea of what lies ahead should one main engine be lost, but assumes we are otherwise continuing to a main engine cutoff target. This differs from an abort, where the Orion capsule separates from the Space Launch System prior to the planned separation time. There are abort options at every moment that integrity is attached to the Space Launch System, from the pad to more than 3 hours into the mission. During the first 8 or so minutes of powered flight, there are 3 abort options. First is the use of the launch abort system, which you see at the very top of the rocket and here in the White Room where the hatch is open and teams are working to close it. This particular abort capability can be used from here at the pad through roughly 3 minutes and 22 seconds into the flight. Next is an untargeted abort splashdown, or UAS. This uses Orion's service module engines to escape the SLS and becomes available immediately after the launch abort system jettisons. Third is an abort once around, or AOA. You'll hear Capcom Stan Love call AOA open around 7 minutes 30 seconds into the flight. This also uses the service module engines, but the burn profile is a bit different to aim for a splashdown in the Pacific after one trip around the Earth. NASA's expedited recovery teams are staged off the coast of San Diego to get to the crew and integrity quickly for this abort option. An AOA option continues to be available until solar arrays are deployed on the Orion service module a little more than 30 minutes into the mission. At this point, an abort to orbit, or ATO option, becomes available until separation from the upper stage around 3 hours and 23 minutes. Mission profiles can vary depending on when an ATO is executed in that window, but with power being drawn from solar arrays, it buys more time for astronauts and flight control teams to make decisions and stay in Earth orbit, return for a splashdown, or continue to the moon. The Artemis II crew and flight control teams are well trained on all of these scenarios, and the calls you'll hear to the crew on Orion to Earth may help them be in a ready state for whatever challenge may come their way. At this time, we're not tracking any significant issues here in mission control in Houston, Texas. That would be showstoppers for today's launch. We're continuing to, of course, monitor the countdown along the way and make sure all systems are go for when we reach T0. With that, I'll send it back to you, Megan, at the Kennedy Space Center.
All right, we are ready for another reading if you are ready over there.
Yes, sir. CBA is steady at 2,600 PSI.
All right, copy that. And you know, the more times we ask you to do that, the closer we get to launch, so that's a good thing.
Copy.
You heard it there from NASA Test Director Jeff Spaulding. The more that they keep on asking her how the pressure is holding in the counterbalance assembly mechanism is a good thing, because it means we are getting closer to launch. So that's amazing news over the loops that we just heard on Orion to Earth 1. Again, that communication channel with the crew. But now I want to get back over to Daryl with the launch team. He has an update now on the flight termination system that the team was tracking.
All right. Thank you very much, Megan. And we're getting an update now from the launch team as we speak. All right, stand by 1 second. Okay. Sorry about that. We're just getting an update, in fact, about what I was about to report out on the range. And the good news is the range is go. So we reported that they were working to verify their equipment regarding the FTS system. And they asked for a little of that verification work to be done by one of the FTS engineers here in the firing room. He went out to the VAB to get some legacy hardware to help out with it. But in the end, this is a fix that the range had come up with to get clearance, to clear the range rather, and to as well work the FTS system. And so now they are go. Again, the range is go. That is no longer a constraint. And so you combine that with the fact that the rocket and the ground systems here also working, no constraints. clear board here is great news. So again, the range is green, and we're continuing to work through the countdown. We got a weather update that came in to the launch director from Launch Weather Officer Mark Berger. He reported out that there's still a little bit of feisty weather activity that's happening up in the Titusville area. That's the city neighboring the Kennedy Space Center. Those showers had passed over Kennedy, and then now they're currently over in Titusville, currently still within that mile kind of constraint of flight through precipitation rule. But we're still far enough from the window that it looks like it won't be an issue. And in fact, we're seeing some good sunlight now breaking through onto the launch pad. As you can see, it's actually shining on the other side of the rocket here. But to the west, we're starting to see some of that clearing that was forecast. And so the launch weather officer held his forecast for 80% go for flight during our launch window tonight, which, as a reminder, is 6:24 p.m. Eastern Time until 8:24 p.m. Eastern Time. And we're also hearing that the last hatch closure, as you can see in the bottom corner of your screen, they're starting to work on that. That's the launch abort system hatch. There are two hatches, the crew hatch and the launch abort system hatch, and the closeout crew that you see right there, right on time with their work as they go to shut. And you can see it in motion right now, that launch abort system hatch. That's the latest from the firing room. We'll send it back to the host desk.
Thank you so much, Daryl. Great news all around. And yes, we did just see them close the last hatch. And now we are looking at a live view of Banana Creek. Lots of people there, I'm sure, relieved to hear that that issue with the flight termination system has been resolved. And we are go for launch. Go for launch from the range, go for weather, and go from all of them, I would imagine.
Yes, it's got to be exciting. The crowd is building. And as Daryl said, you can start to see the sun poking out here, and we can see all the clouds are moving north and moving away from us. So it's all good news.
And so as we know, we have our Leah Martin down there at the Banana Creek viewing location, and she's standing by with some other guests.
Hey, Megan, I don't know if you heard that huge cheer just now, if you heard a big rumble. As soon as Daryl said that the range was clear for launch, everybody clapped. It was super excited as we get to do some final countdowns. Standing next to me, I have Hudson and Maddox, the son of brothers here. And I asked you a little bit earlier, how excited are you to be here for launch? What did you say?
I'm very excited. It's our mom's birthday, and, you know,
not a better way to celebrate right now. I asked you on a scale of 1 to 10, how excited are you? Would you say?
11.
Yeah,
11. I'm very excited.
Super excited.
Yeah.
So, Megan, we've been watching the launch broadcast here and hearing some of the questions that you and Nicole have been asking and answering. And I actually wanted to ask these two kids, if you could take a 10-day trip around the moon and take 3 people with you, who'd you take with you?
Well, I'd take my dad and my mom. And, I mean, I don't know. Probably my best friend. I'd just say one of my friends, you know.
Oh, one of your friends. So brother got left out. Who would you take?
That was just what I was thinking. My dad and my mom and my best friend.
That's a pretty good answer. Your brother can get his own trip to space, right? Yeah. So I'm actually joined here also by Dad. Now, you were sharing with me that a lot of the work that you've been doing over the last several months has been prepping the launch teams, our engineering teams, our ground systems teams, to get ready for launch, to be mindful and to be in this moment. How does it feel to be standing here knowing that the people you've worked so closely with are doing what they're passionate about, or doing what they were born to do, moments away from launching this rocket?
I mean, this is an exceptionally happy moment for us and all of us and the people that are, you know, about to take off on this historic trip here. And I'm grateful to know that we've helped in some way, shape, or form to help them stay steady and calm, you know, in such an exciting time within the agency. And so to just be here and witness it and know that, you know, they've got some tools to help them stay calm and steady is everything to us. So.
Fantastic. Well, Megan, we are standing by ready to go, and we're ready to cheer this team on.
Thanks so much, guys. And yes, Leo, we did hear that cheer. That was very exciting. I think the vibe over there is they're celebrating, they're having fun. And here, once they heard that we're go for launch, everybody had to run back to the camera and work. It's a little bit of a different vibe, but I definitely think that people are excited, especially as we see now live inside of the White Room at the launch pad. The closeout crew has closed the launch abort system hatch. You saw there, we took it live. Took a lot of them, I think all of them, except for one. I think it took all 3 or 4 of them to push that hatch door close, and then they felt around the perimeter of the door to make sure that everything was sitting just right.
Right, yeah, we talked about how heavy the crew module hatch is. This hatch is just as heavy probably, and so, you know, they're working the closure here. And working those connections, and you can see, yeah, there's still 3, 4, 5 people that we can see in the White Room. It takes a lot of people to get this these hatches closed and this rocket ready to launch.
Mm-hmm. And so the next step in the countdown is that this team will start closing out the White Room. So basically disconnecting things, stowing things, making sure that when they leave, there is nothing that isn't supposed to be there. And really, then at that point, it's just all 4 of the crew member, Victor, Reed, Christina, and Jeremy by themselves at the top of the launch pad.
Yeah, and then eventually that crew access arm will move away, and then it'll really just be them up on top of that rocket.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, your eyes lit up when I said that. That's exciting. It is. It is.
Yeah, we had a moment, we talked a little bit about my fear of heights, but most of our crew is afraid of heights. And so there was a moment where I realized that it was just us, you know, 100 and some odd feet up and
no
crew access arm, and may or may not have said something that made everybody go, huh.
Were you wondering to yourself, how did I get here?
We're pretty far up.
That crew again bringing that drag-on camera. That camera is a handheld camera that is a live look for teams who are remotely watching these operations closely. Again, verifying that things are as they should be before the crew starts, the closeout crew starts leaving the White Room. You see them checking their procedures.
You can see they're covering the ends of those hoses. That's to protect those hoses from FOD, so we don't want any dirt or anything to get into those while we transport them and stow them. So you can see Andre there working to close out the hoses as well while they're cleaning up the White Room.
And so they'll tape that close. You just saw number 5. Number 5 holding some tools. Again, we'll stow those away. You have to account for everything. Obviously, you know, they did have tools out. They did have procedures, paper, notes out. Like, all of that has to go.
Yes, and you can even see on number 3's hat, he's got a string that's connected to his suit there. Mm-hmm. That's, again, just to make sure that we don't lose anything. If, you know, gust of wind or you get knocked or something, you don't want to lose a single thing in the White Room. So everything is tethered, everything is accounted for, and everything is protected.
The crew now, another live view of them inside Orion. Jeremy, Christina, and Reed and Victor on the right side of your screen. What do you think they're thinking right now, Nicole?
Oh man, just over an hour to launch. You know, there's probably a little bit of a lull right now, monitoring some systems, but you can see Reed's got his feet crossed. So I think just trying to relax and, you know, pass the time by maybe thinking through the items that they're going to monitor through the launch, you know, the different jobs that each of them have throughout the launch. And once they get to orbit, you know, this first day on orbit is actually really busy for them. Mm-hmm. They've got, you know, 2 burns that they have to monitor. They've got to get the system set up, and they've got to get the cabin set up. So there's a lot going on in the next 24 hours for this crew. I think they've got a couple sections where they get to take a nap, but I don't think they get a full night's rest for quite some time. So,
yeah,
you know, going through what's next.
And so as we say that, I mean, imagine what it would be like to live in a spacecraft for 10 days. Let's take a look at what life will be like in Orion.
Artemis II is our first crewed mission back to the moon since the Apollo program. A lot of the focus of Artemis II is really checking out systems to be sure that we're ready and well positioned for continued human exploration. My name is Susan Baggerman, and I'm the Chief Health and Performance Officer for the Orion program and the Artemis II mission. And this is 10 Days in Orion. For this mission, the crew will launch in the Orion spacecraft on top of the Space Launch System rocket, or the SLS rocket. Once they've launched and achieved orbit, they'll continue on checking out many of the different critical Orion systems, check out some of the critical medical systems, and be sure that we understand how the crew would do that successfully within the volume of Orion. We also have, of course, systems to feed the crew. They have a potable water dispenser that they'll check out. And then we also have a food warmer, kind of looks like a suitcase that the crew can use to heat their food. They're also going to check out the flight wheel system. We'll have the crew perform some initial exercises. Part of that is to ensure that the flight wheel is actually working, but part of it is actually to be sure that our environmental control systems are actually working. For sleeping, the crew will sleep in sleeping bags. Some crew members like to be very tightly bound up, and some like to float very free. They'll use the toilet for the first time and be sure that it's able to flush. While they're on their journey, they'll do some testing that they quickly don their suit just to be sure that we would be ready in the future for an emergency. They'll also check out our radiation shelter. If we were to have a solar particle event, we would be asking them to take stowage out of the stowage bay and put it in some specific locations on the vehicle, basically for it to serve as shielding.
And so I want to talk a little bit more about what we just heard in that package. I am interested in the space food. So Reed, Victor, Christina, and Jeremy have a pretty big menu to choose from, so that's really cool. We're actually going to pull up a graphic now that kind of shows you some of the food that they're going to have with them on their 10-day journey around the moon. We know of more than 10 types of beverages. There's coffee, a mango peach smoothie, apple cider, lemonade. So those all sound delicious. And now I've just remembered I haven't eaten lunch.
They're actually not too bad. I actually have a mango peach smoothie with me today.
No way.
Yeah. So you can see they come in these little packets here, but it's just kind of a dried powder that you add water to. So this would actually, you'd add 175 milliliters of water and let it sit for 2 to 5 minutes, and then you can stick a straw in it. You saw in that package they put a straw on the top septum portion there, and then you can drink it.
And so this is the packaging. This is food that you brought up with you, or that you had while you were at the ISS.
Yes. Yeah. Actually, this is all food that we have available to us on the standard, what we call the standard menu on the space station. And so, actually, the graphic there showed quite a bit of the standard menu that they're going to take with them. So,
let's pull
space
it back
food
up,
is space
actually.
food. Yeah, we can use the food that we have been using. You know, our food lab at Johnson Space Center actually creates that food, and then they stabilize it and they package it for us and everything. So they do a really wonderful job out there. We've got different types of food. You know, you can see I've got this is a soup, tomato basil soup, so thermal stabilized. It's already hydrated, so you just throw it in that food warmer that we talked about, and then you can eat it. But then we also I have some shrimp cocktail here that's, you know, irradiated, so it's in a package that protects it. I'll show you. I've got a brownie too. That's probably my favorite one. But
are we eating it?
We might, if you're.
Yes. Look, see, they want us to eat. I don't know what happened, but it worked out with what we were saying here.
So it's in an outer package to help protect it against, you know, radiation, and then it's in this inner package. And so this cosmic brownie, actually, the trick, Ann McLean, my crewmate, taught me. The trick is you got to put this in the food warmer and get it nice and warm, and then you can get it. But so what we do is we just take scissors and you open it up, and then it comes right out. So these brownies are nice because they don't have a ton of crumbs, and so you can actually just eat it pretty easily in space. You know, if you imagine, that would not happen in space.
It
would not fall. But yeah, so we've got all sorts of things that you can actually eat. The menu's pretty good and pretty diverse on the space station, and then as you saw, pretty diverse for Orion.
Nice. Yeah, that's amazing. And again, here's a look at the crowd that's starting to continue to grow here as we get closer and closer to launch. We are now under an hour from the opening of our 2-hour launch window at 6:24 p.m. Eastern Time. And so let's take some questions from social media. We haven't taken some of those for a while. You put that brownie away, Nicole, or I'm going to steal it. Nicole, we have another celebrity who submitted a question. Let's take a look.
Okay.
A quick question for the Artemis crew. What food from Earth would you bring with you into space? And why would it be lasagna? Because that's the greatest food.
Again, not really a question.
Yeah.
Because he was like, it's lasagna.
It's got to be lasagna. You know, there is lasagna on Space Station, and it wasn't too bad. Probably not my favorite food of all, but yeah, lasagna's not a bad option. It's a high-calorie meal. If you're trying to, carb load for a spacewalk or something, it's a great option.
Yeah, I remember Christina saying that her favorite food on the menu, and actually, she was saying that she was getting in trouble because people kept on saying, you can't eat mac and cheese every day, Christina.
We mentioned the mac and cheese and brisket earlier. Man, I would put those two on a tortilla. That would be great.
That sounds delicious, delicious. Well, thank you so much, everyone, for sending in those questions. For everyone from a 5-year-old that we got a question from to all the way to Roy Woods Jr. there, a comedian. So thank you so much. And if you're just joining us, welcome to the Space Coast of Florida, where we are counting down to liftoff of Artemis II. You see a beautiful aerial shot there of our rocket on the pad. For the first time in more than 50 years, we are sending humans to fly around the moon and back, and we're taking you all of you with us on this next chapter of human spaceflight. I'm NASA's Megan Cruz, and this is NASA astronaut Nicole Ayers. Great to have you here, Nicole.
Yes, this has been a beautiful day. Excited. We're continuing to march towards this launch.
Yeah, and if all goes as planned, this crew could travel farther from Earth than any other humans before them and see parts of the moon no one has ever laid eyes on. How exciting.
Yes. Exciting is an understatement, I think.
That's true.
We're going to see the far side of the moon for the first time by humans in a long time. It's important.
And as the crowd again builds behind us, more activity that you're seeing here at the Kennedy Space Center press site. We also have a ton of people gathering around the world to watch this history-making moment. So let's take a look at those watch parties now.
Oh.
That crowd has grown. We checked them probably like 30 minutes ago, and it was half that. But again, as we get closer and closer to launch, we are seeing more and more people gather together, wanting to experience this together and not just in a vacuum at home,
Yes, this is so exciting. Look at all of those people. Man.
And now here we are back in Seattle, the Museum of Flight. Again, people gathered there to show their kid. We see someone walking in the second row there. His first crewed launch to the moon. How exciting.
That is exciting.
Hello, everyone.
Woo.
Oh, that's so great. And now let's get you up to speed on what's happened so far. Again, we are now within an hour of the opening of our launch window. So what has been happening so far today? Well, a lot. After waking up and grabbing a bite to eat, our Artemis II crew suited up inside the historic crew quarters, a tradition that dates back decades. Teams helped them into their custom Orion crew survival suits, and just like other crews before them, they gathered around a table for a card game to pass the time, but to also burn off any lingering bad luck before they walked in the footsteps of every NASA astronaut launching from Kennedy Space Center since Apollo 7 in 1968. They walked outside the Neil Armstrong Operations and Checkout Building to greet a crowd of family, friends, supporters before getting into their Astrovan for their security-escorted ride out to historic Launch Complex 39B. They got a close-up look at the SLS rocket, then walked across the crew access arm and climbed one by one inside their Orion spacecraft. After that, teams conducted final checks with the crew before closing both hatches, the crew module hatch, as well as what you're seeing there, the launch abort system hatch. And now we are back live at the pad where the closeout crew is getting ready to leave the White Room. They are now tethered, Nicole, because they are about to move some pieces that connect the Orion spacecraft to the White Room, correct?
Yes, there's kind of what I would call a shroud. You can see them working that there. So it is actually connected, so that way the gap between the crew access arm and the crew module, and well, I guess that's the LAS there, is covered. but they're about to remove that so that the crew access arm is not connected to the rocket in any way, so that it can retract here in the next few minutes.
And for how we're looking with the launch countdown milestones, let's go to Daryl Nail in the Launch Control Center.
All right, thank you very much, Megan. And as you can see there, the finishing touches, as you've been talking about, to the LAS, which brings me to that subject, because we currently are hearing the launch team is working an issue that was reported out with the LAS. At least there's an issue apparently with a battery on the LAS. The engineer who is in charge of the launch abort system sits on console here, reported that a temperature for one of the two LAS batteries is out of range, and although it's not a constraint for launch right now, it would be when that temperature is checked inside of T-minus 6 minutes, which is inside of terminal count. So right now the team is working some troubleshooting on this issue. Going to follow, of course, along closely with what they learn. But again, a battery temp for one of the two batteries on the LAS is out of spec, and the team is working to understand, first of all, whether or not this may be a sensor issue, or is there an issue with the battery itself. So again, looking into it, troubleshooting and researching as we speak. With regards to the weather, we did get some good news there. Launch Weather Officer Mark Berger reporting to the launch director that the weather chances have now improved for the window. We are up to 90% go, which is great news. Again, 90% go. That is up from the 80% that we started when we had the first weather forecast come out officially 3 days ago. And so that is great. And for anybody who's here in the launch area knows that is certainly viewable. They can see that by just looking up. So we're getting some good clearing as forecast. And then just a reminder for those people who are watching the launch from the nearby area that if you're watching on an internet-enabled device, just remember that there may be a little bit of a delay. Can't tell you how much of a delay, but since it's on an internet device, sometimes this broadcast might be a little behind what you're actually seeing. So just keep that in mind as you are watching. Don't wait to the last second to run outside if you're inside your RV or your camper or your house. That's the latest here from the firing room. Of course, we'll keep track of that last battery issue. We'll send it back now to Megan and Nicole at the host desk.
Two of them there had to be tethered to the inside of the white room, because obviously now we have detached the white room from the Orion spacecraft.
Yes, that view is quite something.
Yeah, spectacular. Yep. Oh, no, I'm sorry. I forgot. Nicole's scared of heights. An astronaut afraid of heights is actually not uncommon, as we've learned today. But yes, so obviously, again, things proceeding as we march closer to the opening of our 2-hour launch window at 6:24 p.m. Eastern Time. Again, the closeout crew just finishing up those last couple of things they have to do before leaving the white room and then leaving the pad, leaving only the 4 Artemis II crew members inside the spacecraft by themselves at the pad.
Yeah, and then we'll be curious to follow the battery issue on the LAS as well. I think sometimes it's just a sensor issue, sometimes it's a battery issue. So hopefully they figure that out quickly.
Mm-hmm. And so if we can take a shot of the crew inside the capsule, if one's available, why don't we talk a little bit more about each of them? So we have Artemis II Commander Reed Wiseman, Baltimore native, and he's actually, you see his feet in that shot there from inside Orion. He's been in space once before as flight engineer for Expedition 41 aboard the International Space Station from May through November 2014. During the 165-day mission, Reed and his crewmates completed more than 300 science experiments in areas like human physiology, medicine, physical science, earth science, as well as astrophysics. They actually set a milestone for station science by completing a record 82 research hours in a single week. He also served as chief of NASA's astronaut office from December 2020 to December 2022. His two daughters were out to wave goodbye to him as he made his way to the launch pad. And again, there's Reed's feet. Reed is the one sitting in the seat to the right, closest to our camera there. So looks like he's relaxed by the body language of his feet.
Yeah, you know, I think they're kind of in a holding pattern, if you will, or a waiting period. So it makes sense that he's a little bit relaxed. He's also kind of just a relaxed person in general. He's wicked smart, but has a demeanor that keeps everybody calm. And so I think we're seeing that here today.
And so in this shot, Reed is the one sitting on the left, and to his right, Artemis II pilot Victor Glover. NASA selected the California native as an astronaut in 2013, and at the time he was actually serving as a legislative fellow in the United States Senate. His first trip to space, November 2020, pilot of NASA's SpaceX Crew 1 mission. That was the first operational mission of NASA's Commercial Crew program, which resumed launching American rockets from American soil to the International Space Station since the end of the shuttle program. Victor is a U.S. Navy captain and naval aviator who served as a test pilot, racking up more than 3,500 flight hours in more than 40 different aircraft. So again, he probably feels pretty at home in the pilot seat of Artemis II.
Yeah, I think he does.
He got to say goodbye to his wife and 4 kids. Again, those were the family that he had here at Kennedy Space Center before the 4 of them drove out to the pad.
Yeah, and you can see there, we talked about Victor's energy earlier, and you can see him working through, you know, pushing some buttons on the displays. Looked like he was pulling up a procedure, so he's following along and ready to go, looks like.
And then mission specialist Christina Cook, sitting on the upper left-hand corner of the screen there, native of Grand Rapids, Michigan, was selected to the Astronaut Corps in 2013, same class as Victor, served as flight engineer on the International Space Station from March 2019 to February 2020. During that time, she set a record for the longest single spaceflight by a woman with a total of 328 consecutive days in space. How cool. She also participated in the first ever all-female spacewalk. And before becoming an astronaut, Christina helped build space science instruments and led scientific fieldwork in some of the most remote environments on the planet. Her hobbies include surfing, rock climbing,
and
community
CDR,
service, yoga, and photography.
Go ahead, NCD.
Those couple of suppressed overvolt messages, we're going to go ahead and clear those off your screen.
We see them and we copy.
All right.
NASA test director.
We're still working here, trying to get through everything. So we're getting close, and then trying to talk that other issue that we just picked up a little bit ago. But I think work-wise, we're doing really well.
Sounds good, NTD. We're doing great on board.
Glad to hear it.
NASA test director giving an update to the crew. Some messages flashed on their displays. Just wanted to say that they didn't have to worry about that. We're going to clear that. And that also just reassuring the crew, again, that they are tracking and working the issue with the launch abort system battery.
Yeah.
All right. And then first-time flyer, Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen will fly to the moon as mission specialist on the Artemis II mission. The London, Ontario native selected as an astronaut in 2009. After that, he worked as Capcom at NASA's Mission Control Center in Houston. Capcom stands for Capsule Communicator and is the sole direct voice communicating with astronauts while in space. Jeremy also participated in training exercises, really cool ones like living on the ocean floor off the coast of Florida to simulate deep space exploration for a week. In 2017, he became the first Canadian to lead a NASA astronaut class. He also enjoys getting out on a sailboat, rock climbing, and mountain biking. He has a wife and 3 children. And he's the one that you see bottom left-hand corner of your screen. I know, I'm trying to see what he's doing there. Christina's looking too. And so there is your Artemis II crew inside the Orion spacecraft. And this is actually the 7th time NASA astronauts will launch on a new NASA spacecraft designed for crew. And if you're wondering about the first 6 crewed test flights, here they are. Gemini 3, Gus Grissom, John Young, March 23, 1965. Apollo 7, Wally Schirra, Don Isley, Walt Cunningham, October 11, 1968. Space Transportation System, or STS-1, John Young, Robert Crippen, April 12, 1981. Then NASA's SpaceX Demo 2, Doug Hurley, Bob Behnken, May 30th, 2020, followed by NASA's Boeing crew flight tests. Butch Wilmore, Sonny Williams, June 5th, 2024. And now, Artemis II with Reed, Victor, Christina, and Jeremy. It is really surprising, honestly, to hear that through all these decades, through all these launches we've had, this is only our 7th new vehicle that we're testing for crew.
Yeah, you know, we have so many different missions that we think about and we talk about, but really 7 vehicles that we've tested and that we're flying. You know, I like to think of spaceflight really as a permanent test, right? We have, you know, hundreds of missions or so. You know, an airplane that gets tested and then flown has thousands of data points. And so really spaceflight is always going to be in the test field. And I think it's important to remember that, especially as we put humans on rockets that we never have before, or for the 7th time we start a new vehicle and a new mission.
Just getting word now that White Room closeouts are complete. And so the closeout crew is preparing to leave the pad.
It's exciting stuff. We are making good time, and the closeout crew is doing really well.
41 minutes, 43 seconds and counting until the opening of our window. And Artemis II is a 10-day mission that will send the 4-person crew on a journey around the moon and back to Earth. It will be a critical step towards future lunar and Mars missions.
We're going back to the moon because it's the next step in our journey to Mars. We need to go explore the moon. There's vast regions of unexplored areas with the coldest, darkest places in our solar system. This is a test mission, and when we get off the planet, we might come right back home. We might spend 3 or 4 days around Earth. We might go to the moon. That's where we want to go, but it is a test mission, and we are ready for every scenario as we ride this amazing space launch system in the Orion spacecraft.
But another reason we're going back to the moon is to fulfill NASA's mission, which is to explore the unknown in air and space, to innovate for the benefit of humanity, and to inspire the world through discovery. And when we succeed and when we accomplish the things that we set out to accomplish, that inspiration not only can set up new things to happen, but it also is a reminder in tough times that we're capable of doing great things when we work together.
The thing I love about the moon is that it's not just a beacon for exploration and this platform of possibilities for incredible missions like this, but it has benefits. That's actually why we're racing towards it. Those benefits are really wide in nature. You have everything from innovation, technology development, not only for future missions going deeper into the solar system, but technologies that come back to Earth. You have inspiration, a whole generation of people starting this pipeline of STEM workers and manufacturers and operators that are excited to see what you can do when you work hard and you come together as a team.
When I think about the 4 of us flying around the far side of the moon, seeing that Earth rise, taking images and video and sending them back to you, the feeling that I have inside is hope. We know that Artemis II is not the solution for humanity on planet Earth, but it is a contribution contribution in the positive column. We hope that just for a moment that people will pause and say, wow, it's extraordinary when you look back upon the Earth with over 8 billion people, and you see this concrete example of what humanity can do, this extraordinary thing when we set big goals
and CDR entity
to achieve them.
And so Mission Control Houston will control the flight of Orion after a liftoff here at Kennedy Space Center. Here's Gary Jordan, who's embedded with that team. Gary, you might have to pause because we did just hear a call out to the commander in Orion.
Will do, Megan. I think that was Commander Reed Wiseman responding to prepare for some of the next steps. We are now holding at the T-minus 10-minute hold. Expected a 30-minute hold. So we are well on the countdown. We are well on the timeline to meet this L-minus time and launch towards the beginning of the window, but continuing to track progress along the way. Again, I'm here with the Artemis II flight control teams in Mission Control Houston. The team in the room behind me has been monitoring the countdown and verifying their own mission-specific launch criteria of the Space Launch System, the Orion spacecraft integrity, and its crew. During the final poll before launch, if all looks good from each of the flight controllers in this room, Flight Director Judd Freeling will report a go for launch from Houston Flight. Upon liftoff, teams here take control of the mission and communicate with the crew while they fly on the Space Launch System. This phase of flight is highly dynamic, and each console position has a dedicated and important role of looking after critical systems. You'll hear calls from Capcom and NASA astronaut Stan Love in this room to the Artemis II crew as milestones are reached during the more than 8 minutes of powered flight on the core stage. Liftoff and ascent are just the beginning. This room will be staffed around the clock over the next 10 days to oversee every moment of the mission through splashdown. Here from the Johnson Space Center, we'll be streaming the mission live 24/7 so anyone can follow the crew's journey, take peeks inside the spacecraft, and share the experience of a lunar flyby with astronauts looking down at the moon's surface. Teams here have been rehearsing tirelessly in simulations to throw every conceivable and inconceivable scenario their way. We are ready and eager to begin the Artemis II mission. Still milestones to come as we continue the countdown, but we'll be right back with you during the ascent phase of today's flight. With that, Megan, I will send it back over to you at the Space Coast.
Thanks so much, Gary. Under 37 minutes until the opening of our 2-hour launch window, 6:24 p.m. Eastern. I've never been more excited for a time. But why don't we send it back over to Megan Carter with the Moon Board to learn more about what happens after ascent.
Absolutely. I am definitely also getting excited. Things feel like they're starting to pick up a little pace here. A lot is about to happen within the first 10 minutes of launch, but what happens after those first 10 minutes? Let me take you over here to my mission map so we can kind of jump ahead and let me explain a few things. So, our main engine cutoff is going to stand for MECO, and that is essentially where the rocket's job is done, and it is then going to turn the propulsion duties over to our ICPS. That stands for Interim Cryogenic Propulsion Stage. Don't try and say that too many times fast, but the ICPS is going to be right here, and that's our in-space propulsion. About 50 minutes into, after about 50 minutes into launch, it is going to conduct that first burn, and that's going to be the perigee raise maneuver. Essentially what that is going to do is going to raise the spacecraft from a lowest point of Earth just a little bit higher into space, and then they are going to conduct that nice path. It's going to set them on that nice circular path around the Earth. That's when they're going to start to be able to really check out this spacecraft. The Orion spacecraft is going to be able to, like we've talked about, be maneuvered by the crew. They're going to check out those life support systems, and communication checkout's going to be vital at that point as well, obviously. Then they will be conducting that another burn, and that's going to raise them just a little bit higher again. And then they will, it'll be about time for the ICPS to separate, and they will start another lap around the Earth as well. Now, the ICPS, but even after it separates, its job will not be done because they will have the opportunity to conduct something called the Proximity Operations Demonstration. And this is going to be really important for our future lunar missions because the ICPS actually has a target on it, And the crew is going to have the opportunity to manually maneuver these spacecraft like we've mentioned and practice those docking maneuvers. Now, obviously, they will not be docking for this mission, but that is, again, going to be critical for those lunar missions in the future. Now, all right, after that ICPS has separated and they've done that second lap, they're going to conduct 2 more burns. And what these burns are going to do is set them up to the high enough orbit and a fast enough speed in order to conduct the translunar injection. This is going to be that critical moment and that critical milestone where they are going to produce about 6,000 pounds of thrust. And this is that point that is going to take them out of low Earth orbit into deep space, and it's going to set them on that nice path towards that lunar flyby. And I know we have talked a little bit about why this could be a record-breaking flyby and journey to the moon. And with that, I'm going to turn it back over to Megan so she can tell us just why.
Yeah, she's talking about the distance record set by the Apollo 13 astronauts in 1970. They were 248,655 miles away from Earth, and this Artemis II crew might surpass that on flight day 6 when they fly around the moon by more than 4,000 miles.
Yeah, it's a long ways. It's tough to fathom 250,000 miles from Earth, right? I mean, space, the space station is only 250 miles, and so we're going, I don't want to do the public math, but we're going much further than that. But it's important, right? Because we want to get back to the moon. We want to see the surface. We want to see the far side of the moon. And the way we do that is by breaking distance records.
Yeah, and the exact distance record depends on exactly when they launched, like the time, the day. So we'll learn more as we go into this 10-day mission with the Artemis II crew. But here we are, 32 minutes, 50 seconds and counting from the opening of our launch window. Feels really, really surreal here as more and more people come to gather on the press site lawn here at Kennedy Space Center. Why don't we take a look at this video that we have here? Some familiar faces who wanted to wish our Artemis II crew a safe journey.
Reed, Victor, Christina, and Jeremy, you are the real deal. You're flying to the moon for all of us, and we are in awe. You're the true heroes.
You are not just astronauts. You are pioneers, venturing deeper into the unknown. But you are not alone. We will be all cheering you on from planet Earth.
Hey, I'm Victor Wembanyama, and I play basketball in the NBA. But I'm not only interested in shooting hoops. I'm also interested in shooting stars, dark matter, and all other types of astronomical phenomenon. And to the Artemis II astronauts who are shooting for the moon, I wish them good luck and Godspeed.
Hi everybody, I'm Ryan Gosling, and I play a biologist who goes to space to save the planet in the film Project Hail Mary. But the Artemis II astronauts are going to space for real, and they will travel farther from Earth than any humans in history. Sending all our best wishes to the Artemis II crew.
I just want to say how proud I am of each of you and how inspired you make me. But it's not just about me. Your mission is going to inspire future generations of scientists, engineers, athletes, and dreamers to do something that they never thought possible.
Hey, it's Roy Wood Jr., and I want to wish the Artemis II crew a happy and safe journey to the moon, well, around the moon. To go around, I know what you're doing. You got to look for a parking space. This is to go around the moon, make sure it's somewhere to park, and then you park journey. Good luck.
It's actually a really good way to explain what how this mission builds. Again, we are hoping to land astronauts on the surface of the moon in maybe 2 years. So yes, we are looking around the moon on this lunar flyby mission to see where we might park. Thank you, Roy Wood Jr. Okay, and as we look at this live view of the rocket on the pad, there is a spectacular place here at Kennedy Space Center to watch launch from, and that's the Banana Creek viewing area. Why don't we go back there where the crowd is excited, and Leah has the best assignment ever talking to people who are super excited about being here for Artemis II.
Oh my gosh, Megan, you talk about the excitement being palpable. I'm telling you, everybody here on pins and needles as we get just about half an hour away from launch. I've been walking around talking to people, and I'm just struck again and again by how many people are here from across the agency. I want to introduce you to just a small portion of the people across NASA who have been supporting this mission.
Patty Ortiz, NASA Armstrong Flight Research Center, Orion Program.
Orion.
Kathy Graves, Glenn Research Center, Office of STEM Engagement.
David Alexander, NASA Glenn Research Center, Office of STEM Engagement.
Jennifer Becerra, Johnson Space Center of the Office of STEM Engagement.
Here we go. Right back here. Where are you from?
I'm from NASA Glenn Research Center, Joseph Pinakitis.
Joseph, here we go.
Wes Furman from APL.
Maria Arredondo from Headquarters, Next Gen STEM.
Mark Robinson, Stennis Space Center, Commercial Space.
Amira Flores, Armstrong, Office of the STEM Engagement.
Molly Kearns, NASA Glenn, Space Communications and Navigation.
Matthew Pierce, Goddard Institute for Space Studies in New York City.
Here we go, and right over here.
Lauren Ring, Ames Research Center, Data Integration.
So we're coming together. We're one big NASA team, one big NASA family, and we have one major message before we launch tonight. Okay, guys, what are we going to say? 1, 2, 3, go Army!
Oh my gosh, that made me so emotional. That was so inspiring to see. I mean, wow, yeah, that was great. I mean, just to hear everybody say their position, what they're doing to support this mission is amazing. And I'm sure this was something that really rang true and resonated with NASA's Administrator Jared Isaacman, again, to see the workforce come together to do the work and then to be here for launch. So why don't we actually go over to him now with our Jasmine Hopkins at one of our other viewing locations.
All right, Megan, thank you so much. The energy here on the balcony is honestly becoming electric as we get so close to launch. And now we are thrilled to welcome NASA Administrator Jared Isaacman. Jared, we're really entering a golden age of exploration. How will Artemis II set the pace for the coming years?
Well, I mean, Artemis II is the opening act, right? This is the test mission. This is getting very comfortable with the SLS rocket, the Orion spacecraft. No humans have ever flown on this before, right? And we're going to put it through its paces. We'll go into Earth orbit for a little bit, make sure Orion's doing okay, and then we are sending them, right? We're going to send them farther into space than any humans might have gone before, 250,000 miles away, and it's going to set up for the subsequent missions. That's why we're going into the golden age of science and discovery right now, because you're going to see moon rocket launch in 2027 when we do our testing with the lander. We're going to go for the landing on Artemis IV in 2028, and in parallel, we're going to build the moon base, right? And that is going to be filled with science discovery and tech demonstrations that's going to support the enduring presence we're trying to create on the surface.
Absolutely. So honestly, history-making years ahead of us, you know, with Artemis 3 and 4. But first is Artemis 2. What will be our single greatest takeaway from this mission?
Well, I'll tell you, I mean, after ignition, to me, the moment that I'm going to be most excited for is splashdown. There's no question about that. Good shoots coming down off the West Coast. But look, I think the takeaway from this is gaining extreme comfort in the Orion spacecraft, right? I mean, this is very different than what we've done for more than a half century, right? I mean, the velocities that spacecraft is going to re-enter at, it's going to be new territory for us. We want to get our arms around that completely. So I would say the performance of SLS plus Orion is everything on this one. We want to make sure we do it in as a safe way as we possibly can, understanding what we are undertaking right here, bring our crew back, learn as much we can from the vehicle, set up for Artemis 3 in 2027.
Right. And Administrator, we've actually had a pretty young audience today here, some kids running around the balcony. How do you hope Artemis 2 inspires that next generation?
You know, I talk about this all the time. Like, you know, one of our overarching KPIs that we should always be tracking is the number of people living and working in space. Well, you know what's another strong number 2 on that one? It's the number of kids that are dressing up as astronauts for Halloween, so that they grow up, that they're inspired to want to join in this grand endeavor, whether they come work with us here at NASA or they join in industry, but they're helping humankind venture out farther, pursue all the secrets of the universe.
Yeah, I think we'll see a lot of kids dressed as astronauts this year. And finally, Jared, you've really made it a personal mission to get to know the people behind the work at NASA. Do you have any final thoughts, any final words before today's history-making launch?
Yeah, well, one, I want to express a lot of appreciation. I'll tell you what, the 4 astronauts on top of Artemis II know this. It takes an army to pull a mission together like this, right? Across all 10 of our centers, all of our commercial partners, the international partners that come together to make this possible. My sincere appreciation for everyone who is currently working the mission right now, so getting them ready for launch, that will be watching over them in mission control, recovering this crew when they splash down off the West Coast. I have complete trust and confidence in your abilities. And everybody else who's not directly working on Artemis II, Artemis III is coming up next year. When this mobile launcher gets back in the VAB, we're going to start stacking.
Wow, plenty of excitement ahead of us. Jared Isaacman, thank you so much for being here.
Thank you. Thanks for being here.
Of course. All right. And with that, let's get back to the countdown with NASA's Megan Cruz.
Under 25 minutes and counting from the opening of our 2-hour launch window, and take a look at all these people behind us. I literally, every moment I turn around and I see the clock, I am like, oh, wow. Oh, wow.
There are more people and less time.
Yes, exactly, which is a great problem to have. Yes. Now, this first crewed test flight of NASA's Artemis program coincides with the 250th anniversary of our country's founders signing the Declaration of Independence. Exploration is a part of America's DNA, and it continues now with our return to the moon.
250 years ago, 13 colonies laid the foundation for the greatest and most enduring democracy in the history of the world. One driven by courage, faith, and freedom. From that moment, we became a nation defined not by where we stood, but by how far we were willing to go. We conquered vast frontiers, invented tools that shaped a modern world. We found light in the dark, and we rose from the earth. Faster, higher, farther. We pushed beyond the sky and into the unknown. We carried our courage into the cosmos, and we planted the American flag on the moon, the defining achievement of American superiority in space. Today, our curiosity stretches farther than ever. American robots search ancient rivers on Mars. New telescopes unfold to glimpse the first stars. And a new generation prepares to return to the moon, this time to stay. For 250 years, America has carried the light of humanity forward. But American exceptionalism isn't inherited, it's earned. Our greatness comes not only from what we've done, but what we're still determined to discover. Because in every era, across every horizon, America is at its best when it's reaching for something greater. America celebrates 250 years, and we are leading the world into the future.
22 minutes, 15 seconds and counting from Artemis II, NASA's boldest test flight in a generation. The crew has said this often, that they hope it inspires children around the world. And recently, a group of kids here at Kennedy Space Center got a surprise of a lifetime while watching that rocket roll to the launch pad.
Tell me what color it is.
Make it a little bit longer. Did you see it? Okay, so everybody's looking at the rocket because it is kind of cool and impressive. One of the coolest things happening over there right now, though, is it's on top of a giant tractor.
Doesn't all food come in like tubes? It's in these like little plastic bags. You have to like rehydrate it. Sushi. There's not. I haven't seen sushi in space. It's probably hard to keep that back.
Sushi mashed together.
My favorite part was this one little girl. She had a question. She had patiently held her hand for a long time, and Christina turns to her and says, "Okay, what's your question?" She just goes, "I forgot." It was like, that's a perfect little kid moment. I just love.
Wait, are you my mother's cartoon astronauts?
What? Say that again?
Never mind. It's a little hard to say. Go Artemis!
These two? Yeah. You can put it on. Look at this one. Yeah. There you go. I like your dabbing astronaut back there.
It's just so fun to see the enthusiasm, the energy, and a little bit of chaos.
3, 2, 1.
Wasn't that so cute?
I love kids and their excitement and, you know, even just being real. Like, I don't remember what I was
know, he
ask.
goes, but I'm glad you're here. Now here we are, Space Center Houston. The crowd has exponentially grown throughout the day. We started showing you live shots from in there probably an hour ago, and now take a look at all the people there getting ready to witness history together. It's something really special to be able to witness something like this together.
Yeah, you know, we've heard from celebrities and officials and kids, and, you know, it's amazing. People from all around the world came here today to Florida to watch, so it's something, it's hard to put into words, just how much support for this mission we're seeing today.
And great news, too. Remember, the team was tracking an issue with the launch abort system battery. They appear to have cleared that issue, so we are go for launch.
Yes, it's exciting.
U.S. Space and Rocket Center here, Huntsville, Alabama, waving to the Artemis II crew sitting right there inside Orion. Inside of 20 minutes from the opening of our launch window, and right now we are targeting the top of that launch window, so we could be launching here in about 19 minutes, Nicole.
Wow, I don't know if I expected this today. I'm excited, and you know, I'm glad they were able to clear the problem with the battery on the LAS, and everything has gone really smoothly today. It's been great. The weather cleared up. It's a beautiful day for a launch.
And so now, as we are so close to possibly launch now, just what are your final thoughts as we are about to embark on a mission back to the moon, the first time in more than 50 years?
Yeah, you know, just so proud of the crew and all of the teams here on the ground that made this happen. You know, they are carrying the torch from the Apollo era into the Artemis era. And, you know, as the crew likes to say, they want to be the shoulders that the next generation.
And let's see, GLS, can you help us with that, please?
They want to be the crew wants to be the shoulders that the next generation can climb on.
001.
You know, I think it's in their patch. We're going for all. It's in the name of their capsule, integrity, representing humility and the professionalism of everyone that got them there today. So proud of them. We love them. We're excited for them, and we cannot wait to see what they see.
Just leveraging everything we've learned so far as an agency, taking us from Apollo now to the launch pad here, 39B, with Orion and SLS poised to again fly us into the history books. And before we leave you now here at the host desk to get back into operations, we just wanted to answer one question for you guys. We asked you earlier on today, what are you most excited for? And we asked you to go vote on Instagram and Twitch. Instagram, you guys said launch. Twitch, you guys said lunar flyby. So I think you guys will all be very excited since we are now about 17 minutes from the opening of our launch window today. And so with that, as we approach terminal count, let's send it back to Daryl Nail in Firing Room 1. Daryl.
All right, thank you, Megan and Nicole. And just want to give you an update on the launch abort system that you just reported that they cleared. They believe, they're convinced, this is an instrumentation failure. So there are 2 batteries on the LAS. The LAS, of course, and with the help of my 2-year-old son's model rocket, Daniel said I could use this, so it's okay. The LAS is right here. It's the tower above Orion. Orion capsule is inside of here. It's used to pull Orion off the rocket in case something's going on with the rocket, either on the pad or in flight. 2 batteries are bad. Well, I'm sorry, one of the 2 batteries reported an out-of-family temperature, and it was very much out of family. And so they checked their data going back into the vehicle assembly building where they recharged the batteries and worked on them. And they have good, solid data, they reported, that tells them that this is an instrumentation failure, that there's something wrong with the sensor. And so they took it before the mission management team, which has to accept the risk, any changes to launch commit criteria, which this would be one, and they all fully accepted it. So now we are clear as far as that constraint is concerned. And one quick thing as we count down now, we are getting into the final minutes before liftoff. There's a 2-hour window. We haven't quite set the T0 yet, but this is a list of the cutouts. There are 150 cutouts that are included for this 2-hour launch window, and that's important. They're in very small print. That's important because there's basically 16 minutes inside this window that they cannot launch. And these are because of small things flying in orbit. There's a lot more things in orbit than there were back in Artemis I when we had 35 to 40 cutouts. For that reason, because of these 156 cutouts, they're going to be managing the launch window as we go forward. So they may have to wait out one of these cutouts. They range in time between 2 seconds to 23 seconds, but you'll hear the NASA test director talk through that. We're getting ready to merge that loop from NASA test director Jeff Spaulding. And so now I'm listening to the launch team get ready to merge their operational channel. We're now entering one of the most consequential phases of launch day, and that's terminal count, the final 10 minutes.
And OTC, NTD on 212 for comm check.
Good comm. How me?
I hear you the same. STC? GTC?
GTC is on 212.
All right, copy that.
NASA Test Director Jeff Spaulding confirming communications with his team. There will be 2 polls that we'll hear. One from Spaulding, the NASA Test Director, confirming the ground systems and the launch team are ready to proceed. At this point, we have a clear board, no constraints, but we need confirmation from each individual on the NASA Test Director team. So we'll hear him poll his team. The other poll that we're waiting for is the poll from Launch Director Charlie Blackwell Thompson, who will take that final status from NASA management before giving the go to come out of a hold. And you're seeing the clock count down at L minus 12 minutes.
CCL, OTC, Orion, RS1.
CCL.
Yes, sir. Reconfigure ARS primary loop ISO valves.
Copy, that's in work.
And CDR, OTC, Orion, RS1.
Go.
ARS loop ISO valves are being closed at this time.
Integrity copies.
NGDLP.
Go.
Yes, I had a discussion with sea ice and with MER manager regarding the observation the sea ice had a few minutes ago. They were able to confirm with BCI photos that the condition that they observed has been there since 2025. MER manager has had a chance to review the findings, and they do not have any constraints from either a sea ice or MER manager perspective.
Okay. Copy all. And Launch Director, NTD, you copy?
Yes, sir. I copy. That's good news.
OTC, CCL 212.
OTC.
ARS primary loop isolation valve configuration is complete.
Copy.
And CGLS NTD, cancel pending, please.
GLS copies, and that's complete.
All right, and for all personnel, we got a little bit more work to do before we pick up the clock, and we're about a little over a minute from getting to T-minus 10 minutes, but we've canceled the resume time there, and then we'll pick it up after we get through all of our work and anything else that we need to do to get through the remainder of counts. So we'll continue working that to get to our T0 today. So when we get to about 50 seconds from now, we'll extend that hold.
CVSE OTC. CVSE 400-290, looking to verify that we are configured for ascent. Yep, give me about 2 more minutes. I'm going to start CMA2 streaming. Copy.
NTD, COSE, hold requested.
Copy that.
I have an LCC violation of O-CT-004, S-band transponder anomaly. This was a transient LCC violation, so transponder 1 had a demodulated SNR estimate that went down to 2 dBm when it should have been between 10 and 13, it is now back up to 12, but we did lose that for just a moment. It does not appear that we lost our bit sync or carrier lock, which would be indicative that we lost our lock with the vehicle. So at this point, recommendation would still be go. However, we do have a pre-planned contingency procedure if we want to look at that. But again, this was transient, so we're back in a nominal range.
All right, let's see, LPE NTD.
Yeah, we're not seeing that hit. So I guess the question for COSC, was that less than 3 samples? Was that below our persistence?
Stand by, let me look. It did look like it did persist for several seconds on mine, but let me take a look at the number of samples.
Could I get a repeat on the affected LCC, please?
Yes, ma'am. That's going to be O-CT-004.
Thank you.
Yeah, us taking a look at the data right here, looks like that was a single sample.
Yeah, copy that. RFTS does report that they also lost lock for about 5 seconds. So I would love to ask KUS and see if they also lost lock with the vehicle for any extended amount of period.
And COSC, while we're doing that, these are 1/10 hertz measurements, correct? So we would have had to lose it for over 10 seconds to get a second sample?
Yes, sir, that's correct. It is 1/10 hertz.
Yeah, so from our perspective, the allowance is effectively up to 30 seconds, up to 3 samples based on the 1/10 hertz. This is not an LCC violation, I believe.
Yes, sir. I would agree with that at this point. Copy that.
We're checking with KUS on 232. I don't think they have 212 access. We're trying to verify, but it sounds like they have a loss of lock as well. About 2 seconds.
Okay. And I guess for both KUS and COSC, do we have lock now?
That's affirmed. We do have lock for COSE.
Yeah, so from the integration console perspective, we did have a temporary loss there within the allowable, and per the requirement, let's go.
And this is Houston Flight. We have lock and we have good telemetry here in GSE.
And KUS is reported to they have good lock now. So with all of that, OSC, then are we in a go configuration per your LCC?
Yes, sir. Recommendation would be go.
Okay. LP, you concur with that?
Yes, sir. LP concurs go.
And Launch Director?
Yes, sir. Launch Director concurs go.
All right, and I'm going to go ahead and just verify everybody has everything else complete, Launch Director, and if we do, we'll be ready to pick up the poll at that time, unless there's something else that you're aware of.
No, sir. Let's verify all our work is complete, and I would like one last check of our constraints list.
All right, let's see. OTC, are you still waiting for ComConfig, or are you complete?
That is affirmed, sir.
Okay, yeah, is that your only open item?
Yeah, OTC, this is CVSC. That 400 step 290 is complete.
Copy.
Okay, so OTC, you're complete with all your work?
That's affirmed.
All right, copy that. STC?
STC is complete.
And GTC?
GTC is complete.
Okay, excellent. All right, and LPE, just want to verify we have no open constraints at this time.
No open constraints. We have a clear board, sir.
Okay, tracking the same here. And Launch Director, with that, we are clear and ready to pick up the launch readiness poll with your go.
All right, sir. I am go for the poll.
All right. And for all personnel, this is the NTD conducting the Artemis II launch readiness check. Verify ready to resume count and go for launch. OTC.
OTC is go.
STC.
STC is go.
GTC.
C's go.
MCO.
CO is go.
Safety Console.
The Safety Console is go.
LPE.
LPE's go.
RTD.
RTD's go.
Houston flight.
Houston flight is go.
Rock.
Rock is go.
And CDR.
Crew is go.
Copy that. Thank you, Reed. And Launch Director NTD, our launch team is ready to proceed at this time.
All right, NTD, I copy all. At this time, I'll perform my poll. Attention on the net. This is the Launch Director performing the final poll for launch, verifying no constraints, and go for launch. EGS, Program Chief Engineer.
Artemis Chief Engineers are go.
Copy, thank you. EGS, Chief Safety Officer.
The Artemis CSOs are go.
Copy, thank you. Range weather.
Launch weather is go.
Thank you, LWO. And Artemis MMT Chair.
MMTs go.
Thank you, John. And Integrity Launch Director.
Good to hear your voice, Charlie. PLT.
Thank you, Charlie. This is Victor. We are going for our families.
MS1.
This is Christina. We are going for our teammates.
MS2.
This is Jeremy. We are going for all humanity.
All right, Charlie, your Artemis II crew is go for launch. Full send.
I copy that. Reed, Victor, Christina, and Jeremy. On this historic mission, you take with you the heart of this Artemis team, the daring spirit of the American people and our partners across the globe, and the hopes and dreams of a new generation. Good luck. Godspeed, Artemis II. Let's go. And into the Launch Director.
Go ahead, Launch Director.
Yes, sir. You have a go to proceed with countdown.
Copy that. I'll put it in work. CDR NTD.
Go.
Gear risers and initiate short purge per your EPROC 10.1.1, steps 8 and 9.
10.1.1, 8 and 9 going to work.
Copy. CVSE NTD. Start and verify recordings of our Orion cameras.
Copy.
Okay. Well, there you heard it.
RSR NTD.
RSR.
They're getting ready to start terminal count.
Arm rotation enable at this time, please.
It's currently at T-minus 10 minutes. Once we wrap up this last bit of work,
SNA arm rotation enable complete.
we're going to start that clock.
Copy that. Thank you.
Integrity crew, close and lock visors.
You heard an issue, worked in real time with telemetry lock on the Orion. It was transitory. It was very short. They checked the data, confirmed that they had a good lock. This was with the S-band transmitter on the Orion. Worked through that issue, looked at the data, and cleared it. All with the world watching. Impressive work by the launch team. So we have a 2-hour window, which starts in just a few minutes at 6:24 p.m. Eastern Time and goes until 8:24 p.m. Eastern Time.
And ECL NTD will be waiting for your verification on the short purge.
ECL copies.
And for all personnel, once we get that short purge verification, we'll verify that we are clear to go, and then we'll proceed with the terminal count. ECL time estimate?
About a minute.
Copy.
So we're going into the launch window, but but not by much, it looks like. Just wrapping up some final work. And once that's completed, you'll hear NASA Test Director Jeff Spaulding ask for the ground launch sequencer operator to go ahead and start the clock. The ground launch sequencer is an application software. It runs on top of the launch control system in the firing room, acts like a conductor of an orchestra, executing hundreds of commands in precise order and timing. It's all autonomous.
Entity CCL 212, short purge initiation is verified.
All right, copy that, and we're verifying our constraints. All right, and we're clear from cutouts. And with that, we're going to resume the clock momentarily. And CGLS, you can resume the clock on your mark.
GLS copies. 3, 2, 1, mark. GLS mainline has been initiated.
T-minus 10 minutes and counting.
And that begins terminal count. Our new T0 is 6:35 p.m. Eastern Time. 6:35 p.m. Eastern Time. We are now counting down to liftoff of Artemis II. From now on, you're going to hear two voices on the loops. If everything goes nominally, NASA Test Director Jeff Spaulding, who's directly managing the launch team, and Alex Bendelos, the GLS operator who closely monitors the software. He has the ability to stop and restart the countdown. A lot of people ask about whether there's a launch button. There certainly is not.
Flight and Rock, our new T0 is 22:35:12.
Houston flight copies.
Rock copies.
22:35:12.
Affirm.
There you heard confirmation of the exact T0, 6:35 and 12 seconds p.m. Eastern Time. Again, our T0 is 6:35 and 12 seconds p.m. Eastern Time. But as I was saying, there's no launch button. This is autonomous. But there is a button that keeps you from launching, and that button allows the GLS operator to pause the countdown outside of terminal count and during terminal count and submit a hold to the next holding point. So the clock won't stop right away. If there's an issue, we'll go to the next stable holding point. This is how GLS configures the rocket and ground systems to a stable point where they can stop the countdown if that's needed. But right now, we are counting down. Our next big milestone, looking to retract the crew access arm.
GLS is go for crew access arm retract.
And there you see the crew access arm moving away. That's the path that the astronauts took to ingress into the rocket. Until this point, that was their way off the pad if they needed to evacuate. But now with that arm retracting, the backup transitions to a launch abort system, and they'll begin arming that shortly. Of course, the launch abort system, great shot there of the crew access arm retracting away. The launch abort system is the tower at the top, and that's what would pull Orion and its crew off the top of the rocket in case of an emergency, whether it's on the ground or in flight. This is critical safety hardware that protects the lives of the astronauts. Starting at T-minus 6 minutes, the GLS will start bringing that and other high-energy systems online, starting with core stage pressurization. Weather is 90% go. The range is go. All systems are go.
GLS is go for core stage tank pressurization.
That means the replenish valve for the liquid hydrogen tank has now closed, and that tank is beginning to pressurize to flight levels because that hydrogen is naturally boiling inside the tank. We'll get the liquid oxygen tank a little later in the count. Now the team is waiting for verification that, if needed, the Artemis II crew could use the launch abort system to pull Orion safely off the top of the rocket in an emergency. Let's listen in for that call.
GLS verifies last capability available.
And CDR, do you copy?
CDR copies, last available.
That's great news, and you heard the NTD verify that with the commander of the mission.
GLS is go for FTS arm.
Now work is being done to arm the flight termination system. This is so the range safety can send a flight termination command if the rocket flies too far off track. There's a brief built-in delay so the launch abort system has time to pull the astronauts to safety first.
GLS is go for LH2 high flow bleed check.
All right, the high flow bleed check. That's so the cryo team gets verification that the RS-25 engines, all 4 of them, are in the proper temperature range for launch.
GLS is go for core stage APU start.
Core stage APUs start. Those are auxiliary power units, high-speed turbines which provide pressure to hydraulic pumps that steer the RS-25 engines. We're going to see a gimbal test a little later at T-minus 2 minutes and 30 seconds. This is what allows that to happen. Coming up in about 20 seconds, we're listening for go for purge sequence 4. That's a helium purge of the 4 core stage engines downstream of the propellant valve. This gets all the air and moisture out of there.
GLS is go for purge sequence 4.
Moving through the milestones. All is looking good. Coming up in just a few seconds, we're going to get that thrust vector control actuator test. This is a gimbaling of the engines. There are the 4 RS-25s, 3 of them Shuttle Heritage, 1 of them built from shuttle parts. And there you see them moving. Now we're going to start moving the power from both the upper stage and the lower stage of the rocket to internal, taking ground power away and now going to battery power.
GLS is go for upper stage to internal power.
All right, power is removed from the rocket's upper stage, the ICPS, and it's been switched to battery. Same milestone for the lower core stage coming up at T-minus 1 minute and 30 seconds. Right now, the 4-person Artemis II crew is 248,000 miles away from the moon. And if all goes well, they will fly by it in 6 days.
GLS is go for core stage to internal power.
All right, there's the rocket's core stage, which houses 3 flight computers, is now on its own power. There's no more hold time because there's no more margin on these batteries. So we would have to recycle back to T-minus 10 to recharge if we had a hold.
One minute.
Right now, the rocket does not know what the T0 is, but coming up at T-minus 33 seconds, control shifts from the ground launch sequencer to the rocket's onboard autonomous launch sequencer, or ALS. The rocket will count itself down, but honor any holds that could come from the ground. Now, shortly after liftoff, Houston will take control of the rocket, and my colleague Gary Jordan will take over commentary.
GLS, go for ALS.
Great call out. The rocket is on its own. 4 brave explorers ready to ride the most powerful rocket NASA has ever launched. Sound suppression water is flowing.
15.
And here we go. 10, 9, 8, 7. RS-25 engines lit. 4, 3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. And liftoff. The crew of Artemis II now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Good roll pitch.
Roger, roll pitch.
Houston now controlling the flight of Integrity on the Artemis II mission around the moon.
Integrity, AMT high.
AMT high.
On time, passing 30 seconds into the flights. Integrity passes the alternate beacon. Target milestone. Mission Control Houston seeing good performance on the 4 main engines. Space Launch System core stage. Integrity, 3 miles in altitude. Traveling more than 1,200 miles per hour. Mission elapsed time, passing 1 minute, approaching max Q.
On, Ponce de Leon.
Stan, we have you loud and clear on Ponce de Leon.
Have you the same.
Communication signal transfer confirmed as Integrity and its crew go supersonic. Approaching 90 seconds into the Artemis II mission. Integrity is 14 miles in altitude, 8 miles downrange, traveling more than 2,600 miles per hour. Minute 50 seconds of mission elapsed time, standing by for main engine throttle down to 85%, ahead of solid rocket booster separation, expected at the 2-minute 9-second mark. We see throttle down. Confirmed separation. Main engine's throttling up, guidance converged.
Integrity, guidance converged, performance nominal, upper stage RCS ready.
Copy all, Stan.
Integrity, SM priming complete.
SM priming complete.
2 minutes 45 seconds of mission elapsed time into the Artemis II mission. Thrusters on Integrity and upper stage confirmed in a ready state, ahead of service module fairing separation. 3 minutes into the flight. Integrity, 49 miles in altitude, 78 miles downrange, now passing 5,000 miles per hour. Standing by for launch abort system jettison.
Houston Integrity, good last jettison, great view.
Copy jettison, Team Eco 8+02.
We see the same on board, Stan.
And Houston has you loud and clear on Tidris at the Carmen line.
Outstanding, Stan. We have you the same.
3 minutes 50 seconds into the flight of Artemis II, Wiseman, Glover, Cook, and Hansen cross the boundary to space with good comm checks. GPS signals acquired after last jettison now working on internal checks to verify accuracy. Flight Dynamics Officer analyzed the time of main engine cutoff, confirmed at 8 minutes 2 seconds, time of MECO.
Integrity, GPS processing.
Outstanding, Stan. We see the same, and we have a beautiful moonrise. We're headed right at it.
Approaching 5 minutes into the flight, Commander Reed Wiseman confirms he has visuals of his destination. GPS guidance, navigation, and control software finishes internal checks and sends to navigation channels.
Integrity, 3 engine press.
3 engine press.
On time, now passing 5 minutes 20 seconds of mission elapsed time into the Artemis II mission. At this point, 3 good main engines are all that's needed to carry Integrity to a nominal main engine cutoff target. Though at this time, we're seeing 4 good engines here in Mission Control Houston. Integrity, 75 miles in altitude, 330 miles downrange, approaching 10,000 miles per hour.
Integrity, looking good at 6 minutes.
Same on board, Stan.
Good trajectory and engine performance. Booster officer will soon report the shutdown plan to Flight Director Judd Friedling, expected at the 7-minute mark. Integrity, 78 miles in altitude, 460 miles downrange.
Integrity, expect nominal shutdown.
Good copies, nominal shutdown.
Six minutes 40 seconds of mission elapsed time. Shutdown plan is as expected. Again, the time of MECO was confirmed at 8 minutes 2 seconds into the flight. Seven minutes of mission elapsed time. Throttling down as we approach the abort once around option. Milestone at the 7-minute 30-second mark. Now 84 miles in altitude, 650 miles downrange, traveling more than 15,000 miles per hour.
Integrity, AOA open.
AOA open.
The window is now open for an abort once around option that would target splashdown in the Pacific Ocean. Still following nominal ascent at this time. About 10 seconds remaining until the main engine cutoff of the Space Launch System core stage. Standing by for confirmation of MECO and core stage separation.
Integrity and nominal MECO, core stage separated.
We see the same on board, Stan.
8 minutes 40 seconds into the flight, we have a nominal main engine cutoff heading in the right trajectory on the way to swing around the moon. Core stage has separated, done its job. The Space Launch System upper stage, the interim cryogenic propulsion stage, or ICPS, still attached to the Orion spacecraft. Nine minutes of mission elapsed time. Integrity crew of Reed Wiseman, Victor Glover, Christina Cook, and Jeremy Hansen now in orbit around the Earth at the beginning of their journey to the moon.
Integrity Houston, looking ahead to PRM numbers so far per the pad.
Copy that, Stan. Numbers for the pad.
Capcom Stan Loves now reminding the crew that the perigee raise maneuver time of ignition is as expected prior to booster ignition. That time being 49 minutes, 50 seconds of mission elapsed time.
Integrity, good. NEDs deploy.
Copy that, Stan. Good, Neds.
And Integrity Houston for PWD setup. Just a reminder, halfway open on the secondary.
We copy that, Stan. Halfway open.
Passing 11 minutes of mission elapsed time. Here, overhearing the conversation between Capcom Stan Love and Commander Reed Wiseman, already passing some milestones. We have a good nozzle extension deployment system. That is confirmed. Complete. We also have the visors are confirmed up. Now past the dynamic phase of flight, that is ascent. Their launch and entry suits that provided them an extra layer of protection. Now not as needed. They're going to raise those visors. And later in today's mission, they will begin to egress or get out of the suits to begin some of their initial tasks of activating some of the systems aboard in the Integrity spacecraft. It's passing 12 minutes of mission elapsed time. Again, the perigee raise maneuver that's targeted near 50 minutes of mission elapsed time, 49 minutes, 50 seconds. That's what the crew is going to be working towards. The Commander Reed Wiseman, pilot Victor Glover will focus on preparing for that milestone. In the meantime, mission specialist Christina Cook and Jeremy Hansen will start some of the activation of environmental control life support systems. You may hear confirmation of their activation over the Orion to Earth communication network.
Houston, C3 aux power back in auto.
Copy C3 aux, and we're 2 minutes to maneuver.
"13 minutes and 30 seconds of mission elapsed time. We're going to continue to follow the crew of the Artemis II mission They are beginning their journey around the moon to verify the systems that will take us to its surface. An incredible ascent. Artemis II is underway. Reed Wiseman, Victor Glover, Christina Cook, and Jeremy Hansen begin their journey to the moon. Still milestones to come up as we await solar array deploy and the critical burns that will get Integrity into high Earth orbit around the Earth before engines are fired to get us around the moon. We'll keep tabs on Integrity and its crew from here in Mission Control Houston. But for now, we're going to send it back to you, Megan and Nicole at the Kennedy Space Center. Very jealous to hear how the launch experience was over on the Space Coast.
Yeah, Gary, if people are just joining us, welcome back to the Space Coast, where we just saw Artemis II lift off 14 minutes ago. And wow, what an amazing launch, and an emotional one, too. As soon as the rocket lifted off, Nicole, you had tears in your eyes, I had tears in my eyes, and we had all these people around us cheering. It was amazing.
Yeah, the energy was wonderful. I mean, it was a beautiful launch. You know, we've got 4 friends and family members headed to the moon. It's pretty amazing.
Yeah. How does that make you feel as someone who, you know, is an astronaut as well, but also, as you said, friends?
Yeah, so proud of them. You know, man, we don't have the words in the English language to describe this kind of an event, and pride, love, so many emotions. You know, they are truly breaking some barriers, and hopefully, you know, as Gary just said, they've got a long day ahead of them, so wishing them well on everything. But so far, what a beautiful launch to watch.
Yeah, to be returning to the lunar orbit in more than 50 years. Maybe they go farther from Earth than any other humans before them. Maybe they see parts of the moon that we've never seen before. I mean, what a great start to what could be all of these milestones that we break in just a 10-day mission.
Yes, what a way to welcome in the Artemis generation.
Yeah, how do you feel? I mean, we saw some beautiful shots we were covering of course, the rocket, of course, the Earth falling away as we continued up into our ascents, but also some of those crowd shots where we saw young and old just emotional, overcome by this history-making moment.
Man, we are going back to the moon for all, and we saw that today. We saw that in all the crowds. And yeah, you guys just saw that view, the sunrise or sunset, I guess. They just made it over the crest of the Earth, and you could see the sun peeking over. One of my favorite views from space. And I can't imagine what they're looking at now, and I can't wait to see what they're looking at in about 5 or 6 days.
Yeah, and you know, I know a lot of people are like, you know what, I'm surprised this launched on the first try, because we know, like any little thing, we have to be keeping safety in mind, and we want to make sure we're ready to go. But we were ready to go, and I think it surprised a lot of people. What a wonderful surprise on this Wednesday evening.
It did, you know, and it kind of surprised me as well. But you know, it's just a testament to the team here that has been working so hard on Artemis. You know, Artemis 1, we learned a ton of lessons. We learned a ton from the wet dress for Artemis 2. We were able to go in, fix those things. We even had a couple mishaps today, not mishaps, but a couple, you know, anomalies today that the team creatively came up with solutions for. It's just a testament to the teamwork that gets us to the moon.
And so we can continue to watch Christina, Reed, Victor, and Jeremy on their way now to the moon in Earth's orbit and awaiting the next in-flight milestones, deploying Orion's solar arrays. So why don't we get back in with Mission Control and Gary.
Hey, thank you, Megan. Again, we're following along in the action. It is a long day. They have a number of procedures they need to get to immediately in their timeline.
And Integrity Houston, cross-tie is on board per the ETSI-DEM.
We copy, Houston. Thank you.
Cross-tie referring to flight controllers here initiating a connection between some of the batteries aboard the Orion spacecraft, allowing for an even distribution of power. This is the flight control teams that took us through ascent of the Artemis II mission today. Right now we're, as you see, passing 18 minutes of mission elapsed time. The Orion spacecraft Integrity and the interim cryogenic propulsion system are maneuvering tail to sun. It is in this orientation, this attitude.
Integrity anywhere until not momentary prop caution.
And Reed, no action. We're looking at it.
Commander Reed Wiseman verifying what is being routed to his displays aboard Integrity. Propulsion engineer confirming that no action is needed at this time. They're pressing through with their nominal procedures to prepare for the perigee raise maneuver. And of course, the solar array wing deploy ahead of that. The solar wing deploy is a critical milestone. We'll continue to have our coverage follow the mission until that deployment. A successful launch is just the beginning. The deployment of the solar arrays and successful confirmation that those solar array wings are drawing power is a significant milestone and says to the flight control teams that we will continue on today's mission. Power needs to be drawn to continue through some of the next milestones. Until then, the AOA open option that was called up upon ascent, the aboard once around, is the current option, and abort to orbit option ATO will be switched to a preferred mode at the time that the solar array wings are deployed and latched. It gives the flight control teams a little bit more flexibility.
Integrity Houston, update on TDRS handover for your pad.
Give us just 1 minute. And Stan, you can read it. Ike is ready to copy.
Roger. TDRS handover east to west expected 1 second earlier at 5:1 minutes 26 seconds.
Hi, Stan. We copy 1 second earlier for 5126 TDRS east to west, and saws are starting to deploy. Thermal knives are firing.
We concur. Thanks for the report.
Read back of the reports that you just heard on the Orion to Earth network. Integrity has maneuvered tail to sun. The RL-10 nozzle on the end of the ICPS is pointed towards the sun, and the solar array deployment sequence has begun. With the deployment confirmed, it'll be several minutes until they are what is called in a latched position. Once they are latched and confirmed to be drawing power, they can switch the mode to ATO and continue along the mission. The teacher's handover at the pad, that message meant the crew was provided some preliminary numbers of when to expect handovers between the tracking and data relay satellites. Currently orbiting Earth at an altitude of 545 statute miles above the Earth, they are in a near-Earth network communication system. The tracking and data relay satellites, geosynchronous satellites that are stationed about 23,000 miles above the Earth. After the apogee raise burn that occurs later today, the burn itself will put them in an altitude that surpasses the range of the tracking and data relay satellites, and they will transition to the deep space network today.
And Integrity, for prop messages, we see 2 temperature measurements right near the line. It's that momentary message you saw earlier. We're going to suppress those. It's CM helium heater 2 T1 and heater 1 T1. They're going suppressed.
Integrity, thank you. We see the same.
This is Mission Control Houston, passing 23 minutes of mission elapsed time into the Artemis II mission. This is after a launch that began at 5:35 and 12 seconds Central Time, 6:35 and 12 seconds p.m. Eastern Time. Right now, the orientation you're seeing from our aero visualization that translates some of the telemetry that we're getting from the spacecraft and puts it into a model so you can follow along on some of the milestones that we are following here. The RL-10 nozzle that you see at the left end of your screen, though it is currently not firing, that nozzle is pointed towards the sun, and the solar arrays are currently deploying. From this visualization, they look fully stowed in a position.
Integrity, we are happy to report that Jeremy has the O2 sensors on.
Copy O2 sensors.
Again, Commander Reed Wiseman and pilot Victor Glover overseeing the deployment of the solar arrays. And we'll follow the attitude maneuver changes ahead of the first burn of the ICPS engine, the perigee raise maneuver.
Integrity Houston, we see 4 saws deployed and latched, ready for ATO preferred.
Yeah, we're almost there in the procedure stand, and we see the same thing.
And Integrity Houston, we are seeing a 7-second miscompare between the MET on Orion and ICPS. We'd like you to read us the MET from your center status bar and for the ICPS on StackSum.
And Stan, we see a absolutely precise alignment. MET 25, 14, 15, 16, precisely aligned with ICPS MET.
Copy, thank you for that. We'll investigate a ground issue.
And Houston Integrity, ATO preferred set.
Copy, ATO preferred.
This is Mission Control Houston, 25 minutes, 45 seconds into the flight of Artemis II. We have confirmation that all 4 solar array wings are deployed and latched. This is the configuration needed to switch to ATO preferred, which you did hear confirmed from pilot Victor Glover. That mode has been switched. There's also a discussion with Capcom Stan Love and Commander Reed Wiseman about the alignment of the MET clocks on the Orion spacecraft and the ICPS. Commander Reed Wiseman confirmed the clocks are in sync, no issues. They're going to investigate it on the ground. We're proceeding with today's mission. 26 minutes of mission elapsed time and counting. This is Mission Control Houston. We're approaching 28 minutes of mission elapsed time into the Artemis II mission. At this point, we've had a successful liftoff from the pad at 5:35 p.m. and 12 seconds p.m. Central Time, 6:35 and 12 seconds p.m. Eastern Time. We've had a good main engine cutoff, core stage separation, and a good trajectory to begin today's mission. Right now, the spacecraft has maneuvered tail to sun. We're standing by for another maneuver to maneuver into the burn attitude. This is where the RL-10 engine of the ICPS is pointed in the correct orientation for the perigee raise maneuver. We did hear confirmation that the perigee raise maneuver time of ignition has been confirmed per the pad, which means it was the predicted time prior to liftoff.
Integrity for GNC, we're taking channel 1 to unfiltered and to BFS.
Okay, Stan, we're watching. Go ahead.
Capcom Stan Love reading up to the crew of Integrity. They will switch the navigation source from channel 1, standing by for confirmation that that switch has occurred. Pilot Victor Glover will receive confirmation when, and is at least watching to confirm that that switch has occurred. Again, the perigee raise maneuver that we're heading towards, not too long from now, we're actually inside 20 minutes at this time from the time of ignition of the perigee raise maneuver. We did have a successful deployment and launched of all 4 solar array wings. This is the configuration needed to commit to the perigee raise maneuver. Of course, flight controllers here in Mission Control Houston will continue to evaluate that everything is good before committing to that burn. The perigee raise maneuver does raise the perigee, the lowest point in the orbit, from 15 to 100 nautical miles. The 100 nautical mile mark is needed to continue in low Earth orbit and hit the target for the apogee raise burn. That will put them in a high Earth orbit for the remainder of the day and set them up for the right position to execute the translunar injection and head to the moon tomorrow. The burn duration of the perigee raise maneuver is 26 seconds. It's a relatively short burn, but it does raise the perigee and do the job to get into the correct position before firing that main engine on the ICPS. The pad had a TDRS handover. This is the tracking and data relay satellites. East to west, they are geosynchronous satellites that are positioned around the globe. And as Orion makes its way around the Earth right now, above the west coast of Africa, at an altitude of about 923 statute miles, and counting. The perigee raise maneuver is not executed at the perigee. It is rather executed on the, actually closer to the apogee. But what it does is it raises the perigee on the other end of the orbit to 100 nautical miles. The 26-second duration burn does not conflict with the time that they've reported of the tracking and data relay satellite handover from TDRS east to west. Again, geosynchronous satellites that are used not only by Integrity today, but the International Space Station as well. That time of handover is 51 minutes, 26 seconds. Plenty of margin before the perigee raise maneuver cutoff happens, and the trajectory is analyzed to see whether it was a good burn. A good burn means that the burn was performed as expected and sets the trajectory on course for that 100 nautical mile perigee target mark. Again, for those sticking with us on NASA Plus and following along on our coverage, we will continue to follow and to cover the mission until, well, actually, we'll continue to cover the mission 24/7. But we'll wrap up our coverage here shortly. And now that solar array wing deployment has occurred on NASA Plus and Amazon Prime. Again, we will continue coverage 24/7 at the NASA YouTube channel. For those that want to see all of the upcoming milestones, there are select times where we will be coming back to NASA Plus and other streaming platforms. You can go to nasa.gov to find the latest on when to find those activities. Given that this is an operational mission, we do want to make sure that we are maintaining transparency in the mission and providing you all the information on what's happening in space as Reed Wiseman, Victor Glover, Christina Cook, and Jeremy Hansen head on their mission around the moon. Inside Integrity at this time, again, the solar array wings have deployed. The Integrity is maneuvering to its burn attitude ahead of the execution of the perigee raise maneuver. Overseeing these steps is primarily done by Commander Reed Wiseman and pilot Victor Glover. Mission specialists Christina Cook and Jeremy Hansen focusing on some of the system activation inside of Orion, namely the environmental and control and life support systems. The activation and checkout of some of these critical systems are very important to continuing on the mission, making sure that those systems are in a good condition and in a reliable condition to provide the necessary environmental and control needs of the crew, with humans on board through the duration of the mission that extends 10 flight days. Standing by for an update to the perigee raise maneuver time of ignition. Should be right up to the crew very shortly.
Integrity Houston, updated PRM numbers when you're ready to copy.
All right, Houston, we are ready to copy.
TIG is 2 seconds earlier at 4 minutes, 48 seconds. TIGO unchanged at 26 seconds.
49, 48, TIGO 26.
This is Mission Control Houston. With that update, we are approaching a little more than 13 minutes from the time of ignition of the perigee raise maneuver. That time updated to be 2 seconds earlier was 49 minutes, 50 seconds of mission elapsed time. We'll now move to 49 minutes, 48 seconds. The duration of the burn, that's what was referred to as the TGO, will still remain at 26 seconds. Relatively short duration burn, again, just raises the perigee of the orbit today. Making sure they hit the mark on that time of ignition is the primary concern of Commander Reed Wiseman and pilot Victor Glover. Mission specialist Christina Cook and Jeremy Hansen inside activating those environmental control and life support systems. At this time, all 4 crew members are wearing the launch and entry suits.
Integrity Houston, for Optimus on the PCD, we have time update instructions when you're ready.
And Houston, Integrity, we copy. Hands are pretty busy at this time. I think we will call you back when we're ready for that.
All right, that one is not urgent. 2 minutes to maneuver to PRM attitude.
We are watching and concurred. 90 seconds-ish, maybe.
Pilot Victor Glover confirming that maneuver less than 2 minutes. Again, the point of that maneuver is to point the main engine of the ICPS, the RL-10 engine, in the proper orientation to execute that 26-second burn. It needs to point in the correct position to achieve the goal of raising the perigee to 100 nautical miles. You heard some of the environmental control system activations over Orion to Earth. Jeremy Hansen activated the O2 sensors. They'll be measuring the cabin of Orion. During all of the activations, here on the ground in Mission Control Houston, Flight Director Judd Freeling is doing a poll with all flight controllers in the room to see if we are in a go position to go ahead and execute the perigee raise maneuver. Once concluded, Stan Love will report it back up to the crew, and we'll stand by for that.
Integrity Houston, MCC polls go for PRM pending attitude and saws.
Okay, we copy. MCC is go. Maneuver starting.
Minutes of mission elapsed time. The maneuver to the burn attitude has begun. The maneuver also is paired with reorientation of the solar array wings that have been deployed. They will have various positions throughout the duration of the flight. Of course, solar array is meant to maximize the draw of power from the sun. So when deployed, we're in a biased solar array wing configuration that was called solar normal. This allows for the greatest surface area of the solar array wings to be drawing power and powering up those batteries of Integrity, of which a cross-tie was enabled between the four batteries, the four battery buses that are inside of Orion. However, for the perigee raise maneuver, the solar array wings will be put into a position to take on the loads imparted by the ICPS main engine when they execute the 26-second burn. You can see in the animation here, the solar array wings are in motion, and the attitude is being reconfigured to point the engine in the correct direction, those solar array wings being pointed forward. You're getting a live look inside the Artemis II mission flight control room. The team you see here oversaw the ascent of our four astronauts inside Integrity, launching at 6:35 and 12 seconds p.m. Eastern Time. Now again, this room will be occupied 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, with flight controllers shifting on 3 shifts to oversee 24/7 operations of Artemis II while in flight. We will cover that live on the NASA YouTube channel, and we'll be covering that around the clock as we begin to wrap up our coverage here on NASA Plus. Before I do want to send it over to our colleagues at the Kennedy Space Center. And to my colleagues, it was a pleasure to join the teams at the Kennedy Space Center and be a part of such a historic launch. Here in Houston, again, we're turning our attention to the mission. And for now, we'll say farewell and thank you to our colleagues there for today's launch coverage. We'll see you again soon for Splashdown. This is Mission Control Houston, sending it back over to Megan and Nicole at the host desk.
Thank you, Gary. And yes, it was such a pleasure to be a part of this historic mission that started right here at Kennedy Space Center. It was such an amazing sight to be a part of. And now, as Reed Wiseman, Victor Glover, Christina Cook, and Jeremy Hansen begin their journey, we here at the Kennedy Space Center are about to wrap our broadcast. We'll, of course, though, have 24/7 coverage with our colleagues at Johnson Space Center starting as soon as we sign off, so don't worry. You can follow along our 4 astronauts every minute of their nearly 10-day journey to the moon and back. Nicole, I'll definitely be watching it, and I'm sure you will, too.
Yes, of course. You know, they just started, right? The launch was beautiful. This was a historic day. They're on their way back to the moon for the first time in over half a century, but they've got a lot of work ahead of them, and so we're excited to see what they have to do and excited to test out the Orion spacecraft. This is a test flight after all, and we're excited to see what we can learn from this mission.
Very humbling, inspiring. It was really amazing to be a part of this, and I'm so glad that so many people joined along by either watching here in person or watching online. And of course, Nicole, thank you so much for sitting through this, answering questions, adding so much context and information that really brought a lot out of what we saw today.
Oh man, I had a blast. You're a rock star. You're a professional.
Gosh,
this was great.
Oh, you're great.
So this was a wonderful day.
Well, again, thank you so much, and thank you to you for watching at home. You know, tonight we didn't just launch a rocket, we launched the next chapter of human exploration. Our Artemis II crew now on their way back to the moon, and we're taking you with us. So thank you again for watching, and go Artemis II. All 4 astronauts, and it appears all of them are undergoing their suit leak checks. Yes, a pre-flight tradition that we have seen with our crewed flights, the card game. The astronauts who have just left crew suit up and are now walking down a hallway. And here they are, NASA's Artemis II crew, taking their first steps outside for their historic test flight. And the 4 of them step into their astrovan. And off they go.
Our moon is unique. Its gravitational influence keeps the Earth's orbit regular, meaning our planet's climate is stable. Its cratered surface preserves an important record of the solar system's history, a history that weather and tectonic forces have erased from the Earth's surface. In the 1970s, with the last Apollo moon landings, everyone expected that new missions would follow the preliminary lunar investigations. The idea that 50 years would pass without further lunar exploration was unthinkable. NASA had plans for a lunar base and an orbiting space station. And ideas about mining lunar resources had also been mooted. Instead, the space shuttle was developed as a way to cut costs, but it meant manned activity would be confined to low Earth orbit. Eventually, a space station was completed, but only when the international community was persuaded to join the project and share the cost. Exploration of deep space became the preserve of robotic missions. But safety issues meant the space shuttle was withdrawn from service prematurely. The long lead times in developing a replacement meant that the American Space Agency was left flat-footed. NASA finally decided that private industry could take over trips to low Earth orbit, with the agency shifting its focus to manned exploration of deep space. While NASA had ambitious plans to return to the moon, Washington was slow in releasing funds. NASA had been developing a human-rated spacecraft called Orion, along with a new Ares launch vehicle. This was the Constellation program, tailored for ambitious missions beyond Earth orbit.
3, 2, 1.
Ares flew once, but serious problems led to its demise. Orion was reconfigured and the European Space Agency was asked to join the project and design an accompanying service module in an attempt to reduce costs. In 2014, Orion was ready for unmanned flight testing, and temporarily a commercial launch vehicle would replace the Ares. The mission, known as Exploration Flight Test 1, featured a dummy service module and an incomplete launch escape system. It was carried atop a Delta IV heavy launcher.
2, 1. And liftoff at dawn. The dawn of Orion and a new era of American space exploration.
The flight was needed to test the craft's re-entry capability. After 6 minutes, the launch abort system was jettisoned. The spacecraft was boosted to an extremely high apogee of 5,800 kilometers, so that its re-entry velocity was similar to what it would experience returning from the moon. After a 4.5-hour flight, the Orion capsule was floating in the Pacific Ocean, where a team from the USS Anchorage recovered the craft for detailed analysis. The mission was a success, but in 2014, the only real plan was for the craft to be used in conjunction with an asteroid retrieval mission, which was soon dumped. It has been waiting for the Space Launch System. The U.S. budget authorization bill signed in 2010 allotted money for the big new rocket, but the primary reason politicians had approved it was to appease various branches of the space industry and to preserve jobs. Washington made funds available with preconditions. Corporations that had supplied components for the space shuttle should supply components for the Space Launch System. Utah Senator Orrin Hatch wanted the big new rocket to use solid-fueled boosters like the shuttle, because they were built and tested in Utah. Senators from Alabama and Florida knew that upgrades to existing shuttle facilities would see dollars continuing to flow into their states. The SLS is described as a shuttle-derived vehicle. It is fitted with upgraded versions of the shuttle's RS-25 engines, and the core stage draws heavily on the shuttle's external tank. The design directives were justified as giving NASA a launcher grounded in mature technology. But critics argued that the expense would mean slow development and at best 2 launches per year. Rather than deliver mature technology, it was saddling NASA with an outmoded system. And while NASA had plans for the Space Launch System, its development costs meant the agency had no funds to do much except build the launcher. It was a big rocket with nowhere to go. In 2017, President Trump threw NASA a lifeline when he signed the White House Space Policy Directive 1.
The directive I'm signing today will refocus America's space program on human exploration and discovery. It marks an important step in returning American astronauts to the moon for the first time since 1972 for long-term exploration and use. This time, we will not only plant our flag and leave our footprint, we will establish a foundation for an eventual mission to Mars, and perhaps someday to many worlds beyond.
There was no new money associated with the directive, but NASA ran with the idea and soon came up with the Artemis program.
The pioneer spirit has always...
What many people don't know is that Apollo had a twin.
She was a woman named Artemis, goddess of the moon.
We are returning to the moon.
As a new generation of explorers. This time to stay.
And to prepare to achieve humanity's next giant leap of sending the first human missions to Mars.
We believe our course will redefine what is possible.
That we will discover life-saving,
earth-changing science.
And that the challenges ahead will inspire generations.
This is our manifest.
For all who wondered if we could return.
for all who dreamed of pressing beyond.
This is your calling.
We go for all of America.
We go. We go as the Artemis generation.
We go.
In my short,
The NASA administrator at the time, Jim Bridenstine, knew he had to get the public on side.
He backed it up after that.
At a meeting with NASA staff, he was candid about the difficulties in realizing the directive.
I don't think anybody can take this level of commitment seriously unless there are additional means. And so that's what I intend to support as we go forward. It is also my commitment to make sure people understand the history here and that we can have a great, ambitious goal, but without the resources, it won't be accomplished.
A detailed plan emerged. A new space station, the Gateway, positioned in a highly eccentric lunar orbit, would serve as a transfer point for astronauts traveling to the moon's surface. The eccentric orbit would make it easy to reach almost any point on the lunar surface, and it would give NASA experience operating in deep space, necessary for long-term excursions to Mars. Because the directive encouraged collaboration with private industry, NASA began asking for concepts for various parts of the Lunar Gateway and for a lunar landing system. The agency was aiming for a landing in 2028. Early in 2019, the deadline shifted. U.S. Vice President Mike Pence made a speech at the Marshall Space Flight Center in Huntsville, Alabama.
It is the stated policy of this administration and the United States of America to return American astronauts to the moon within the next 5 years. In order to succeed, as the administrator will discuss today, we must focus on the mission over the means. You must consider every available option and platform to meet our goals, including industry, government, and the entire American space enterprise.
The Vice President even invoked the spirit of the Cold War.
Now, make no mistake about it. We're in a space race today, just as we were in the 1960s. And the stakes are even higher. Last December, China became the first nation to land on the far side of the moon and revealed their ambition to seize the lunar strategic high ground and become the world's preeminent spacefaring nation. And for more than 7 years, without a viable human space launch program of our own, Russia has been charging the United States more than $80 million a seat every time an American astronaut travels to the International Space Station.
Even at the following public meeting of the National Space Council, the Vice President gave no detail about funding or how NASA could meet the technical challenge. Just pressure to conform to a new, capriciously imposed timeline. It's important to understand the atmosphere existing in the 1960s when President John Kennedy laid down a deadline for the Apollo program. The Soviet Union had been making rapid scientific advances. With the detonation of the country's first atomic bomb in 1949, it matched the United States as a nuclear superpower. In 1957, the Soviet Union launched Sputnik, the first satellite. Cold War paranoia swept the United States. American leaders, seeing the communist nation pull ahead in space research, demanded a quick response. In 1958, the Eisenhower administration established NASA, which recruited test pilots as their first 7 astronauts. Congress delivered the funding for America's new thrust to space. They understood the urgency and swiftly authorized the expenditure. However, in April 1961, the Soviets continued to press their advantage. Colonel Yuri Gagarin became the first cosmonaut. His spacecraft, Vostok 1, orbited the Earth once, and he returned safely to the ground, triggering a new wave of American humiliation. Three weeks later, NASA responded. the Redstone rocket that carried Alan Shepard did not have enough power to reach orbit. His capsule was named Freedom 7 in the spirit of the Cold War.
3, 2,
Shepard made a 15-minute space hop, but everyone knew it was a poor second to Gagarin's orbital flight. Experts at NASA helped the new President John Kennedy understand that while the Soviets had an early lead in heavy lift rockets, the US could outspend the Russians in achieving an ambitious goal, if it was beyond the current capabilities of the Soviet rocket program. In May 1961, Kennedy delivered a special message to Congress.
I therefore ask the Congress, above and beyond the increases I have earlier requested for space activities, to provide the funds which are needed to meet the following national goals. First, I believe that this nation should commit itself to achieving the goal, before this decade is out, of landing a man on the moon and returning him safely to the Earth. No single space project in this period will be more impressive to mankind or more important for the long-range exploration of space. None will be so difficult or expensive to accomplish.
NASA, just 3 years old at the time, was delighted, although there was surprise that such an ambitious target had been set just weeks after Alan Shepard's 15-minute flight. But the American people were behind Kennedy's idea, and so were the legislators. At the time, NASA was led by James Webb, a canny administrator who understood that most of his work would be in lobbying politicians to make sure that funds continued to flow for what became known as the Apollo program. Throughout the Mercury program and the following Gemini program, Webb made sure that the astronauts were treated as national heroes, and that political leaders could bask in their reflected glory and continue to fund the huge enterprise. Under Webb's leadership, infrastructure that NASA still relies upon today was built, and the disparate group of research centers that had been combined to form NASA coalesced into a unified entity. The injection of funds into the high-tech area of the U.S. economy changed the world's industrial landscape, with spin-offs we still benefit from today. Despite President Kennedy's assassination and many developmental difficulties, the first moon landing happened in July 1969.
9. Ignition sequence start. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. All engine running. Liftoff. We have a liftoff. 32 minutes past the hour. Liftoff on Apollo 11.
The deadline was met, and America began losing interest. Apollos 18, 19, and 20 were canceled as government began refocusing on its budget. Work on the Space Launch System continued at its modest pace. NASA crunched the numbers and said the accelerated program would need an additional $35 billion. This was not forthcoming. Next, NASA announced that the Lunar Gateway would no longer be necessary for the 2024 landing, and asked corporations to develop concepts for a lunar lander. Early in 2020, Dynetics, SpaceX, and a team led by Blue Origin all received varying amounts of seed money for initial design work on a human landing system. This was important because NASA was introducing the private sector to their lunar program in the way Boeing and SpaceX were used for the development of services to the ISS. With the change in the U.S. administration early in 2021, many at the space agency were worried that the Artemis program, like many before it, would not survive the political transition.
Congratulations, Mr. President.
When Bill Nelson was nominated as NASA's new administrator, reactions were mixed. While a serving congressman, he had flown as a mission specialist on Space Shuttle Columbia for the deployment of the SATCOM K-1 communications satellite. Nelson is enthusiastic about the Artemis program, but he favors building the Space Launch System through traditional cost-plus contracting methods, which are proving to be time-consuming and expensive. Comparisons with the new directions being taken by corporations like SpaceX are compelling. The company completed its development and flight testing of the Crew Dragon 2 system in 2020 and has since ferried astronauts to and from the International Space Station. Boeing, a company accustomed to working with NASA using conventional methods, was commissioned to develop a parallel system. Their Starliner is more expensive than the Dragon, yet its development suffered many setbacks and it was years behind the Dragon. The key to understanding how SpaceX works is in not understanding the conventional approach to rocket building. The company has invested time and money in developing a Falcon 9 first stage that can safely return to the ground and be reused. The guiding hand behind SpaceX, Elon Musk, has often declared that the ambitious space missions of the future can only happen if the cost of access to space is drastically reduced, and that expendable rockets are an extravagance that can no longer be afforded. Since 2017, reuse of the Falcon 9 booster has become routine, allowing SpaceX to drastically undercut its commercial rivals in the launch business.
Stage 1 is transonic. Planning for startup.
The competition has been slow to react, with the Europeans seeking government subsidies and United Launch Alliance beginning its own development program. Even greater savings were made with the introduction of the Falcon Heavy, which is essentially 3 Falcon 9s strapped together. Its twin boosters land in formation. Originally, SpaceX had intended that the Falcon 9's upper stage would return to the ground as well, but it was soon realized that the design could not be stretched that far. A completely new concept emerged. At 118 meters, SpaceX's Starship is huge, and it's designed to be completely reusable. It has 2 stages. The first stage, known as the Super Heavy, will return to the ground in similar fashion to the Falcon 9's first stage, while the upper stage, the Starship, will plunge back through the atmosphere belly first. The new system has a new engine called the Raptor, which itself is revolutionary. Most first-stage engines use flight-grade kerosene as fuel, with liquid oxygen as the oxidizer. The Raptor uses methane, which has big advantages for reliability and reusability. Both stages will be fitted with varying numbers of the Raptor. At a presentation in 2019, SpaceX founder Elon Musk revealed his motivation in building the big rocket.
I think we should really do our very best to become a multi-planet species and to extend consciousness beyond Earth. And we should do it now.
Elon Musk is embarking on a quest, and his stainless steel Starship is his solution for colonizing the Moon, Mars, and beyond. Since this makes it a direct competitor to NASA's Space Launch System, some are asking why NASA is still bothering. SpaceX has plans for a crewed version, a cargo version, and a tanker version of the Starship. If the development of the system goes according to plan, SpaceX will have the ability to deliver roughly 100 metric tons to Earth orbit. but this will be just the first stage of the longer missions for which the Starship system has been designed. The booster will return to the ground minutes after launch, ready to be refueled, fitted with a new upper stage, and fly again within hours. Prompt on-orbit refueling of the Starship is essential for long-duration flights. This is where the methane and oxygen propellants have a clear advantage over hydrogen, often used in upper stages. Liquid methane does not need the extremely low temperatures required for liquid hydrogen. SpaceX is confident that the problems associated with long-term storage of these cryogenic propellants can be solved. For development and testing, SpaceX purchased land near Brownsville in Texas, beside Boca Chica Beach. Work here is proceeding rapidly, with prototypes being fabricated in the open air while buildings are still being planned. The Starhopper was the first flight prototype. It looked like a water tank. It flew 4 times in what was a series of tests for its single Raptor engine and the new autogenous pressurization system. Traditional designs have used helium or nitrogen to fill the increasing space within the propellant tanks as fuel and oxidizer are depleted. This system uses gaseous propellant instead, in what represents a huge weight saving. On its final flight, the Starhopper reached a high point of 150 meters, providing designers all the data they needed to modify the next prototype for a more demanding series of flights. At the end of its tests, the Starhopper was partially dismantled and its components recycled. 12 months later, the next flight article, serial number 5, made its only flight. It looked like a silo. Because of the low-speed nature of these flights, nose cones and streamlining were dispensed with. After a month, the very similar SN6 made its flight. Both prototypes were still fitted with only one engine, but they featured full-size fuel tanks and were used to refine launch procedures. The single Raptor engine was slightly off-center in the position it would occupy as part of a cluster of 3. As the frequency of the flight tests increased, crowds were drawn to Boca Chica. Because of the open nature of SpaceX's Boca Chica facility, outside observers with cameras began recording the technicians' and engineers' work, much of which was happening in the open air. While SpaceX live streams its test flights, they do not advertise and provide very little in the way of running commentary about plans. These outsiders realized there was an appetite among space fans for news of anything happening at Boca Chica. SN8 represented a new phase in the development of the Starship. This prototype presented the Starship's final aerodynamic profile, and space watchers were keen to see the belly flop maneuver that was such an important part of the spacecraft's re-entry to the atmosphere and its reusability. It was fitted with 3 Raptor engines. While the final Starship will have 6 engines, the 3 outer units will have larger engine bells optimized for operation in the vacuum of space, and they will not be used for propulsive landing.
4, 3, 2, 1, ignition.
After a 24-hour delay, SN8 was launched on December 9, 2020. The test article would climb to an altitude of 12,500 meters, then adopt its side-facing re-entry profile. Without engine power, the craft was controlled by its body and nose winglets. SpaceX engineers, realizing that this was the most complex part of the return operation, were keen to perfect this new maneuver. At every point of the flight, huge volumes of data were fed back to the ground. Nobody expected the flight to be perfect. Less than 2 months later, serial number 9 was ready for flight. Sitting near the launch pad was SN-10, which was being ready to take its turn. The speed at which SpaceX was building, testing, and then modifying the Starship led to comparisons with NASA's Space Launch System. The SLS had been in development for at least 10 years, and the more conventional rocket still had not flown.
3, 2, 1.
Like the previous test flights, the launch went smoothly, and the sequential shutdown of engines happened as planned. Soon after the 4-minute mark, SN9 had reached its 10-kilometer high point. It began hovering on one engine and dumping oxygen.
To the LOX tank, we're beginning to flip to horizontal. And the white cloud, the plume you were seeing...
This is an important transition point for the spacecraft, not just because it flips to the horizontal, but because when the engines restart, they will draw propellant from spherical header tanks designed to deliver fuel evenly, regardless of the Starship's orientation. To deliver maximal payload, design parameters call for the craft to use as little fuel as possible during the landing sequence, and the engines must work reliably at very short notice. The freefall phase has presented no problems in any of the test flights, but flight controllers knew that reignition of the engines and transition back to the vertical was the hard part. Problem with an oxygen preburner, only one engine had started, but with reduced thrust. The damaged landing pad would be repaired and improvements made to the next prototype. As a stopgap measure, SN10 had introduced helium for pressurizing the header tanks. Like the previous test flights, engines were successfully closed down one by one, and transfer to the belly flop attitude was uneventful. As a failsafe, all 3 Raptor engines would ignite for the flip maneuver. A quick decision would then be made to shut down any unit that displayed problems, as only one fully functioning engine was needed for the soft landing. It bounced when it hit the ground hard. It had a slight lean, and there was a small fire at the base, but SN10 was in one piece, and SpaceX terminated its online coverage. The helium pressurant had mixed with the fuel and reduced thrust, but it was so close to success. SN11 flew on March 30th, 2021. It was something of an anticlimax. It took off in heavy fog, and cameras could not see it when it exploded in flight with wreckage raining down across the launch site. A hard engine start destroyed the test article. Because all SpaceX test data is proprietary, it is difficult to know much more. In April, NASA announced that SpaceX had won the contract to build the lunar lander. It had been expected that 2 companies would be selected to introduce dissimilar redundancy. But with a smaller than expected allocation from Congress, cost became the major problem. A variation of the Starship that can dock with the Orion spacecraft will be developed. Several days later, the U.S. Senate's Committee on Commerce, Science, and Transportation convened a hearing for several presidential nominations, among them Bill Nelson as the next NASA administrator. Nelson served in the Senate for 18 years and enjoys good relations with senators from both sides of the aisle. Among his political colleagues, his appointment is not controversial, and his confirmation was regarded as a sure thing.
The timetable for 2024 is still there with the awardee. And I think we all have to recognize that space is hard, and it's an ambitious timetable, but that is what has been stated.
The 2024 moon landing date, announced under the Trump administration, was dismissed as wishful thinking because development of the NASA launcher was so far behind schedule. The $2.89 billion NASA will inject into the Starship program for a lunar landing version certainly eased the financial burden on SpaceX. So much has been committed for infrastructure for what's known as the Exploration Ground System. The historic Pad 39B, first used during the Apollo era, has been upgraded with a new flame trench and water deluge system. The 3 lightning towers that protect the rocket and the launch site have been extensively refurbished, and new fueling tanks have been built. The pad can now accommodate a variety of different launchers, but the mobile launch towers that feed each rocket are unique and expensive, and so far no commercial rocket builders have shown interest in the new infrastructure, leaving the Space Launch System as its only user. The crawler transporter vehicles were introduced in 1965 to take the Saturn V to the launch pad, and from 1981 to 2011, the space shuttles. These were rebuilt with one specially modified to carry the SLS. The crushed rock crawlerway was also refurbished with river rock. NASA and the U.S. Navy have also been practicing for capsule recovery. The spacecraft will splash down in the Pacific around 100 kilometers off the coast of California. It will be met by a recovery crew from a San Antonio-class amphibious transport dock. Weighing in excess of 9,000 kilograms, the capsule is too heavy to be lifted by a helicopter. It will be hauled into the ship's docking area. Again, this is a very expensive operation. It looks primitive compared with the SpaceX plan to have its Starship land propulsively. Unlike SpaceX's Starship, NASA's Space Launch System does not have exotic means of raising funds. All cash flow into the SLS comes from the U.S. taxpayer, and that money comes with preconditions. Development of the Space Launch System has been slow, but for mainly budgetary reasons, beyond the control of NASA. For slightly more than a year, starting in January 2020, the core stage of the SLS was undergoing tests at the Stennis Space Center in eastern Mississippi. Set in the center of woodland and with access to a navigable waterway, Stennis is one of the NASA test facilities originally built for the Apollo program. The new stage had to be validated in a series of tests known as the Green Run, where all aspects of the new hardware are exposed to conditions beyond the limits that could be expected during flight. The engines, the propellant tanks, avionics, and thrust vector controls were all tested individually and then finally working in concert. The final hot fire test had to be run twice because a problem with conservative software caused the first test to shut down prematurely. When testing was complete, the core stage was loaded onto a barge for a leisurely trip along the Pearl River to the Kennedy Space Center. Different parts of the Space Launch System began converging on the Space Center for final assembly, but the launch had continued to slip. At the same time, work on SpaceX's Starship had hit delays too. While work on the Boca Chica facility was progressing rapidly, flight testing on the heavy lift first stage could not begin. The Federal Aviation Administration was conducting an environmental review following SpaceX's plans to expand its Boca Chica site, and major testing was on hold. The area is part of the Laguna Madre hypersaline lagoon system, home to threatened or vulnerable shorebirds and turtles. Environmentalists were alarmed by the number of explosions that rained debris across the fragile region. Elon Musk said the program's delays were regulatory, not technical, and that plans for 12 launches throughout 2022 were still in place. But this launch cadence was beyond the scope of the company's original agreement with the FAA. But there was one technical problem. The Raptor engine that powers the Starship was not being produced rapidly enough to meet the program's requirements. Regarding the joint NASA-SpaceX moon landings, both organizations had lost at least 5 months due to a legal battle with Blue Origin's Jeff Bezos. The company mounted a legal challenge against NASA after its unsuccessful tender for a moon landing craft. The challenge failed, but while the case was under consideration, NASA and SpaceX were prevented from developmental work on the lunar lander. NASA conceded that this litigation, along with delays associated with the COVID-19 pandemic, would make a 2024 moon landing impossible. The agency cited a new 2025 date. NASA's Office of the Inspector General, however, made a comprehensive review of the program and stated that the development and testing of the human landing system and of the exploration spacesuits were still in the early stages, and that a lunar landing date was unlikely for several years beyond NASA's optimistic estimates. These issues should not have affected the first unmanned flight of the Space Launch System, which had been scheduled for a November 2021 launch. But clearly that did not happen, and information suggests that NASA was experiencing difficulties with the controller for one of its RS-25 engines. Despite exhaustive testing, the communication problem between the Engine 4 controller and the central computer did not show up until after the rocket had been stacked. NASA will not directly release the cost of the Orion SLS combination, but estimates of just over $1 billion per launch are regarded as modest. Launch cadence will be around 1 per year, which compares poorly to the 10 manned Apollo flights in over 4 years. With SpaceX's Starship aiming for a similar capability, it's difficult to understand why NASA and SpaceX cannot cooperate for their mutual benefit. Perhaps US politicians, who are reluctant to release funds for more than 4 Artemis missions, agree. Finally, the uncrewed Artemis I mission was launched on November 16, 2022.
And here we go. 10. Hydrogen burn-off igniters initiated. 7, 6, 5. 4-stage engine start. 3, 2, 1. Boosters in ignition. And liftoff of Artemis I. We rise together back to the moon and beyond.
Work continues on hardware for the Artemis II mission. the first to carry a crew.
All 4 RS-25 engines on the core stage and 2 solid rocket boosters now
With
propelling
just
the vehicle at
4 certain
128
Artemis
miles
missions,
per hour.
it's impossible to see NASA achieving its stated goal of establishing a permanent base on the moon.
Over the years, I've been blessed with many opportunities to visit our servicemen and women in the distant and often dangerous places where they live and work. In 2010, through a friend of mine who worked for the USO, I was invited to take a flight on the legendary U-2 spy plane. As enthusiastic as I was, I didn't fully realize all that a U-2 flight involved. By the time I boarded an airliner to return home, I would have met a group of people.
Act now or wait another year. On Monday, April 6th, we're starting the chair Tai Chi flow for beginners.
Disappear for a month. On Monday, we're starting the chair Tai Chi challenge for men over 50. Just 7 minutes a day to boost your senior energy. Get your printable guide now.
I was laughing at my dad doing chair Tai Chi until I saw him after a couple of weeks.
My dad can't lose weight with seated Tai Chi, so it's a scam.
Oh no, not at all. He's probably just not doing it correctly. Most men try seated Tai Chi without proper guidance, and that's exactly why they don't see results. How old is your father?
He's 56.
Perfect age. By the end of the month, you won't even recognize him.
But what if he hasn't worked out in years?
That's actually ideal. Seated Tai Chi was designed specifically for men over 40 who are just getting started.
Isn't the gym better for people over 40?
The gym can be hard on aging joints. Seated Tai Chi is gentle but powerful. It'll help him feel better and lose weight more effectively than anything he did in his 20s.
Does he need any equipment?
Not a thing. Just his body and 9 minutes a day. The app guides him through each movement step by step so he knows he's doing it right from day one.
So what's the first step?
Click the link to get the app. It'll walk him through everything. He can literally start his first session tomorrow morning.
Remember that viral trend about dads transforming their bodies with chair Tai Chi? I was one of them, and if I could do it, so can you.
I'm 57. My son says if I want to lose weight, I need to spend hours in the gym.
Forget advice from guys in their 20s. After 50, the gym only stresses your body.
So what should I do?
You should do chair Tai Chi. It's designed for men over 50, okay? Easy on the joints, strong on results.
How fast does it work?
In 3 days, you'll feel better. In 7 days, your eyes will change. In a month, your son won't recognize you.
How should we begin this journey?
Just click the link and start tomorrow.
flown to a place I would carry with me for the rest of my life. Beale is an 86,000-acre base that was opened in October of 1942 as an Army training site for armored and infantry divisions. It also served as a prisoner of war encampment during World War II. It transferred to the Air Force in 1948. The 9th Reconnaissance Wing is a highly specialized group of more than 3,000 personnel in 4 groups: the 9th Mission Support Group, the 9th Medical Group, the 9th Maintenance Group, and the 9th Operations Group. And Beale is headquarters for our U-2 program. The U-2 Dragon Lady is one of the most amazing defense systems ever developed by the United States. She is a baby boomer. She was born in the 1950s when we began to realize just how little we knew about the newly emerging superpower, the Soviet Union. Once the USSR became a nuclear power, it became a matter of national security that we find a way to carry out reconnaissance over her. Doing that meant flying at an altitude higher than any defensive aircraft or surface-to-air missile could reach. That meant flying to a height considered the very definition of space. Design of such a watershed airplane became a priority of the legendary Kelly Johnson at Lockheed Martin's Advanced Development Programs, better known as the Skunk Works. Johnson was an aeronautical genius who developed over 40 aircraft, including the P-38 Lightning, the P-80 Shooting Star, the F-104 Starfighter, and the SR-71 Blackbird.
The U-2 program, like many successful military programs, began in the political environment. So after World War II ended, obviously political tension develops between the Soviet Union and the United States. There was very little known about the interior of the Soviet Union. So in 1953 to 54, the United States secretly ballots a program to produce an airplane that can fly above the suspected ranges of surface-to-air missiles at that time. And Clarence Kelly Johnson and his Skunk Works come out, and he says, I can take an F-104 Starfighter. I can take that fuselage, and I can take the wings off, and I can marry it to extremely efficient glider wings, high aspect ratio wings, long, thin wings that are extremely efficient up high. Their target altitude was 66,000 feet. So the first U-2 flies in 1955, and in 1956, we employed it operationally for the first time for the overflight mission of the interior of the Soviet Union. May 1st, 1960, when Gary Powers was shot down, did 2 things. One, it exposed the U-2 program. Khrushchev made it so. And the second thing it did, even in that particular airplane's demise, was confirm for us that the Soviets did in fact have missiles that could reach that high. And really through the ingenuity of its engineers, its pilots, we've taken this Cold War system and morphed how we employ it so that it becomes relevant and effective at pretty much all levels of war.
In the over 50 years of the U-2 Dragon Lady's existence, barely 1,000 pilots have ever flown her.
So this wall is all of our solo wall. Every pilot that has soloed the jet, has been alone and unafraid in the U-2, has his name and his solo number up on a plaque.
On another wall in Beale's Officers Club are the portraits of those who have lost their lives while serving in the U-2 program. This is truly sanctified ground. I was starting to understand what a rare opportunity I was being given. The chance to join the High Flyers Club, to go to the top of the Dragon Lady's ride, 70,000 feet. That's twice as high as any commercial airliner flies, It's 40,000 feet higher than Mount Everest, the world's tallest mountain. If it all goes well, for a few incomparable minutes, I will be the highest human on the planet.
There you go, bud. Thank you for serving. Thank you.
Γεια σας, είμαι ο Τάσος Παπαλαζάρου και παρέα με το Άλπρο θα μάθουμε γιατί η φυτική διατροφή αξίζει μια θέση στο πιάτο μας. Και tip για tip θα ανακαλύψουμε γιατί το θρεπτικό μπορεί να είναι και άκρως απολαυστικό. Και αφού τα λέμε όλα, θα σας πω και το νέο μου κόλλημα. Τα φυτικά επιδόρπια σόγιας. Αν τα δοκιμάσετε, θα κολλήσετε κι εσείς. Γιατί είναι δροσιστικά, χαμηλά σε λιπαρά και δεν περιέχουν λακτόζη. Και έχουν και τρομερό ενδιαφέρον, γιατί μπορείς να πειραματιστείς μαζί τους. Για δείτε. Καλά, είναι τέλειο. Και θρεπτικό, μην ξεχνιόμαστε. Ναι, έχεις δίκιο. Εδώ χρειάζεται και δεύτερο κουτάλι.
Squeeze in.
After all these years of traveling in support of our troops, it is likely that I've been on more military bases than many of those who actually serve in the armed forces. I'm impressed with every visit. Our bases are special places, islands of efficiency, productivity, orderliness, and civility. They are places that stick with you, that inspire you to do a little better and be a little better when you return to your own neighborhood. It was a great welcome to Beale. The first steps you take to get to 70,000 feet are toward the flight surgeon's office. This whole adventure can end right here.
So for a high flight or high altitude flight, things we look for include one, making sure that they'll fit into the ejection seat and can safely eject. So it's unique to each airframe, has different parameters, and so we just got to make sure that they're kind of meeting the standards for that, and that's the first thing we look at. Second one relates a lot to decompression sickness, the idea of kind of going from a high pressure situation up to a low pressure area. When that happens, we have gases in our body that will kind of off gas into our bloodstream, much like opening a bottle of Coca-Cola or product like that, where you can then get a bunch of bubbles that pop out. And as a result of that, it can lead to some problems that we would have to later use a hyperbaric treatment or a hyperbaric chamber to treat. And things we also want to look at is because gas expands, if there's ear sinus issues going on or they can't clear those areas, or if they have dental pain, dental pressures, again, that gas in those areas can expand and create a lot of problems. So we wouldn't want them to fly if we had those issues in the mix.
It's all good?
Yep.
To be honest, I do have a few problems with my ears and sinus, and I have never been to 70,000 feet before. I'm anxious to go, but I'm also a little apprehensive.
Mr. Smith, this is your 1042. It's your clearance to fly. Go up to altitude and get on the plane.
Great. I'm good to go.
You're good to go, sir. Have a nice flight.
Great. Thank you.
70,000 feet is a hostile environment for human beings. At that altitude, a catastrophic loss of pressure will cause your bodily fluids to begin to boil within seconds. So, there are some things you have to know and do before the Air Force takes you to the edge of space. Jay Ford will be the pilot for our mission. Confident, measured, calm, prepared, irreverent, funny.
Ejection, so our controlled ejection altitude, we want to be at least 2,000 feet above the ground. If for some reason the airplane goes out of control today, we want to eject immediately. We don't want to wait. No, but I'll let you know if that happens. No.
Please do.
Yes. Physiological incident, so if at any time during the flight you're feeling bad or funny, or you just have any questions about, hey, why do I feel this way? Ask, let me know. So, bad news does not get better with age. And especially if it's, bubbles in your brain and spinal column. So, we can do a little bit to fix those. So, let me know, and if you're having any sort of GI problems, let that gas out as it's starting to build up. Don't hold it in, and keep holding it, and then things can get messy. Yeah.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Hi, guys.
Jump on in.
Want me in this one? All right.
I mean, everybody that comes out here is already, they're already a good pilot. So it's just a matter of...
You like being alone.
I do.
Because you're up there by yourself for how long? Could be
12
10
plus hours. Yeah.
12 plus hours just flying.
So, you get used to it to a certain extent, but yeah, it is hard on the body. So, but the altitude that you're at, that will be inside in the airplane is about 28,000 to 29,000 feet. So if you think about it, you're sitting on top of Mount Everest for,
right.
You land and you feel like you got run over by a truck sometimes. So, and then
is that one gonna?
Yep, he's going out.
That one leaving?
Yes, sir.
How are you? I'm Gary.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you.
Darcy.
Thank you. Hi.
Welcome, sir. Name's Heather. Going to be teaching
Heather?
you about the full pressure suit today.
Fantastic. Thank you. The physiology briefing is an attention getter, to say the least. I started learning what can happen to the body at altitude, and I was introduced to my newest best friend, my spacesuit.
Δεν είμαστε απλώς ένας όμιλος. Είμαστε άνθρωποι διαφορετικοί, που κάθε μέρα ερχόμαστε κοντά για να δημιουργήσουμε μαζί κάτι σημαντικό. We are Lambda.
Hot Sauce Challenge, κακή απόφαση. Ζέβα, καλή απόφαση. Ζέβα, υπέροχη αίσθηση.
Basically, open this guy up. You should be able to feel that it's open. And go ahead and just add a little bit of air volume. Close off the suit just a little bit. You'll feel the suit. You don't want to fully inflate it, but just add a little bit of extra.
A loss of pressure in the airplane instantly makes the spacesuit my life support system. There are any number of dangers to humans at 70,000 feet, which can result in a very bad day.
Will somebody be asking me how I'm feeling, or, and I'm just describing what's going on with me?
Absolutely, yeah. So Jessica's gonna...
There's hypoxia, which is deficiency in the amount of oxygen reaching the tissues. At first you feel euphoric, just before you become totally incapacitated. Decompression sickness. This is what scuba divers call the bends. It too can be fatal. Altitude sickness. Illness caused by swift ascent to a high altitude, resulting in a shortage of oxygen, characterized by hyperventilation, nausea, and exhaustion. Heather Fox, the U-2 pilot who led the briefing, knows her subject and the symptoms all too well.
In about February 2009, was flying a op sortie over Afghanistan and started to feel bad with a decompression sickness. Basically started having symptoms of nausea, vertigo, a little trouble staying conscious, felt like I was going to pass out. So at that point, realized it was decompression sickness and started the turn towards my home base. Although ejecting at the location I was at probably would not have worked out very well. So at that point, the choice was to bring the aircraft back. It was about a 4-hour flight home, which was probably the worst 4 hours of my life, I must say, and just started the flight towards home. I will say that we've got folks up here doing this every day, and most of the time it goes well. So this isn't something that happens to a lot of folks, but it happened to me that day. But it's something we all know that's out there, and gladly do it to support the troops that we're supporting on the ground. It's something that we want to do.
They call getting fitted for your spacesuit spacesuit integration. And it is a process.
So we're gonna get your helmet locked onto the suit. Bear with us. Okay.
They had some trouble fitting my face shield and seemed a little concerned about it for a while.
Now, so when you put the mask back on, just press on, because there's an aluminum strip around your face, so you might want to just press down so they actually conform to your face. I'm sorry? It should go like this.
And breathe. 1.1, 800. All right, that was successful. We're moving on. Yay!
The Barca lounges they use are really comfortable, but after you lie there for a few minutes, you have a little time to reflect. I remember one of the crew asking what I was thinking. To be honest, I was thinking, I'm glad my wife doesn't know all that's involved in this. You start getting ready to fly by pre-breathing pure oxygen. You do 10 or 12 minutes on the elliptical machine to really start sucking it in. This pre-breathing of pure oxygen eliminates the nitrogen from the blood and tissues, minimizing the risk of the bends I mentioned earlier. Once this process starts, you can't breathe normal air again. You have to hold your breath while putting your helmet on. Then carry the auxiliary unit with you, so you continue to breathe only pure oxygen. I was starting to get a bit tired, but my day was only beginning. To help me recognize the onset of hypoxia or other altitude-related illnesses, the team placed me in the altitude chamber.
3, 2, 1.
Level 300. There you go, good job.
The first thing that I'm looking for is make sure that he's feeling comfortable in the suit. He's comfortable moving around in it while it's fully inflated at altitude. That he knows where a lot of the things that Heather mentioned earlier today are, the vent air, the controller, how to be able to use that, how to be able to urinate, to be able to identify his hypoxia symptoms, because that's very important. There's not going to be anybody sitting back there with him, so he definitely...
Δεν σταμάτησε το βίντεο. Σταμάτησε να γράφει ο συγγραφέας. Σε έναν κόσμο που η παραγωγή γίνεται αναπαραγωγή, που η τεχνητή νοημοσύνη επεμβαίνει χωρίς όρια και τα πνευματικά δικαιώματα απειλούνται, οι δημιουργοί χρειάζονται κίνητρο για να συνεχίσουν. Προστατεύουμε τα πνευματικά δικαιώματα και γινόμαστε μαζί η συνέχεια της δημιουργίας. Μπες στο osdel.gr και μάθε περισσότερα. Osdel. Δίνουμε συνέχεια στη δημιουργία.
Άλλη μια μέρα στην κίνηση που κανείς δεν κατάλαβε γιατί τη λένε κίνηση αφού τίποτα δεν κινείται. Εκεί που θα συναντήσεις τις επίμονες κόρνες και τις εξατμίσεις, τα τρυπάνια που τρυπούν και το τύμπανό σου. Όλα αυτά κάνουν το πονοκέφαλο ανυπόφορο. Χρειάζεσαι το νέο Teponin Sticks Maximum σε πρακτική μορφή που διαλύεται απευθείας στο στόμα χωρίς νερό και ανακουφίζει από τον πόνο. Νέα Teponin Sticks. Παντού μαζί σου, χωρίς νερό.
He's going to need to be able to identify those on his own.
Remember, you're talking to an actor.
Remember what I said about ear troubles? I really felt them in the chamber. Watch what happens to the beaker of water when the altitude simulated in the chamber reaches 60,000 feet. At that height, the air pressure is so low, your normal body temperature of 98.6 degrees will boil your own body's fluids. Things that make you think. Still not done. Now I have to learn the art of egress, getting out of the U-2 if something should go wrong on the ground or in the air. Of course, if you do find yourself hanging from a parachute at 70,000 feet, you also need to know how to control it. Ouch. This night, the leadership at Beale hosted a dinner for us. It is such an honor to be able to talk with these folks. They are the best in the world at what they do. I hope they understand the degree to which they all inspire and sustain the rest of us. All I can say is, God bless our troops. I retire a tired man. I feel like I've been drinking from an informational fire hose all day. It all kind of runs together. I don't know how much I actually remember. If something did happen, would I really be able to save myself? Well, there's no turning back. Tomorrow, I will visit a place I have never seen before and will likely never see again. It all starts to feel slightly surreal. I'm certainly ready to sleep. I only hope I can. In many ways, it's just another day at the office for my pilot, Jay Ford. Over a light breakfast, we went over the flight plan again. Essentially, we'll just be making a big loop over Northern California. The apprehension I took to bed last night has left me. Let's do this. Jay takes a final look at the anticipated weather. Great news. We're going to encounter severe clear. With a little luck, I might be able to see forever.
Hey, thank you very much. Thanks for serving the USA. You folks are awesome. It's great to be here.
Thank you for your support.
You bet.
Have a safe flight.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Is it possible to feel like a veteran without actually having flown in the airplane yet?
Folks, we got a timetable to meet. We got someone to get into a suit, 2 people actually. Well, last night I was able to tell Mr. Sinise that our motto that we always cheer in big groups is very fitting for him today. But for his high point today, we want to hook him up. Get him high! There you go. Have a great flight.
Thank you very much.
Yesterday, I had trouble with my gloves, my faceplate. I fumbled the fitting of those personal collection devices everyone always is so curious about when one is wearing a spacesuit. I worried about holding my breath long enough to put my helmet on and get the pure oxygen flowing through it. But today, well, I feel like I've been here before. In fact, I'm a little surprised at how much of my training I do recall. I'm ready. This is so cool. I admit it. I've always been a space groupie. When I was preparing to play astronaut Ken Mattingly in Ron Howard's Apollo 13, I got to meet Jim Lovell and a number of the astronauts. I met Gene Kranz, the flight director, who did so much to get that badly damaged craft and her crew home. I sat in the NASA mission control room where it all took place and let my imagination have its way. There was a space shuttle launch about the time we were starting to film. I just had to see it. I flew down to the Cape and just went out by myself to stand with the others who had gathered to watch. I was mesmerized.
Ό,τι κι αν ζητήσει φέτος το μπάνι βαφτιστήρι, μπάνισέ το στο Scrooge. Gadgets και μπλιμπλίκια. Sneakers και στυλάτα συνολάκια. Σούπερ ήρωες και σούπερ λαμπάδες. Μπάλες, πατίνια και παιχνίδια για κάθε γούστο. Μπε Scrooge.
Παναντόλ Extra. Ξεκινά να δρά σε 10 λεπτά και ανακουφίζει από τον πόνο. Μην παίζεις με τον πόνο σου. Έχεις το Παναντόλ.
watched the ignition, this great and terrible belch of smoke and fire coming from the huge nozzles at the bottom of the shuttle and its tanks. There was a slight delay while the sound and shock waves rolled across the water to the observation area. When they hit, I could literally feel them in my chest, clear to my heart. What an emotional experience. I'm truly sorry for anyone who did not have the opportunity to see a shuttle launch in person. As an actor, I'm used to playing parts. The spacesuit certainly brings back memories of roles I'd played. But this is no role. It is about to get very real. First, they integrate you into your spacesuit. Then you and your spacesuit have to be integrated into the airplane.
Press the button there.
I had to test my ability to reach those levers and handles I would have to pull if it became necessary to get out of the U-2 for any reason. There comes a moment when you have to arm your ejection seat. If you have to make an emergency exit, there is an explosive charge that literally blows your entire seat out of the plane with you in it. I was keenly aware that I was sitting on a bomb.
Your engine start is approved, cleared to Beale Airport as filed. On departure of flight runway heading, maintain flight level 230. Expect flight level 600 5 minutes after departure. NORCA departure frequency 353.7. Squawk 4454. Tactile departure is on request.
And 4454 on the squawk for Opinion 902. Yeah, Opinion 92 is ready to taxi. We'll be making the right turn out of parking. Proceed down to Bravo.
Opinion 92, make right turn out of parking. Runway 15, taxi via Golf, Bravo.
15 Golf, Bravo for Opinion 92. Off we go.
So begins a journey like none other I have ever taken. The traditional salute to the dedicated ground crew that keeps this extraordinary bird flying. I know the camera crews are out there somewhere. Whatever happens, there'll be pictures. And there are the chase cars. Funny thing about the U-2, it is flown by one pilot, but it can't actually be flown by one pilot. That's because when the U-2 tries to land, its high aspect ratio wings do not want to stop flying. The only way to get it back to the ground is by effecting a complete stall at just the right height over the runway. So other U-2 pilots in chase cars, called mobiles, must race along and tell the pilot in the plane exactly where he or she is in relation to the ground at every moment. Look at those incredible wings. They are so long they have to be supported by little wheels on the ends called pogo wheels. The pogos have to cleanly drop off as soon as the plane is airborne, and then be removed from the runway. That is why the chase car mobiles are needed on takeoff as well.
Tower, stand by, sir. Energy Bill Tower, short runway 15.
Holding short 15, Opinion 92. At Bravo, holding short ready.
Opinion 92, task departure approved, runway 15 and 16 at 6, cleared for takeoff, change departure.
Detective departure approved, cleared for takeoff, Opinion 92. Alright, you ready to go?
Roger that.
Ready as we're gonna be. Alright.
We are cleared to go.
Ο καφές για μένα είναι δημιουργία. Το Horeca Empower μου έδειξε ότι πίσω από ένα φλιτζάνι υπάρχει σωστή τεχνική, επιλογές και όχι απλά η εμπειρία ή η τύχη. Νιώθω ότι γνωρίζω καλύτερα τον καφέ από τον κόκο μέχρι το φλιτζάνι. Είναι ένας χώρος με μεγάλη εξέλιξη και μπορεί να σου ανοίξει πολλούς δρόμους. Αν σκέφτεσαι να δηλώσεις συμμετοχή στο Horeca Empower, κάντο χθες.
I can't believe how the U-2 just pops into the air. An airliner needs 5,000 feet, a mile or so, to gain enough airspeed to take off. We're off in less than a tenth of that, only 400 or 500 feet. This U-2 is so smooth, I almost feel serene inside it. Yet the altimeter clearly shows it is climbing like a homesick angel.
Okay, good morning. Pinion 92 with you. 3,000 climbing 230.
Pinion 92, Dr. Bird, ready contact.
You looking outside? Oh, yeah.
Figure 51 ready.
And if you want to, you can open your T-block and do as you please at this point. You probably only get open a little bit. You get a pretty good amount of air through there.
It sounds strange to say it, but so far the flight feels like a relaxing breather from all the intense training I've been doing for it.
Oakland Center, good morning. Pinion 92 with you. 19.8 climbing 230 direct pinion.
Pinion 92, Oakland Center, climb out above flight level 600.
At or above 60, Pinion 92.
Jay has a mirror so he can see me. I didn't know till we got up there that that was the only way Jay and I could make eye contact. The altimeter continues to spin higher, higher.
So we're at almost 29,000?
Yep, just passing through 29, approaching 30. And we've been airborne for about 5 minutes.
That's fast.
Yeah. You went from the bottom of Mount Everest all the way to the top in 5 minutes, and I don't know, I think most people train for like 4 months to try and do that.
Your perspective really changes quickly. Man-made objects look like toys, if you can see them at all. Mountains start to look like sand dunes or snow mounds. Like Jay said, we are higher than Everest's 29,000 feet in no time. My cockpit sits about a foot higher than Jay's. That's why in level flight, I will be the highest person on Earth when we top out.
It's a pretty view up here.
Yes, it is. It gets better, too.
It's very special. So I can see how you get a little hooked on this.
Yeah, it's pretty darn special. Alright, so here's 45,000 feet. So we'll just continue to set new personal altitude records for you for the rest of the day.
That did not take long.
Alright, so there's 50,000 feet, or cabin altitude, so your body it's sitting at is at 24,000 feet, almost 25. So we'll gain over another 20,000 feet, but cabin altitude's can only go up about another 5.
Very comfortable right now.
Yeah. Yeah, 59.2 passing 52,000 feet in the green.
Airlines copies in the green. Mobile copies in the green. Have a good flight.
Thank you.
Where are you from, Jay?
I'm from Georgia originally. I grew up there, born in Albany, down in the south, and born north of Atlanta when I was 2.
And you joined the Air Force when?
1998. So I went to the Air Force Academy out in Colorado Springs, and got my degree in computer science. And I went to Mississippi for a year for pilot training at Columbus Air Force Base. Then moved back to Georgia to Robbins Air Force Base down by Macon. And I was there for 4.5 years before I came here.
Δεν σταμάτησε το βίντεο. Σταμάτησε ο εικονογράφος να σχεδιάζει. Σε έναν κόσμο που η παραγωγή μετατρέπεται σε αναπαραγωγή. Και η τεχνητή νοημοσύνη απειλεί τα πνευματικά δικαιώματα. Οι δημιουργοί χρειάζονται κίνητρο να συνεχίσουν. Προστατεύουμε τα πνευματικά δικαιώματα και γινόμαστε μαζί η συνέχεια της δημιουργίας. Μπες στο osdel.gr και μάθε περισσότερα. Osdel. Δίνουμε συνέχεια στη δημιουργία.
Ξέρει τη δόση. Είναι αστέρι. Σώζεις νερό και η φύση το ξέρει. Εξοικονόμησε νερό με τα πλυντήρια ρούχων iDose από την Bosch.
Okay, well, fairly. Yep, there's 60. So we are now well above the space equivalent zone where if we didn't have the suit and we stepped outside, you'd boil to death. Followed shortly thereafter by freezing to death since it's almost minus 60 degrees centigrade outside.
Well, let's stay inside.
Yeah, I like that idea.
The U-2 is not an easy airplane to fly. The thinner the atmosphere, the faster the plane has to go in order for the wings to provide adequate lift. To maintain the required airspeed at 70,000 feet, the U-2 has to fly at the top edge of its speed envelope. If it drops by even 5 or 10 knots, the wing can stall. If that happens, the plane can become uncontrollable. U-2 pilots call this narrow operating window the coffin corner.
This is incredible. Wow.
Yeah, it really is. It never gets old. Best view in the world.
Getting a little darker up there.
Yes, it is. Yeah, if you look up towards the sun, the sky is pretty much totally black up there. And then as you look closer to the Earth, where most of the atmosphere is, since we're above most of it now, you get that nice thin blue line of all the stuff that keeps us alive. But do stay hydrated.
Okay, I'll keep drinking. I'm making movies back here.
Awesome.
We are really up here. Wow.
Oh, yeah. Coming up on 66,000. Well, can you see that the Earth is indeed round?
It's amazing.
Yeah.
Just, you get almost speechless.
Yeah, using words to describe what it feels like and looks like to be up here, it's just not adequate.
It's just so smooth. It feels like a glider. I have to remember to stay hydrated while I'm up here. At 70,000 feet, we are twice as high as any airliner I have ever flown in. There is a vastness out there that I can feel to the depths of my being, but that I cannot describe in words. I fully understand why some astronauts have felt compelled to become writers and painters. At some point, even the prominent geographic features on Earth, like mountains and large lakes, become so small you almost feel like you are leaving them behind. When you travel to the outer edge of everything you have ever known, a sense of isolation starts to set in. I thought of the expression, Mother Earth, we use so glibly, and it suddenly seemed deeply profound.
Mom, I'm home.
Awesome. That's fantastic. Alrighty.
Incredible. Wow. Look at that reception party.
Πάνω απ' όλα, δημιουργούμε σχέσεις. Είμαστε δίπλα ο ένας στον άλλο. Είμαστε οι άνθρωποι που δίνουν μορφή σε προορισμούς και εμπειρίες, εμπνευσμένους από την κοινωνία, τον άνθρωπο και το περιβάλλον. We are Lambda.
Hot Sauce Challenge. Κακή απόφαση. Ζέβα, καλή απόφαση. Ζέβα, υπέροχη αίσθηση.
My people are here.
I return to God's good earth a different person. I leave Beale Air Force Base a far richer man. Emerson wrote that there is no history, only biography. There are hundreds, if not thousands, of biographies attached to the U-2 Dragon Lady. From Kelly Johnson to Francis Gary Powers to Jay Ford. There have been thousands of dedicated airmen on the ground that have kept her flying. There are countless gallant soldiers who are alive today because a U-2 was there to tell them what awaited them over the next sand dune. I leave Beale as I leave so many military bases, with a deep and profound appreciation for those who serve our country in harm's way. Remember, this is an all-volunteer force. These are men and women who believe so deeply in the core principles of America, they willingly offer their lives to defend them. No greater love has any man or woman than to lay down his or her life for another. I thought about that up there on the purple edge of space with my life in Jay Ford's hands. And I thought about it when I touched back down on the ground after seeing the Earth in a way I had never seen before and will likely never see her again. I'm Gary Sinise, and that was my high flight. I wish you could have been there.
Squawk 4454. Tactile departure is on request.
And 4454 on the squawk for opinion 902. Yeah, pick up your service, ready to taxi. We'll be making the right turn out of parking, proceed down to Bravo.
City 92, make right turn out of parking. Runway 15, taxi via Golf Bravo.
15 Golf Bravo for opinion 92. Off we go.
So begins a journey like none other I have ever taken. The traditional salute to the dedicated ground crew that keeps this extraordinary bird flying. I know the camera crews are out there somewhere. Whatever happens, there'll be pictures. And there are the chase cars. Funny thing about the U-2, it is flown by one pilot, but it can't actually be flown by one pilot. That's because when the U-2 tries to land, its high aspect ratio wings do not want to stop flying. The only way to get it back to the ground is by effecting a complete stall at just the right height over the runway. So other U-2 pilots in chase cars called mobiles must race along and tell the pilot in the plane exactly where he or she is in relation to the ground at every moment. Look at those incredible wings. They're so long they have to be supported by little wheels on the ends called pogo wheels. The pogos have to cleanly drop off as soon as the plane is airborne and then be removed from the runway. That is why the chase car mobiles are needed on takeoff as well.
Tower, stand by, sir. 2 Bill Tower, short runway 15.
We'll take short 15, continue.
Bravo, holding short ready. Commander 2, task for departure approved. Runway 15 and 160 at 6, cleared for takeoff, change departure.
Take the departure approved, cleared for takeoff, opinion 9-2. Alright, you ready to go?
Roger that.
Ready as we're gonna be. Alright.
We are cleared to go.
έχω κάνει την πιο πετυχημένη επιλογή βάσει budget.
Με ποιον συνεργαστήκατε?
Με τον κύριο Κερακάρη, καταπληκτικός.
Πώς πήγε το έργο?
Πάρα πολύ καλά. Τρελά ευχαριστούμε.
Τι επένδυση κάνατε εσωτερικά?
Θαλασσιακή.
Σας αρέσει?
Πάρα πολύ.
Οπότε νομίζω ότι είστε ευχαριστημένος από ό,τι φαίνεστε στο πρόσωπό σας.
Βάση budget και αποτελέσματος είναι value for money 100%. Γιατί είναι όλα βάση budget. Βάση budget είναι τέλειο.
Σας ευχαριστούμε πάρα πολύ.
Και εμείς, να είστε πάντα καλά.
Ό,τι κι αν ζητήσει φέτος το μπάνι βαφτιστήρι, μπάνι σέτο στο Scrooge. Gadgets και μπλιμπλίκια. Σνίκερς και στυλάτα συνολάκια. Σούπερ ήρωες και σούπερ λαμπάδες. Μπάλες, πατίνια και παιχνίδια για κάθε γούστο. Μπε Scrooge.
I can't believe how the U-2 just pops into the air.
There's 3. That's 2 right there, 2.
Instead of giving the U-2 a typical fighter jet's three-wheeled landing gear, Skunkworks cut back and gave the spy plane only 2, each placed in the center of the plane, akin to a bicycle's wheels. The decision shaved critical pounds off the aircraft's weight, helping it to achieve the desired altitude. When it came time to take off, 2 additional wheels would be attached to the plane, one on each wing. After takeoff, they would be dropped, and the plane would be free to ascend to the needed height. Landings were another matter. With only 2 wheels, the U-2's pilot would attempt to land the plane and slow it down without crashing its enormous wings into the ground. For this purpose, the pilot would be assisted by a crew of ground personnel, led by a chase car, which would drive after the landing plane and radio back information, such as its height and position, to the pilot. After the U-2 was slowed down enough, one of the wings could be tipped onto the ground to bring the plane to a stop. A titanium skid plate underneath prevented the wing from taking damage during this phase.
Inside out of the U-2 came off on country. Opinion 7-2 check. Our opinion 7-2 is 9 DME final. 7-2 no power. Report. Jams traffic follow the U-2 left base.
Opinion 7-2 report 5 mile final follow U-2 approaching the left extended base.
7-2.
U-2 and you're inside of 8 mile final.
5-3. Union 5-3, left extended base, 2 down, touch and go. 353, runway 15, 140, 4 clear touch and go, Union 5-3.
Opinion 7-9, aircraft mobile off Charlie.
Okay, 7-9, mobile, roger.
If the story can properly be said to begin anywhere, it is with the airplane itself and the men who built it. This is a U-2, filmed with special permission at the place of its birth, the Lockheed Aircraft Corporation in Burbank, California. Here is the man who designed it, Lockheed Vice President Kelly Johnson.
Back in 1953 and 1954, we were studying ways and means of making fighter airplanes like the F-104 go higher and further than they did at that time. As we went further and further into these studies, it soon became apparent that it would take an entirely new kind of an aircraft to do the job that we wanted done. From this came the U-2. The U-2 was a unique aircraft for a number of reasons. For instance, we made a wing that had a very long span, over 80 feet. The wing had to carry the whole weight of the aircraft and still be very, very light. It had to be designed not only to hold a great amount of fuel, but it was designed so that the wing tip acted as part of the landing gear. On takeoff, we invented what we call the pogo landing gears. These stick into sockets in the wing and rest on the ground to keep the airplane level on takeoff.
If the design of the U-2 presented unusual problems, so too did flying it. The pilot of a U-2 must spend an hour and a half before takeoff relaxing and breathing pure oxygen in order to prepare himself for high-altitude conditions. His helmet is airtight and sealed to his body by a cork ring. He can, therefore, neither eat nor drink before or during a flight. A long flight may keep the pilot sealed up for more than 8 hours. After such a voyage, he'll emerge hungry and thirsty from his cramped cockpit, his skin chafed and raw from the tight-fitting suit and helmet. The plane he flies will range as high as 90,000 feet, 17 miles above the Earth, far above the operating ceiling of any other jet. And during the 8 hours it can stay aloft, the U-2 will half fly, half glide for nearly 4,000 miles. It was evident from the start that the U-2 would be an invaluable airplane. It was and is employed by the Air Force and other agencies for high-altitude scientific research. More recently, the Air Force has been using the planes to observe missiles in flight and to track missile nose cones on the way down. But to the civilian Central Intelligence Agency, the U-2's ability to fly higher and farther than any interceptor aircraft made it a superb spy. With dark paint and special reconnaissance equipment, the unmarked plane the Russians came to call the Black Lady of Espionage systematically probed the borders and penetrated deep behind the Iron Curtain for nearly 4 years. A crash landing at a glider strip near Tokyo in 1959 provided the most dramatic breach in the secrecy surrounding the espionage activities of the U-2. These pictures were made before the area could be cordoned off by United States security guards. Over the years, other hints of the Black Lady's secret missions came to the surface. First in a British flight magazine, then in reports of a mysterious crash that killed Lockheed test pilot Robert Syker, then in other newspapers and aviation magazines, including Russian ones. In 1958 and 59, the newspaper Soviet Aviation attacked the espionage flights, the men behind them, and the planes they flew.
Αν δεν κρατιέσαι να βγεις για περπάτημα στις 6 το πρωί, τότε αγαπάς πραγματικά έναν υγιεινό τρόπο ζωής. Γι' αυτό αγαπάς και τα φυτικά δέλτα. Με τα καλά των καρπών και πλούσια απολαυστική γεύση. Φυτικά δέλτα, γιατί το healthy living είναι η ζωή σου. Μια καλή διατροφή ξεκινάει με δέλτα.
On the morning of May the 1st.
This is the pilot of the one U-2 reconnaissance flight that failed, Francis Gary Powers.
Who gave you these instructions? The commander of my staff.
This is his family.
Ever since Francis was just a little boy, he was interested in airplanes and made model planes and always said he wanted to become a pilot. So after so long a time, he made the pilot. Well, I wanted the boy to do what he thought best because it was his life. I was kind of scared, though. I was always afraid of planes, of the dangers of them. Anything that goes up has to come down. So that's the reason I was kind of afraid for him, afraid he would crash sometime and maybe kill himself.
In August 1956, Francis Powers arrived at Incirlik Air Base, Turkey, an American installation on a flat, bleak plain 10 miles from the town of Adana. It's a normal Air Force base, with one exception. Isolated in a trailer camp at its western end is the top-secret 1010 Reconnaissance Detachment, which conducted U-2 overflights. Francis Powers and his wife moved into trailer T-1356, where, in common with the 7 other civilian pilots and their families, they lived in mystery and seclusion for nearly 4 years, aloof even from the Air Force personnel on the rest of the base. On Wednesday, April 27, 1960, a transport plane flew Powers and other members of the 1010 detachment from Incirlik to the Pakistani air base at Peshawar. Then, when conditions were right, Powers would begin a 3,300-mile voyage across the Soviet Union, his equipment continuously monitoring its industry and defenses. If all went well, he would touch down at Bodø, Norway, 8 hours after takeoff. And so, early on Sunday morning on the 1st of May, 1960, Francis Powers lifted off from Pakistan. Most of the Western world was still in darkness, and as he crossed into Soviet territory, dawn was just breaking in Moscow. In a few hours, the May Day Parade was scheduled to begin, an annual display dedicated to the glorification of the communist regime. Already the city was being prepared for the great event. As Powers continued his flight, it was still the night of April 30th in the United States of America. In Washington, D.C., at midnight, it was time for the daily ritual of shutting down the city's landmarks. At the White House, guards kept watch over an empty building. The president was away for the weekend at his Gettysburg farmhouse. At the State Department, a few lights were burning late. A summit conference, the first in 5 years, was scheduled to begin in Paris in 2 weeks, and there were preparations to make. In one section of the city, there was considerable activity. The Sunday papers had just come off the presses and were being readied for delivery. Whatever news was to occupy attention that morning was already frozen in type and bound in wire. And of all those who would soon be casually scanning the morning papers in Washington and in Moscow, no one was aware that a news story that would shake the world was being born in the wreckage of an American plane down 1,200 miles inside the Soviet Union.
Hi, I'm Gary Sinise. I hope you enjoyed High Flight. And for information about the Gary Sinise Foundation's mission to serve and honor the needs of our defenders, veterans, first responders, their families, and those in need, please visit our website at www.GarySiniseFoundation.org. Thank you.
Every aircraft has a story that deserves to be told. Don't let these legends fade into the past. Like this video and subscribe to our channel and help us keep aviation history alive.
Hot Sauce Challenge, κακή απόφαση. Ζέβα, καλή απόφαση. Ζέβα, υπέροχη αίσθηση.
Ξεπράστηκε ένα πτώμα. Δεν θέλω να ακούσω τη συνέχεια.
Ο θάνατος είναι μέρος της ζωής.
Θα σε βρει. Μας ακολουθούν.
Ποιος?
Ένας πνιγμός είναι. Τι δεν καταλαβαίνεις. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Over the years, I've been blessed with many opportunities to visit our servicemen and women in the distant and often dangerous places where they live and work. In 2010, through a friend of mine who worked for the USO, I was invited to take a flight on the legendary U-2 spy plane. As enthusiastic as I was, I didn't fully realize all that a U-2 flight involved. By the time I boarded an airliner to return home, I would have met a group of people and flown to a place I would carry with me for the rest of my life. Beale is an 86,000-acre base that was opened in October of 1942 as an Army training site for armored and infantry divisions. It also served as a prisoner of war encampment during World War II. It transferred to the Air Force in 1948. The 9th Reconnaissance Wing is a highly specialized group of more than 3,000 personnel in 4 groups: the 9th Mission Support Group, the 9th Medical Group, the 9th Maintenance Group, and the 9th Operations Group. And Beale is headquarters for our U-2 program. The U-2 Dragon Lady is one of the most amazing defense.
During World War II, the top pilots, the elite of their time, were the aces from each nation. These aces, pilots who had downed 5 or more enemy planes, gained fame through their incredible feats in air combat. By the war's conclusion, only 3% of all fighter pilots had earned the title of ace. That small group was responsible for nearly 50% of all air-to-air victories between 1939 and 1945. What set them apart? An ace was undoubtedly exceptional, blending remarkable flying ability with bravery, sharp vision, and smart tactics. Those who survived their combat encounters were often the most calculated of all. These men skillfully balanced risk-taking with a calm, professional grasp of both their aircraft and their enemy's capabilities. The top aces chose their tactics by considering these 2 factors, along with the position they were in at the start of the engagement.
Πάνω απ' όλα, δημιουργούμε σχέσεις. Είμαστε δίπλα ο ένας στον άλλο. Είμαστε οι άνθρωποι που δίνουν μορφή σε προορισμούς και εμπειρίες, εμπνευσμένους από την κοινωνία, τον άνθρωπο και το περιβάλλον. We are Lambda.
Επίσημη συλλογή FIFA World Cup 2026 Adrenaline XL. Φαντασμογορικές κάρτες με εκπληκτικά εφέ. Συλλέξτε και παίξτε online με fans από όλο τον κόσμο. Επίσημη συλλογή FIFA World Cup 2026 Adrenaline XL. Μόνο από την Panini.
Fighter tactics during World War II went through a significant transformation by the time VE Day ended the fighting. Despite these changes, the core elements remained unchanged. In fact, all the fundamental tactical principles had been established during World War I. However, it took time to relearn those lessons when Hitler's campaign in Europe began 2 decades later.
During World War I, air combat tactics evolved into 2 basic elements in the fighting over the Western Front. The first was the traditional swirling, turning dogfight that you see in all the World War I type air combat movies. But the Germans developed a real specialized tactic by 1918 to preserve their small fighter force on the Western Front. And this was the hit-and-run tactic. They were able to dive into opposing formations, hit them, and then run away as fast as they could by high-speed dives. Well, during the 1930s, both of these elements of air-to-air combat were really lost as tacticians and theorists concluded that dogfighting was a thing of the past because of the high speeds that new fighter aircraft were capable of achieving.
The RAF was likely the most influenced by that line of thinking. Instead of prioritizing air-to-air combat between fighters, it devised a range of strict tactics aimed at concentrating the firepower of fighter formations on bombers. RAF fighters were viewed as interceptors, not tools for air superiority.
The mass attack tactics developed by the RAF during the interwar period proved to be an utter catastrophe during the initial stages of the Second World War. The main reason for this was the fact that when flying in these tight formations, only the squadron leader or the flight leader would actually be looking around for enemy aircraft. Everybody else was so busy flying wing on the other aircraft in the formation that they didn't have the opportunity to be looking for enemy aircraft. Consequently, they were constantly surprised, and aircraft were lost that probably wouldn't have been lost had they been flying in looser formations. The other issue was the fact that taking these unwieldy, large, cumbersome formations and trying to maneuver them in a very, very fast dogfighting environment proved to be incompatible with the realities of modern air warfare.
While the RAF entered the war with fixed, deliberate tactics, the Luftwaffe adopted the opposite strategy. Their experience in Spain led them to apply the method of World War I. They used loose formations of 4 planes, called a Schwan, divided into 2 plane elements called rots. These flexible formations gave pilots space to scan for enemy aircraft. As the British adapted, they gradually shifted from their pre-war methods to modified German formations. Initially, RAF squadrons flew in 3-plane formations, known as VICs or Vs, with the leader positioned ahead and 2 wingmen tightly tucked behind. By early 1941, the British had adopted a 6-plane formation that was looser but flawed. It was a version of this formation that the RAF taught to newly formed American squadrons when they joined the fight against the German Luftwaffe in 1942.
Basically, the British formation that we used was a box formation. A leader, a wingman behind him and slightly off to the side, element leader, and his wingman off a little bit to the side. Almost a box.
From the RAF tactics that the U.S. Army Air Force inherited in North Africa and also in the early days in England, the pilots, the fighter pilots, the American fighter pilots developed a new formation that they called the Finger Four. And it's very similar to the German Schwarm, but imagine 4 planes on the end of each finger, and each fingertip or fingernail representing the aircraft. The leader would be right here, the flight leader. His wingman is this guy right here. The element leader is here, and the element leader's wingman is in trail behind the rest of the formation back here. And the point of this formation was to fly as loose as possible while still being able to provide mutual support. And this way they could all be looking around for enemy aircraft and protect each other at the same time.
As formation tactics evolved, so did the fighter pilot's understanding of how to best use his aircraft against the enemy. Before the war, dogfighting was largely viewed as a one-on-one contest, with little emphasis on teamwork within a fighter formation. Once again, it was the Germans who reconnected with their tactical roots. In Spain, they learned the differences between dogfighting styles, hit-and-run tactics versus turning engagements. A light, nimble fighter was ideal for a turning battle, while faster aircraft with superior climbing and diving abilities excelled in hit-and-run tactics.
Το καθήκον μας στη ΔΕΙΑ είναι να παρέχουμε ποιοτικό νερό στους πολίτες, ώστε να μπορούν να ανταπεξέλθουν τις υποχρεώσεις τους. Το δίκτυο της πόλης του Αιγείου είναι ένα παλιό δίκτυο. Η τεχνική υπηρεσία συνέταξε μια μελέτη και αντιμετωπίσαμε το μεγάλο πρόβλημα των διαρροών στο συγκεκριμένο τμήμα. Δεν μπορούμε να ζήσουμε χωρίς νερό. Η ποιότητα του νερού και η επάρκειά του είναι το επίκεντρο της δουλειάς μας.
Όταν έχεις πονοκέφαλο, δεν λειτουργεί σωστά. Γι' αυτό, Depon Maximum. 2 φορές ταχύτερο για γρήγορη ανακούφιση από τον πόνο. Και η ζωή συνεχίζεται. Depon Maximum.
The Germans developed the best early war hit-and-run fighter in the Messerschmitt 109. The 109 was capable of amazing vertical maneuvers and performance, and as a result they could dive down on British formations, hit them, make a pass, and climb away with their energy that they had accumulated in the dive, and engage and disengage the British at will, and the early American pilots as well. And this sort of attack caused a lot of losses amongst Allied aircraft and aircrew during the early days and early months of the war. The only thing that the British and the American pilots in 1940, 41, 42 could do was try to break away from these diving attacks and turn. And while that was a fine defensive maneuver, it made them entirely reactive. They could not really retain the initiative or capture the initiative away from this amazing energy fighter.
Anytime you got into a jam, attacked by 109, and they were usually above us, so they'd have the initiative initially. Anytime you were attacked by a 109, about the only thing you could do to keep from getting hit was to get into a tight turn, which he couldn't keep with you. And if you could persuade him to stick with you, you could eventually get around, work into position on his tail.
The Germans could never turn with you. A 109 had a much heavier wing loading, 32 pounds versus the Spitfire's Hurricane's 25. So a German would be fool enough to try and get on a tight turn with you. You'd nail him. You'd just turn inside him and shoot him. They knew that.
Occasionally, overly eager German pilots made the fatal mistake of trying to turn fight against Allied aircraft, and those pilots did not survive long.
I spotted a bunch of 109s came down from above us, and heading down toward the targets. Well, I turned my flight up into them and tried to divert them, drive them off, which was kind of silly because there were about six or eight 109s and we were 4 P-40s at that point. At any rate, we got into a big hassle going round and round, and I wound up with 3 of them on my tail, taking turns making passes at me. And as I had mentioned earlier, when they'd get within what I estimated was firing range, why I'd go into a turn, manage to divert them that way to the point where they couldn't pull enough lead to hit me. And one of them made the mistake of trying to turn with me, and in 2 turns I got around behind him and killed him.
As the war progressed and newer American designs entered the fray over Europe, the Germans saw the advantages of the Me-109 and FW-190 diminish.
From about mid-1943 on, German pilot quality really began to decline, and as it declined, Allied pilot quality increased as there was more breathing room to train the pilots more effectively and more thoroughly before they went into combat. And it was that fact, combined with the new aircraft that the Allies were just beginning to deploy, that could outclass the 190 and the Messerschmitt 109, that gave the Allies the edge they needed in the skies over Europe.
The P-47 Thunderbolt was the first of this new wave. At high altitude, nothing could surpass a Thunderbolt when flown by an experienced pilot. While primarily known as a hit-and-run, or energy fighter, due to its excellent diving capabilities, skilled pilots could engage Luftwaffe fighters in any type of dogfight with the P-47D and M models. With such a versatile fighter, the tactical situation usually determined how the fight would unfold. Whoever had the altitude advantage typically initiated the fight, aiming to keep the engagement vertical, using hit-and-run tactics. At lower altitudes, enemy fighters were at a serious disadvantage. If caught low and slow, they were vulnerable to turn fights, with no way to escape. However, in skilled hands, the P-47 proved to be an exceptionally versatile fighter, even in low altitudes, turning engagements.
We were on the deck, working on the deck, and I think we could outfly him on the deck. he couldn't get away from me. I could turn in and keep right with him, and so I just had him going and going, and he finally decided it's better get out than to get shot down.
While the P-47 was highly effective, early P-38 pilots who faced the Luftwaffe in late 1942 and 1943 found themselves at a disadvantage. Initially, many P-38 squadrons made the costly mistake of attempting to turn fight with German 109s and 190s, often with disastrous results.
Είναι υπερβολή να πούμε ότι με αυτό το ταχίνι θα τρέχεις κατοστάρι και θα τερματίσεις και πρώτη. Όμως ότι το ταχίνι μας φτιάχνεται από 100% διαλεκτό σουσάμι που αλέφεται σε παραδοσιακή πέτρα, δεν είναι υπερβολή, είναι υπερτροφή. Μακεδονικό ταχίνι, το υπέρ στην υπερτροφή σου.
Since the 109s and 190s were as fast or faster than early P-38s, American pilots often couldn't outrun their Luftwaffe adversaries, unless they began the fight with an altitude advantage. Even the mid-war P-38 variants, like the F and G models, struggled in Europe, particularly in the bomber escort role. When flying close to the bombers, Lightning pilots frequently found themselves in tactically unfavorable situations.
A German plane could cut off their attack any time. All they had to do was dive. A P-38, this was a bad maneuver, because if we went into a dive and followed them while we got into compressibility, at first we couldn't pull it out of there. Compressibility is a high-speed buffet, and you just, it's dangerous. They were up there hiding in the sun, and they'd roll over and come down at us, and for a while there we thought the Germans were after us instead of the bombers. We couldn't outturn them, and we couldn't dive with them. It was their show there for quite a bit. We didn't get as many of them, I guess, as they got of us. We had quite a few losses.
After some hard-learned lessons, P-38 units managed to hold their road against the Luftwaffe through 1943.
When you see them coming, you turn. They didn't like the front end of a P-38, and they had respect for us. You see, they didn't know what we could do. They had to learn just like we did how well we were going to perform against them.
By late 1944, however, the P-38L entered service in the European theatre, offering the Americans a game-changing version of the Lightning. With hydraulic boost controls, dive brakes to prevent compressibility, and more powerful Allison engines, the L model allowed pilots to use tactics previously unavailable to them.
The original P-38 was kind of stiff. You had to really put effort. 1 pound here was 1 pound out there. But after they put those hydraulic boosters on it, 1 pound here was 16 out there. And boy, we could outroll Spitfires or P-51s or any of the rest of them with aileron boosters. And so the quicker you can establish your turn and pull back on the stick means a tighter turn you can make. See? And we could outturn anybody, and then it would turn right, being so stable. Whenever a single engine plane gets down to about 91, 92 miles an hour, if you're turning to the right and it stalls, it'll flip back over this way, out of control. P-38, you could turn it right down forever at 72 miles an hour at full power and never stall out. And getting that turn established was the main thing. Up until we got the dive flaps, every time we get in a fight with the Germans at altitude, we could outturn them. We could really outturn them. But the minute we got inside of them, they'd just turn over and go straight for the ground, 26,000 feet or wherever you were, see. And if we chased them, we got out of control. And the P-38 wanted to tuck back under like that, and the more you pulled on it, the more it would tuck under. It was out of control. So we had to have something that would keep it from accelerating past that speed. So they invented this dive flap that was run by an electric motor, and it opened like that. It took about 1 second to open and close, you know. And the minute that guy in front of you pulled that split ass like that, you just pop those dive flaps and you just get right behind him. And boy, were they surprised after we got those, because they'd pull out at the bottom. 26,000 feet's not very fast to run, very far to run at 450 miles an hour, see. And when they pulled out at the bottom, there was a P-38 right on their tail, you know. And that was their big surprise. That aren't really dive flaps. We called them dive brakes, but they were dive flaps, is what they were. They were really great. We could out-turn them, we could out-climb them, we could out-dive them, we could outlast them, and we could outgun them.
This late-war version of the P-38 gave American pilots the confidence to engage the Luftwaffe in almost any tactical scenario, knowing that, in a pinch, they could fight their way out. Byers recalls one battle that began unusually, with the Americans engaging from below.
Αν λατρεύεις να αφιερώνεις το κυριακάτικο απόγευμα για να ετοιμάσεις σνακς για όλη την οικογένεια, τότε αγαπάς πραγματικά έναν υγιεινό τρόπο ζωής. Γι' αυτό αγαπάς και τα φυτικά δέλτα. Με τα καλά των καρπών και πλούσια απολαυστική γεύση. Φυτικά δέλτα. Γιατί το healthy living είναι η ζωή σου. Μια καλή διατροφή ξεκινάει με δέλτα.
They were above us to start with. And we were in a hole in the overcast, you know. We looked up and there they were, about 2,500 feet above us. And they were getting all queued up in an echelon. So I just took my flight right through the middle of them. And they scattered. And then we started picking them off. But none of them would fly out of that hole, see. They had to be inexperienced. We shot all 14 of them down. 11 of us. But our 11 guys accounted for over 700 missions. See, they were pretty well experienced by then, you know, see. And God, there ain't no sense of letting them get the first shot, you know. And if you sit and do nothing, you get hurt. But if you make a mistake, you can change that, see. If you do something and make a mistake, you can change it. But if you just sit there and do nothing, you can't change anything.
In other cases, the P-38 became one of the war's deadliest hit-and-run fighters, especially when it started a fight with an altitude advantage.
When we looked off to the east, a whole bunch of ME-109s, about 20 of them, were attacking 4 P-47s. Coming down, boy, just like rain down out of the sky. So we flew over there and got in the fight, and we shot down 8 of them. All that happens fast, you know. You're scared, but you're not panicked. You know, see, that's the difference right there. Yeah. And anybody that says they aren't scared, they're useless. Because anybody that is any good at all gets scared.
In 1944, the introduction of the P-51B by the 354th Fighter Group in Northern Europe marked a decisive turning point in the war. Finally, the Allies had a long way to go air superiority fighter whose performance matched or surpassed that of any enemy aircraft. While the P-47's main weakness was its slow climb rate, the Mustang climbed like a homesick angel and could dive with the best the Luftwaffe had to offer. With no major weaknesses, the P-51 became the top all-round air superiority fighter of the war, excelling at any altitude.
That caught the Germans flat-footed there for a while. They really gave them a bad time. Because the 51s, he'd catch the German Air Force in the air, and they'd drop those tanks, and then they'd cut them to pieces because the 51 could outturn the Messerschmitts. So they made out real well there.
By the war's end, the air battles had evolved into a fierce contest for positional advantage. In the early days, the Germans dominated the RAF with their sleek 109s and effective hit-and-run tactics. However, newer Allied aircraft arrived just in time to shift the dynamics of the air war. While still excelling in turn fights, Allied pilots gained unmatched flexibility with late-generation fighters, allowing them to engage the Germans in vertical hit-and-run combat and win. This versatility spelled the downfall of the Luftwaffe's fighter force by 1944. While various tactics could help mitigate an enemy's advantages in aircraft quality or quantity, some fundamental elements of air combat remained constant. Mastering these elements took time, which fighter pilots in World War II often lack.
During World War II, American pilots used to say, "Fly 5 and stay alive." And what that meant was, if you made 5 missions, if you flew 5 missions and you were still alive, your chances of survival through your entire tour just went up exponentially. The reason for this was something that later was called situational awareness. SA was basically the ability to process all the information going on around a pilot in the midst of an air-to-air engagement. And developing the sense of situational awareness needed for survival in air combat took time. If a pilot could fly 5 missions, he'd have the experience needed to really understand and process the things that he saw. But before that point, he had no concept of what was going on around him. Frequently, pilots never even saw aircraft around them in an air-to-air engagement, and even more seriously, they rarely saw the aircraft that shot them down. As a result, it was the inexperienced pilots that made up the brunt of losses through the entire Second World War.
Dogfights are funny things. They're huge. They might go all over the sky. You lose track of your own people. Hopefully your wingman stays with you. If he doesn't, then you're in trouble, because you not only have to watch what you're doing, you have to watch behind you. People who don't check 6 are in deep trouble. If they won't be victor, they'll be victim.
Πάνω απ' όλα, δημιουργούμε σχέσεις. Είμαστε δίπλα ο ένας στον άλλο. Είμαστε οι άνθρωποι που δίνουν μορφή σε προορισμούς και εμπειρίες, εμπνευσμένους από την κοινωνία, τον άνθρωπο και το περιβάλλον. We are Lambda.
Το καλύτερο ψωμί το έχει ο φούρνος του Lidl για την καλύτερη τυρόπιτα και φοβερό λουκουμά. Τα προϊόντα του φούρνου είναι απίθανα, δεν τα βρίσκεις πουθενά αυτά. Είναι ώρα να δοκιμάσετε.
Μας έχετε πρίξει με το φούρνο του Lidl. Μπουχτισμένη φατσούλα.
Συγγνώμη.
Όποιος ξέρει, ξέρει. Στον φούρνο των Lidl ψήνουμε τα πιο ξεχωριστά ψωμιά, αρτοσκευάσματα και γλυκά κάθε μέρα, πολλές φορές τη μέρα, για να τα βρίσκεις σε όλη τους την ποικιλία φρέσκα, ζεστά και λαχταριστά. Όποιος ξέρει, ξέρει. Lidl.
Identifying the enemy was the most crucial factor in winning any air-to-air engagement. Once the enemy had been spotted, maintaining visual contact was vital for securing victory. A common fighter pilot saying of the time was, "Lose sight, lose the fight." Without awareness of the enemy's next move, a fighter pilot couldn't choose the appropriate maneuver to counter it. This was a primary reason why many inexperienced pilots were lost. They simply couldn't see or process all the information unfolding around them. Sometimes, losing sight of friendly aircraft in his flight or squadron could be nearly as dangerous as encountering enemies in close-range turnfights.
One of my very first sightings of an enemy aircraft was a 109 who crossed in front of me. I turned and headed towards him in a steep bank left, and all of a sudden he started coming apart, and I hadn't fired my guns yet, and it was Glenn Eagleston coming in from the other side had hit him. Glenn used to tell me all the time, I owe you one. We almost were air scoop to air scoop when he finally hit him.
If a fighter pilot managed to survive long enough to grasp some key lessons in air combat survival, he could become a highly valuable asset to his squadron.
During the war, to be a successful fighter pilot in air-to-air combat, you needed a couple of basic ingredients. The first was eyesight. A successful fighter pilot had good eyesight and could spot enemy aircraft at long ranges. The second was the ability to fly his aircraft to the edge of its performance envelope. Basically, he needed to be a good pilot. And kind of as a corollary to that, he needed to understand his aircraft as thoroughly as possible so he could get the most out of it. And that really came down to a number of hours that particular pilot had flown in the fighter type he was taking into combat. Lastly, he needed to have a thorough understanding of the tactics that would maximize his aircraft's potential and capabilities in air-to-air combat, while at the same time negating some of the advantages the enemy aircraft possessed over his own aircraft.
Air-to-air gunnery was, and still is, a true art form that only a select few ever master. Dick Bong, America's ace of aces, spent his initial months in combat unable to hit anything except from almost directly astern. After extensive gunnery training in the States, he returned to combat and became an exceptional aerial marksman, striking targets from nearly any angle.
Deflection shooting was the ability to take out a target from different angles relative to that particular target's direction. So firing from directly astern on an enemy plane was called a 0-degree deflection shot, while shooting from a 45-degree angle from behind was called a 45-degree deflection shot. The most difficult shot was the 90-degree deflection shot, where the shooting plane was perpendicular to the target aircraft. That required the most amount of lead and the most amount of calculations in the pilot's head to actually hit the target. Deflection shooting was actually an art form. It was very difficult to do, and there were very few pilots who were really good enough to hit a target from anywhere except dead astern. So those that were able to do it really had very high scores. René Fonck was probably one of the most famous deflection shooters in aviation history. He was a World War I French ace with over 70 kills to his credit. During World War II, some of the great deflection shooters were Hans Joachim Marseille, who was a German pilot who was renowned for his ability to bring down very rugged aircraft like P-40s with 7 or 8 shots. He was that good of a marksman. For the Americans, probably one of the best deflection shooters was Tommy McGuire, who had 38 kills and was the second-ranking American ace in World War II.
For much of the war, Americans relied on fixed reflector gun sights. Initially, the standard K9 gun sight was utilized. However, later in the war, the United States developed a computer gun sight known as the K-14. With the aid of a gyro, the gun sight would calculate the necessary lead to hit an aerial target.
We had a K-14 sight that was a gyro sight, and you put the pip on the plane, and if you were in too tight of a turn, though, you better have your stationary sight on too. And that happened to me, and I was pulling in a real tight turn, and the thing was gone. Just dumped. It would dump. You pull a gyro too fast, it'll dump. Then you got to shut it off and get it going again. And if I'd had my needle or ring and dot, I probably got him, but nothing I could do. So you had to be careful when you're in a real tight turn with that gyro. But it was a big improvement.
Επίσημη συλλογή FIFA World Cup 2026 Adrenaline XL. Φαντασμογορικές κάρτες με εκπληκτικά εφέ. Συλλέξτε και παίξτε online με fans από όλο τον κόσμο. Επίσημη συλλογή FIFA World Cup 2026 Adrenaline XL. Μόνο από την Panini.
Congrats! You went global. You're now subject to regulations you've never heard of. You're welcome. You've got a product to ship, investors to update, a team to hire, and then there's compliance. GDPR, CCPA, ADA. EAA. Regulators don't care, Climb does. 150 plus regulations. One platform, ready in minutes. Your compliance foundation everywhere you sell. You didn't choose these regulations, but you can choose how you handle them.
It was indeed rare for an individual to master all these complex and demanding elements of air combat and survive long enough to excel at them. Of those who did, only a select few became true hunters. The aces. Their domain was the expansive skies over Europe. Their task involved the grim cycle of killing and survival. Losses among the top aces were consistently high.
Throughout aviation history, aces have always been among the most aggressive pilots in the air, but some have been more aggressive than others. And these types of aces led brilliant, if short, careers in air-to-air combat. They were the reckless of the reckless. They were the ones who would wade into any fight, no matter what the situation, no matter how heavily outnumbered, and they would fight it out. And these guys scored incredible victories in a very short span of time, but generally they fell victim to their own recklessness in the end and died at the hands of their own mistakes in air-to-air battle.
Surviving in air combat required courage, skill, and a fair amount of luck. To evolve into a hunter rather than merely a target necessitated a healthy mix of experience, sharp eyesight, and effective tactics. It took time for all participants in the air war to relearn the fundamental lessons of air combat that emerged from World War I. However, once they did, a multitude of tactical innovations reshaped the air war in Europe. Poor tactics could result in the downfall of even the most skilled pilots. Conversely, effective tactics could counter nearly any advantage the enemy possessed, ensuring both survival and success.
The P-51 Mustang, the most dominant escort fighter of World War II. It helped blaze a trail from England all the way to Berlin for America's bomber force.
Of course, the Mustang was a revelation. It was the war winner.
Its creation was sparked by a mixture of genius and chance. The Mustang and its two-stage, two-speed supercharged Merlin engine were the end result of years of technological development. From World War I to World War II, each generation of aircraft went ever higher and faster. But the Mustang's marriage with the Merlin might never have happened. National pride delayed the coupling of these two great innovations. But a new deadly German adversary changed everything.
The Focke-Wulf 190, this was really a top-notch fighter aircraft.
With the FW-190 terrorizing the skies of Europe, the British and American forces swallowed their pride and joined together to create the ultimate fighting machine. December 17, 1903. The Wright brothers' aircraft, the Wright 1, successfully takes off, initiating the dawn of aviation. Man had already taken to the skies with gliders and balloons, but this was the first time that an engine had propelled him into the air. The Wright 1's engine was a crude design by today's standards and put out 12 horsepower only. It was an inline engine, meaning that its cylinders, 4 in total, were mounted in a straight line, a layout that would inspire some of the most advanced piston-engined aircraft ever created. Though a simple design, the Wright engine was innovative. It was the first engine to make use of a lightweight cast aluminum crankcase. Every pound counted. With a heavier engine, the Wrights may not have made history that winter's day in North Carolina. Aircraft weight and power would continue to be important to the evolution of flight. World War I was approaching, and the newly formed air forces of the world needed reliable engines with enough power to sustain flight during operations. From France would come a new type of power plant to take the fight into the air, the rotary engine. Rotary engines operated differently than the inline ones used by the Wright brothers. The cylinders were arranged in a radial pattern rather than a line. When the engine was fired up, the crankshaft remained stationary, while the crankcase and cylinders rotated around it. A rotary engine had one giant advantage over the inlines of the era. It was much lighter, and thus gave a pilot better performance during combat or while trying to evade an enemy. However, the rotary engine was not without its shortcomings. It had poor fuel economy, as it was often run on full throttle. It also provided an unpleasant ride. Castor oil was mixed with the fuel mixture for lubrication, with the side effect of heavy fumes, smoke, and an oil shower for pilots. Turns with a rotary-powered aircraft could prove treacherous. As the whole engine rotated, it produced a gyroscopic effect. A turn to the right, at full power and low level, could end with the death of a pilot.
Αν δεν κρατιέσαι να βγεις για περπάτημα στις 6 το πρωί, τότε αγαπάς πραγματικά έναν υγιεινό τρόπο ζωής. Γι' αυτό αγαπάς και τα φυτικά δέλτα. Με τα καλά των καρπών και πλούσια απολαυστική γεύση. Φυτικά δέλτα, γιατί το healthy living είναι η ζωή σου. Μια καλή διατροφή ξεκινάει με δέλτα.
Rotary-powered aircraft remained part of Air Force inventories till war's end, but they were gradually supplanted by the inline engine. Inlines based on the same principles as the one found in the original Wright plane kept improving in terms of power and performance. Between the wars and across the Atlantic, a new type of aircraft engine would emerge to dominate American aviation. The U.S. Navy was looking for aircraft to populate its fledgling aircraft carriers. Space on board was extremely limited, but aircraft with inline engines often had lengthy noses. Their engines, built with rows of cylinders, took up too much space on cramped carriers. Rotary engines, though more compact, had too many other weaknesses to be serious contenders for the role. There was, however, a third type of engine. Before the war, there had been limited experimentation with radial engines. At first glance, these appeared to be just like rotary engines. It's only when they are fired up that the difference becomes clear. In a rotary engine, the crankcase and cylinders rotate around the crankshaft. But with a radial engine, the crankshaft rotates while the engine block is static. Radials often weren't as powerful as inline engines, but they were less complicated. They were cooled by air rushing over the engine rather than through a liquid cooling system. This made radials less vulnerable to battle damage, which might rupture the coolant lines. Navy pilots who might have to travel long distances over the ocean to get to a target needed an engine that would be sure to get them home under any circumstance. Most importantly for the Navy, radials were smaller than inline engines, so a greater number of aircraft equipped with them could be stored on board their carriers. The Wright Aeronautical Corporation, a successor to the original Wright Brothers Company, used their aviation expertise to create the first reliable radial engine for the Navy, the J-5 Whirlwind. The J-5 was put on display for the entire world to see when Charles Lindbergh crossed the Atlantic in his Spirit of St. Louis in 1927. His flight solidified the reputation of the J-5 Radial as a dependable power plant. The budding airlines of the world were looking for engines to power their airliners and to bring their passengers across continents and eventually across the globe safely. Reliable radial engines seemed to be the ideal choice. Radials would power many of the principal airliners in the history of civil aviation, from the Ford Trimotor to the Boeing 247 to the Lockheed Model 10 Electra. Both the U.S. Navy and U.S. Army Air Corps would rely heavily on radial engines as they built up their inventories of fighters and other aircraft. In the 1930s, the U.S. had just one inline engine in development, the Allison V-1710, an engine that would one day power some of America's great fighters. At the time, relying on radials seemed a prudent decision, but in the years to come and in the battles ahead, it will leave the U.S. playing catch-up with their allies and enemies in Europe. In Europe in the 1930s, air forces and aircraft manufacturers were looking for speed above all else as they designed the next generation of fighters. Using streamlined designs and powerful V-12 inline engines, they pushed their aircraft to speeds over 350 miles per hour. Their inline engines were not only more powerful, they also helped to create more aerodynamic airframes. Their elongated shapes allowed for more streamlined designs as compared with radials. Inline engines may have been more vulnerable to attack due to their complex liquid cooling systems, but no matter how durable a radial engine is, speed kills in a dogfight. Inline engines were built to provide just that. It was from this European obsession with speed that some of the legendary fighters of World War II were born, including the Supermarine Spitfire, the Hawker Hurricane, and the Messerschmitt Bf-109. Beneath their elegant frames purred ever more powerful inline engines from Rolls-Royce and Daimler-Benz respectively. In the middle of 1940, the pilots of the RAF tested their mettle and the endurance of their fighting machines in some of the most spectacular air battles of World War II.
Hot Sauce Challenge, κακή απόφαση. Ζέβα, καλή απόφαση. Ζέβα, υπέροχη αίσθηση.
Vice Führer Göring had promised to destroy the RAF and thus facilitate the invasion of Britain. Göring had at his disposal an armada of medium bombers protected by a deadly fighter force. The result of the Battle of Britain during those few vital months of 1940 is well known. There was a heavy toll in fighters and pilots on both sides. British and German engineers tried to squeeze every ounce of power from their engines. Any tiny advantage could be the difference between life and death. With Britain and her industry under direct attack, she looked to her old colony more than ever to provide her with desperately needed aircraft. Even before the Battle of Britain, the British Purchasing Commission had already been shopping for additional aircraft. The US's initial offer of fighters was not well suited for the high-altitude dogfights taking place over Europe. This was partially due to the American engines available. The US had concentrated on radial engine production instead of inline engines like the ones so popular in European fighters. They did have the Allison engine, the V-1710. Like the British Rolls-Royce Merlin, it was a 12-cylinder inline engine, but it had a complex turbocharger often difficult to fit into an aircraft. To boost power in the thin air at high altitudes, the Allison engine used the heat of its exhaust to power a turbine and thereby increase the airflow and power. One American aircraft, the Lockheed P-38, had the extra space needed to house the turbocharger. It was a big twin-engined aircraft to begin with and had space in its tail booms for the extra equipment. But given the size of the P-38, it wouldn't have fared well against nimble single-engine German fighters in a dogfight. America had other smaller fighters powered by the Allison engine, the P-39 Airacobra and the Curtiss P-40 Warhawk. In both cases, their manufacturers failed to include Allison's turbocharger. The P-39 had an innovative layout, with its engine situated mid-fuselage, behind the pilot. It was designed to house both the Allison engine and the turbocharger. However, a scoop built into the left side of the fuselage to cool the turbocharger was deemed too aerodynamically expensive. Both the scoop and the turbocharger were eliminated from the production design. This change crippled the Aerocobra's ability to fight at high altitudes. In the case of the P-40 Warhawk, a rugged single-engine airplane, the turbocharger was excluded from the design from the get-go. This limited its optimal altitude to just 15,000 feet, and thus relegated the aircraft to ground attack work. The British Purchasing Commission was still interested in the Warhawk, even with its limitations. They saw it as more of an Army support aircraft. However, the Curtiss factory was running at capacity and could not fulfill the order. With no suitable aircraft readily available for purchase, the Brits would turn to North American aircraft. The British Purchasing Commission proposed that North American build the Warhawk under license from Curtiss. But NAA President Dutch Kindleberger had a bolder plan. He guaranteed that he could create an even better airplane, using the same Allison engine, in less time than it would take for him to retool for Warhawk production. The Brits said yes, and the end result was an airplane that may well have changed the outcome of the Second World War in Europe. Back in Europe, Germany was looking for an aircraft to augment the Bf-109. In the Battle of Britain, the Bf-109 and Spitfire were closely matched. But the Bf-109 lacked the range to be highly effective in its escort role over Britain in the summer of 1940. The Luftwaffe had a twin-engined escort, the Bf-110. It had the range to be an excellent escort, but it lacked the maneuverability to defend itself or its charge in a dogfight. It also used two Daimler-Benz 605 engines, making it an expensive sitting duck for British interceptors. Looking for a quick solution to their escort dilemma, the Luftwaffe even considered having the 110s tow 109s into battle to conserve fuel. But in the long run, using two aircraft to perform the role of a single fighter was an even more wasteful solution. What the Luftwaffe needed was a dedicated single-engine aircraft to fill in for the Bf-109 on longer-range missions. And ideally, something to give them a decided advantage over the British fighters of the time. However, the Luftwaffe wanted to have its cake and eat it too. They wanted a new fighter, but they didn't want to sacrifice any of the precious 605 engines meant for the Bf-109.
Ό,τι κι αν ζητήσει φέτος το μπάνι βαφτιστήρι, μπάνι σέτο στο Scrooge. Gadgets και μπλιμπλίκια. Sneakers και στυλάτα συνολάκια. Σούπερ ήρωες και σούπερ λαμπάδες. Μπάλες, πατίνια και παιχνίδια για κάθε γούστο. Μπες Scrooge.
Ο καφές για μένα είναι δημιουργία. Το Horeca Empower μου έδειξε ότι πίσω από ένα φλιτζάνι υπάρχει σωστή τεχνική, επιλογές και όχι απλά η εμπειρία ή η τύχη. Νιώθω ότι γνωρίζω καλύτερα τον καφέ από τον κόκο μέχρι το φλιτζάνι. Είναι ένας χώρος με μεγάλη εξέλιξη και μπορεί να σου ανοίξει πολλούς δρόμους. Αν σκέφτεσαι να δηλώσεις συμμετοχή στο Horeca Empower, κάντο χθες.
To the consternation of the Luftwaffe, most of the new submissions for fighter designs from German industry were to be built around this very same engine. To solve Germany's escort woes, one man, Kurt Tank, Focke-Wulf's legendary designer and test pilot, did what was almost unthinkable at the time. Since the start of the war, British and German designers had relied upon powerful 12-cylinder inline engines to power their fighters. Tank dared to build Germany's next fighter around a bomber's radial engine. The air-cooled BMW 801 radial engine had plenty of power and had proven reliable in the JU-88 and DO-217. But radials in a fighter were a rare sight in Europe. It was difficult to build as aerodynamic a fuselage to house them in as when constructing one for a slender inline engine. Though an unconventional design track, tanks saw two reasons for encouragement. Firstly, the National Advisory Committee for Aeronautics in the U.S. had already done research on improving airflow around radial engines. Over time, they had developed the NACA cowl, which at least helped to reduce drag. This was a simple ring which fitted snugly around the cylinders of a radial engine. It not only made the engine more aerodynamic, it also improved cooling. Secondly, Tank observed that the US and Japanese navies were employing several modern carrier aircraft, all with radial engines. Aircraft like the F-4F Hellcat and the Japanese A-6M-0. The lightweight Zero had been almost unstoppable in the early part of the Pacific War. Tank had continued to explore ways of improving his new radial-engined aircraft and reducing the drag effect, although some say his greatest task was selling the radial idea to the ministry. If that was the case, the bureaucrats must have been quickly won over by Kurt Tank's first prototypes. Given the designation the Focke-Wulf 190, and unofficially known as the Butcher Bird, the Luftwaffe's latest fighter was rushed into production. Fortunately for the Allies, the FW-190 arrived after the close of the Battle of Britain. In the summer of 1941, 5 Mark V Spitfires flying over the south coast spotted several radial engine fighters in German markings. At first glance, they were mistaken for US-built Republic Lancers. It was a deadly case of mistaken identity. The aircraft were, in reality, early model FW-190s. The Spitfire pilots who survived the ensuing battle lived to tell just how quickly their comrades had been lost. But Britain's greatest loss that day was not pilots or planes. The battle marked the day Britain lost air superiority to the Luftwaffe. The RAF had to do something, and fast. All eyes looked to Rolls-Royce, manufacturer of the Merlin engine, the power plant of the Spitfire, Hurricane, and so many of Britain's great planes. Although the company had the next-generation engine, the 12-cylinder Griffin in development, it was well over a year away, more than enough time for Britain to lose the war. Earlier, there had been some thought given to modifying a few Merlin engines for experimental high-altitude work to be executed by a Wellington bomber. It was little more than an idea at the time, but in Britain's hour of desperate need, Rolls-Royce engineers worked night and day to test the concept. Merlin engines were already supercharged. An air compressor mechanically attached to the rotating camshaft increased the airflow to the engine, allowing it to burn more fuel and to boost performance. Rolls-Royce engineers had theorized that adding a second supercharger could give the engine even more punch during high-altitude work. Might a two-stage supercharger help the RAF reclaim air supremacy? The end result of the Rolls-Royce experiments was breathtaking. It was almost as if the two-stage, two-speed Merlin was an entirely different engine, when in fact it was just a modification. When the double supercharged aircraft, dubbed the Spitfire Mark IX, finally arrived in June of 1942, the RAF had a rare opportunity to test it directly against a captured FW-190. The test results were far different than the day a group of unlucky RAF pilots ran into a flock of butcher birds. The two aircraft were virtual equals in terms of performance. Captain Eric Brown, who had flown a captured FW-190,
Επίσημη συλλογή FIFA World Cup 2026 Adrenaline XL. Φαντασμογορικές κάρτες με εκπληκτικά εφέ. Συλλέξτε και παίξτε online με fans από όλο τον κόσμο. Επίσημη συλλογή FIFA World Cup 2026 Adrenaline XL. Μόνο από την Panini.
πάνω απ' όλα, δημιουργούμε σχέσεις. Είμαστε δίπλα ο ένας στον άλλο. Είμαστε οι άνθρωποι που δίνουν μορφή σε προορισμούς και εμπειρίες, εμπνευσμένους από την κοινωνία, τον άνθρωπο και το περιβάλλον. We are Lambda.
Had a chance to test the new Spitfire 9 against the German aircraft in live combat.
I'd flown the 190 quite a bit, so I wasn't too frightened. I reckoned I knew what that aircraft could do, and I knew what my Spit could do, so I thought, well, I can handle this guy. Hoping he was somebody just out of training school. But no, I picked somebody who really knew what he was up to. And we had, I would say, a toing and throwing over France. But neither could get a draw beat on the other. We finally realized, as both of us, we run out of fuel. We waggled our wings at each other and departed. And I realized this was really a top-notch fighter aircraft.
The RAF had leveled the playing field with the Luftwaffe, at least for the time being. But what the RAF really needed was an aircraft to give them the upper hand. The new Merlin's greatest contribution to the war was still to come, when it was mated with an extraordinary aircraft of American design. Back in the U.S., North American aircraft had continued to work on a Warhawk substitute, which met the specifications laid out by the British Purchasing Commission. They had specified that the airplane be powered by an Allison engine, that it cost less than $40,000, and that it be armed with 4 .303-inch machine guns. North American answered with the P-51 Mustang. It featured an advanced laminar flow wing for good aerodynamic efficiency and a wide gate undercarriage for safer landing. Pleasing to the eye and to fly, although mainly at lower altitudes, the new arrival quickly gained respect from pilots and ground crews alike. There were some concerns about how the Mustang would fare should it be forced to ditch while crossing the channel. During a water landing, its air scoop, located beneath the fuselage, might flood the aircraft or cause it to overturn. Water tank tests at Saunders Row were initiated to perfect the techniques for ditching the aircraft. Around the same time that the RAF was getting the Spitfire Mark 9 ready for combat, and the FW-190 was dominating the skies, Rolls-Royce test pilot Ronald Hawker was tasked with the mission of evaluating all aircraft powered by non-Rolls-Royce engines. He was thoroughly impressed with the P-51A, save for its poor performance at high altitude. Like the P-40 Warhawk, it had an Allison engine and no turbocharger. Hawker pondered how the aircraft might perform with the new Merlin engine. The results on paper were phenomenal. According to Rolls-Royce's calculations, with a Merlin power plant, the Mustang would not only outclass any American aircraft, but even new Spitfires using the same engine. Oddly, Hawker had to push for the mating of the Merlin 61 and the Mustang, even though the double supercharged P-51 would have outclassed the FW-190 as well. Hawker finally arranged for the marriage of the two great inventions, and test trials confirmed his hunch. The Mustang was a war winner. The main challenge was to produce enough aircraft and engines to reclaim the skies of Europe. North American would tweak the Mustang design to accommodate the Merlin 61 engine. It was a much more powerful engine, so the original P-51A airframe had to be reinforced. As well, the three-bladed prop was exchanged for one with four blades. The addition of plumbing for drop tanks might have seemed a small change, but it would have a great impact on the air battles to come. Packard took up manufacture of the Merlin 61 engines in the U.S. They were designated the V-1650s. Packard had arranged a licensing agreement with Rolls-Royce earlier in the war. Ford was originally slated to build American-made Merlins and seemed a perfect choice due to the company's industrial might. But Henry Ford was adamant that his company build defensive weapons only. North American's double supercharged aircraft, the P-51B and P-51C, first took flight in the spring and summer of 1943. Air Vice Marshal Paddy Harbison recalls when the Mustangs first arrived at his Spitfire squadron.
Well, of course, the Mustang was a revelation. It was a much more comfortable airplane than the Spitfire was. And I have heard people talk about the relative merits of both. They were both war winners. The Spitfire was built as an interceptor. It could outturn a Mustang and it could outclimb it, but it didn't have the legs the Mustang had. And of course, if you can't get to where the fight is, you're not too effective.
As P-51 started to arrive in Europe, the war was changing, and the Mustang was the perfect aircraft for the time.
Hot Sauce Challenge. Κακή απόφαση. Ζέβα, καλή απόφαση. Ζέβα, υπέροχη αίσθηση.
Με Vodafone All Plus, γονείς και παιδιά χτίζουν μια πιο ασφαλή σχέση με το ίντερνετ μέσω SecureNet Family και Κουστόντιο. Vodafone All Plus. Η οικογενειακή σύνδεση όπως πρέπει να είναι. Ασφαλής. Μάθε περισσότερα.
The U.S. was taking the war to Germany. They were bombing the German war industry out of business. The only problem was their bombers were being shredded by speedy German interceptors. The U.S. had hinged their hopes on the ability of their bombers to defend themselves by maintaining a tight box formation. When this strategy failed, they were in dire need of an escort fighter. The P-38 Lightning was simply not agile enough to take on the role. Then there was the P-47 Thunderbolt. It was an awesome radial engine fighter, more than capable of taking care of itself in battle. But it had two major flaws. It was expensive, and it lacked the range to take the bombers all the way to Berlin and back. The P-51Bs and Cs arrived just in time. They had been designed to carry drop tanks, and with the addition of a fuel tank behind the pilots, they had more than enough fuel to escort American bombers to Hitler's lair. The Mustang proved more than a match for Germany's FW-190 and Me-109. Slowly, American bombers closed in around Berlin. Suddenly, the Germans found themselves playing catch-up. Kurt Tank's FW-190 with a radial engine found it difficult at higher altitudes where the bombers roamed. Tank swapped its radial engine for an inline. The long-nosed aircraft was nicknamed the Dora.
The Focke-Wulf Dora, the later Dora, was a magnificent fighter with an engine change, not really any structural changes other than those to accommodate the engine. But what it meant was, here was an airplane that could keep up with the hunt as the years of the war progressed. So from 1942 right up to the end of the war, the Focke-Wulf 190 was in the top grade of fighter or fighter bomber.
The P-51 Mustang also continued to evolve as mechanics and engineers incorporated changes based on the feedback of pilots who had tested the plane in battle. Its canopy went through several permutations. The British swapped the original one for a sliding Malcolm hood, similar to a Spitfire's for improved visibility. The P-51D, the definitive version of the Mustang, had a bubble canopy, which offered 360 degrees of clear view. North American also upgraded the D's firepower. It had 650 caliber machine guns compared to 4 in earlier models, and it had solved the problem of gun jamming during hard turns. The fuel tank situated behind the pilot may have increased range, but it created other issues. The plane had poor directional stability when the tank was full. To counter this problem, engineers added a small dorsal fin in the D model. These and other improvements would help the Mustang blaze a path to Berlin for America's bombers. Reichsmarschall Hermann Göring, commander of the Luftwaffe, was quoted as saying, "When I saw Mustangs over Berlin, I knew the jig was up." When the European war had come to a close, the battle still raged in the Pacific. The Mustang was the best escort available, but even with its incredible range, it could not accompany an aircraft like the B-29 Superfortress on extended bombing missions over Japan. The expanses of ocean were too large. The engineers at North American struggled with the problem of stretching the Mustang's range. Their solution was a Zwilling or twin Mustang. By fusing two Mustangs together, they hoped to dramatically increase the range of the Mustang while retaining its excellent dogfighting abilities. The new Mustang, the F-82, had an incredible range, 2,000 miles. Though the prototypes were powered by Packard-built Merlin engines, the U.S. Army Air Corps was adamant that the production version be totally American-made. Unfortunately for the F-82, without Merlin engines, it was not the same aircraft. When fitted with the Allison V-1710-100, its speed dropped and high-altitude performance suffered. It was one of the few cases of a prototype outperforming the production model of an aircraft. By the time the F-82 was ready, Japan had surrendered, and the war was over. After the war, the P-51 continued to serve, while other piston engine fighters of the era went quietly into retirement. Though it was the dawn of the jet age, there was still a place for the Mustang in a variety of roles. Colonel Ray O. Roberts flew the Mustang during its second life.
At that time I was flying what they call the F6, which is a P-51 with cameras. Also had guns, and you could have the bombing and gunnery capability. And we participated in a post-hostilities mapping program. We mapped, revised all the Japanese maps, photographed, did aerial photography in Japan and Korea.
When the Korean War arrived, Mustangs which had been mothballed for long-term storage were suddenly being shipped across the Pacific on carriers.
Αν δεν κρατιέσαι να βγεις για περπάτημα στις 6 το πρωί, τότε αγαπάς πραγματικά έναν υγιεινό τρόπο ζωής. Γι' αυτό αγαπάς και τα φυτικά δέλτα. Με τα καλά των καρπών και πλούσια απολαυστική γεύση. Φυτικά δέλτα, γιατί το healthy living είναι η ζωή σου. Μια καλή διατροφή ξεκινάει με δέλτα.
Unable to compete with the next generation of jet fighters for the dogfighter role, Mustangs returned to where they started. In Korea, Mustangs made excellent ground attack aircraft. They didn't have the speed of jets, but they had the endurance to make it from Japan to Korea on bombing runs. In Korea, the F-82 also had an opportunity to taste combat for the first time. F-82s flew strike, escort, and night fighter missions. The marriage of the P-51 Mustang and the Merlin 61 engine produced incredible results. It provided the Allies with an effective escort to pound the last nails into Germany's coffin. Perhaps the most amazing thing about the P-51's stellar career is that it might never have happened. If the Merlin and Mustang had never been mated at the suggestion of Hawker at Rolls-Royce, the P-51 might have had a humdrum career as a reliable ground attack aircraft, rather than an elite dogfighter. It arrived at the right time and the right place in history, just when the Allies needed an escort fighter. The P-51 was the end result of years of aircraft and engine development. Though jet-powered aircraft would supplant it, the impact of the Mustang and Merlin in military history cannot be unwritten or denied.
Of the three great airplanes I think the Germans produced in the war, I would say the Ju-88, the Focke-Wulf 190 and the Me-262 were the three. The Ju-88, in my opinion, was a first-class medium bomber. The Ju-88 G4, for example, had a top speed of 400 miles an hour, which was 6 miles an hour faster than the 190 PA-4 at that time, its contemporary fighter. So it was a formidable airplane. And also the Germans had learned from the mistakes of the previous medium bomber, the Heinkel 111, where you had the crew separated by the bomb bay. You had the flying crew up to the front and the defensive crew at the back. But there could be a breakdown in communication. And also, there could be a breakdown in morale if you have the two separated. They had learned to put the 4 crew of the Ju-88 into one glasshouse, I think you would call it, on the fuselage. And the crews themselves were very enthusiastic about the airplane. I flew it quite a lot, that and the 188. The 188 had a rather different rudder effect, and I would say it had improved slightly over the Ju-88, but a negligible amount. It still had the good flying characteristics of the 88. In fact, slightly better. And I was very impressed with both types of aircraft. The Focke-Wulf 190, as a fighter, was first class. There's no question of that. It was an outstanding airplane. And inevitably, as the war progressed, there were attempts made to keep up with the hunt, so to speak, and give it a variety of roles. And there were many different marks of 190, and it eventually gravitated into the fighter bomber. In that role, it was quite effective, actually. Fighter bombers have a limited role. They are used against what I call targets of opportunity. You don't use them to come in and bomb an industrial layout. What you do is you use them to shoot up trains or convoys you see on the road. And from this way, the Focke-Wulf 190 was very effective again. So it was a versatile aircraft. And as it progressed, it eventually had an engine change. The Dora, the later Dora, was a magnificent fighter with an engine change and not really any structural changes other than those to accommodate the engine. But what it meant was, here was an airplane that could keep up with the hunt as the years of the war progressed. So from 1942 right up to the end of the war, the Focke-Wulf 190 was in the top grade of fighter or fighter bomber. Now the Me-262 was, in my opinion, I've stated this many times, the most formidable aircraft of World War II. When you consider that at the end of the war, the top Allied fighter was the Spitfire Mark 14 with a top speed of 446 miles an hour. When we tested the Messerschmitt 262, it had a top speed of 568 miles an hour. This was a quantum jump in performance, and it meant the 262 was virtually inviolate. It also handled quite well in the air. It had no nasty characteristics really, except if you lost an engine on takeoff before you reached safety speed. But apart from that, I was very impressed. It had two shortcomings, but all the early jets did in our country, in America and in Germany. Firstly, the engines were very sensitive. They were slow to accelerate to throttle movement, and you had to handle them very carefully to avoid flaming them out. Secondly, we hadn't thought, or the designers hadn't thought, of how to slow down these incredibly fast airplanes, and no air brakes were fitted. And this made life very difficult, for example, for landing. You need some drag if you're going to land, and since there was very little drag associated with the 262, you had to do a long, slow approach to landing. And this was an Achilles heel, because the 8th USAF Mustangs realized this, and the few 262s they picked off was usually in that phase of the operation.
Precise airfield. This is the reality of the task force. We do not spray lead indiscriminately. We fire in bursts to conserve barrels and ammunition. As we push toward Kwajalein and beyond, the skies are clearing. Air superiority is not just about the pilot's skill, but about the rugged, relentless durability of American engineering.
Far aloft, over the Atlantic seaboard, one fine morning in 1943, an imposing force of American naval air power proceeds to an important rendezvous. This force is the aircraft complement of a new carrier: fighters, dive bombers, torpedo bombers. With the air group commander leading everyone, they are flying out to sea to join the ship which will be their floating home and fighting base. He is one of many carriers which the American people have built since Pearl Harbor to destroy the enemy in his own part of the world, far away. And there now is our base, powerful and serene. In honor of all American aircraft carriers, let us call her the Fighting Lady. Against a good solid wind with their tail hooks down, our planes come into the broad flight deck of their new home. In case the plane's hook fails to catch the arresting gear, there's a series of stout wire barriers.
Η Πανίνη σας φέρνει τη νέα επίσημη συλλογή καρτών EuroLeague Top Class 2026. Περιλαμβάνει τις 20 ομάδες της κορυφαίας ευρωπαϊκής διοργάνωσης και τις λεπτομέρειες των παικτών στο πίσω μέρος κάθε κάρτας. Μόνο από την Πανίνη.
Φαντάζεστε η μακροζωία να ήταν απλώς επιλογή? Σήμερα, μια νέα εποχή ξεκινά στη νότια Medcare, την πρώτη εξειδικευμένη κλινική μακροζωία στην Ελλάδα. Ένας νέος υπερσύγχρονος χώρος με τις πιο προηγμένες ιατρικές μεθόδους και ένα περιβάλλον απόλυτης ηρεμίας και ιδιωτικότητας είναι εδώ για να κάνει τη μακροζωία πραγματικότητα. Μέσα από ένα πλήρως εξατομικευμένο πρόγραμμα βασισμένο στις δικές σας ανάγκες, ανακτάτε την ενέργεια του οργανισμού σας, προλαμβάνετε τη φθορά του χρόνου και αναδεικνύετε τη φυσική σας λάμψη για μια ζωή με διάρκεια και ποιότητα. Μην αφήνετε το χρόνο να αποφασίζει, κλείστε την προσωπική σας αξιολόγηση σήμερα. Νότια Medcare, γίνεται η καλύτερη εκδοχή του εαυτού σας.
Unless you flight deck crews learn right now to work as a team. Don't you men realize that before long we'll be in dangerous waters? That's too slow! Bear a hand! Watch out! Keep that wing clear! Get it over to starboard! Way over to starboard! Come on, get the lead out of your pants! Now this is the way your deck should look when you're ready for action.
Our ship, our fighting lady, is enormous, wonderful, and strange to us. From stem to stern, the entire ship is a honeycomb of watertight and flame-proof compartments. Far below the waterline are engine rooms, fire rooms, fuel tanks, and magazines packed with enough assorted high explosive to blow us all to kingdom come. The hangar deck is like a gigantic tunnel, nearly 2 city blocks long and wide enough to house 4 freight trains abreast. It'll take us a week, a month maybe, to learn our way around. These new surroundings are as mysterious to us as they are cold and impersonal. Our fighting lady is like a huge floating cave, noisy and uncomfortable. Elevators as big as a tennis court carry us topside to the flight deck. The great superstructure rising amidships is called the island. This is truly the ship's nerve center, its fighting brain. 85% of us who make up the fighting lady's family are volunteers in this war and have never been to sea before. We learned our jobs theoretically in intensive training ashore. A very short while ago, we were high school boys and college kids, or bank clerks, or farm hands, or factory workers. Now we are blue jackets and Marines, all members of a naval combat team nearly 3,000 strong. In our multitude of new tasks and duties as a team, we're very green, but curiosity and comradeship and the instinct of self-preservation are great teachers. Some of us have to master the delicate and complicated instruments which control the fire of our 5-inch batteries, the guns that must defend the fighting lady when enemy dive bombers and torpedo planes attack. We train and train to learn our stuff and earn our E for efficiency. The fighting lady's destination is still a closely guarded secret, but no one can hide the fact that we are entering tropical waters. Our ship seems more friendly and comfortable now. We greenhorns feel that a suntan will at least make us look like fighting sailors. Even our mascot, Scrappy, has been at sea longer than most of us. Some of the mystery that has been hanging over us is lifted when we enter the Panama Canal. There is a lot of unprofessional nervousness about whether or not we're too big to get through the locks. By using lines instead of fenders, we do get through, as the naval constructors knew all along we would.
Come on, hop aboard. We're going places. For 2 cents, I would. Do anybody want to swap?
Now we stand out into the Pacific, and life aboard settles down into monotony. Here are our aircraft pilots, officers all. Ship's company call them the Glamour Boys. They are the men who fly and fight our planes. All the efforts of all the rest of us are concentrated on putting these people into the air and getting them back again. Most of us are hiding a certain amount of nervousness and anxiety, for many of us are Johnny-come-latelys, reserve officers who only recently learned to fly at Corpus Christi and Jacksonville. Others among us are specialists who trained at Quonset Point, Rhode Island. Reserves are called by the regulars, in a friendly way, 90-day wonders. In return, the Annapolis regulars are called the trade school boys. But whether Quonset or Annapolis, all are bound together in the fraternity, the close fellowship of Navy men. Among the ship's non-commissioned personnel, almost 3,000 blue jackets and 100 Marines, the hottest shots are the air crewmen, aerial gunners and radio men. These boys and the plane captains are the partners of the Glamour Boys in the air. By non-flying bluejackets, they are called Zoom pigeons or Airedales. And because they receive 50% extra pay for flying, they are sometimes referred to as the bankroll boys. Everybody aboard ship backs up the flying group. This requires the efforts of all manner of people. Many of the jobs are far from glamorous. All the little tasks and services you find along Main Street must be performed by some members of our carrier's crew. For though the Fighting Lady is a powerful ship of war, she is also a sizable American community, whose population must be supplied with all the necessities and some of the comforts of home. Doc Sorensen, the pharmacist mate, is just like a village druggist. And next door is our hospital called Sick Bay. It has only a few patients now, but soon it is to be filled with our wounded. Men like these who perform the humble jobs that make life aboard a fighting carrier more bearable, the barbers and the cobblers, are seldom mentioned in communiques. They all have a place in our fighting team. Weeks pass. Now we are far out into the Pacific, which is a very considerable body of water. Monotony shuts down on us between our duties. Guessing where we're bound is still our chief pastime. Will we put into Pearl? Are we going to Iron Bottom Bay? Or maybe even to the Aleutians? All such gossip and rumor are called scuttlebutt or drinking fountain conversation. Throughout the ship, men get together in little groups to take refuge from the heavy burden of waiting for something to happen.
Τι έχουμε εδώ?
Red Bull δίνει φτερά.
Φτερά! Δεν θα σέρνει το κορμί μου το φιδίσιο.
Για δοκίμασε.
Ή όλο αυτό με τα φτερά είναι ασυναρτησίες ή έκανα κάτι λάθος.
Has been ordered to make a strike. She will pass through waters where no carrier task force has ventured since the bloody Battle of Midway. Remember, this is 1943, long before we took the Marshall Islands. Weather studies are made, and though this is a daily routine, somehow the whole ship senses that something is about to happen. Even before the news is broadcast to all of us, there's a new tension and atmosphere of expectancy. And then we are told we have traveled more than 7,000 miles from Panama, so that tomorrow, August 30th, 1943, we can strike the Japanese base at Marcus Island, deep within the enemy's ring of defenses. The evening before our first strike, the air group commander briefs all his pilots with maps and a model of our target. We are sticking out our necks to within 1,000 miles of Tokyo to divert the Japs' attention from other American activities far south and east of Marcus. Those of us who have never before been in battle, that's most of us, ask a lot of questions of those who have seen action.
Rear seat gunners, don't break off until you're practically on the same course and right astern of the enemy. Then push over fast.
Outwardly, we try to seem composed and cheerful, but a lot's going on inside our minds. We question our most inner selves. What'll it be like? How'll we take it? Will we do all right? This is the night when a lot of boys write one more letter home. Among those playing acey-deucey in the wardroom is a chubby 23-year-old from Eureka Springs, Arkansas, Lieutenant E.T. Stover, nicknamed Smokey. That's he sitting on the far right. Having flown 50 missions at Guadalcanal, Smokey has been ordered to take a rest. He'd much rather be flying. Before dark on the eve of battle, our planes are loaded with bombs and gas. So that each plane will be in its precise position for a speedy takeoff, we spot and respot our deck. Now all is perfect. We will strike at dawn. And now GQ, General Quarters. Every man on the ship goes to his battle station, his special place on the fighting team. George, the barber, will pass ammunition. Leo, the baker, will be a sky lookout. Frank, the tailor, is assigned to a first aid station. Pilots are in their ready rooms. Each squadron, fighter, bomber, torpedo bomber, assemble separately. Flyers get into their flight gear and receive last-minute data and instructions. On the flight deck, our first battle dawn awaits us. Our whole ship is on hair trigger. The Fighting Lady is hardly 100 miles from the first target of her career. These last few minutes before the order for our first action are the toughest time of all. A wise man once said, "War is mostly waiting." We learn now what that can mean. At last the word comes.
Pilots, man your planes.
Ready Room 3, roger. Pilots, man your planes.
Fighters take off first to form cover aloft for the other squadrons. Then the bombers, heavy laden with destruction. The sun has risen now, and our escorts are alert for enemy submarines. But the Fighting Lady steams boldly toward our target, to lessen the distance for our planes when they return. The radio plotting room is the electric eye and ear by which the Fighting Lady detects and keeps tab on all planes and ships for miles around us. Smokey, the fighting ace from Arkansas, has been put in charge of this room for our big day. Hunched among his assistants, Smokey is like a super quarterback on a super football team. He is in constant touch with our entire air group. As our first fighters race in toward Marcus Island, they stay low, hoping to escape detection by the enemy's radar. Then they climb suddenly and dive. A surprise strafing attack on the enemy's airstrips. These red balls floating up at us so lazily are anti-aircraft fire. There is 3 times as much of it coming up at us as we can see, because only 1 shell in 3 is a tracer. What look like fiery polywogs are tracers from our own wing guns. The Ack-X is much heavier than expected, but through it we go to knock out enemy bombers on the ground. All through these battle pictures, realize that we are looking straight down our own gun barrels. These pictures are taken automatically by the same mechanism that operates the guns. Pictures even shake with the gun's recoil. Our eye is now the very eye of our fighting airplane. The enemy's picket boats and supply ships offshore are thoroughly strafed. No longer will these craft bring rice and sake and munitions to Marcus. Our bombers flying higher see the island beginning to burn. A moment ago, it looked like a little jade trinket in a cobalt sea. As the fighters and bombers swing victoriously away from Marcus Island, towering columns of smoke show the thorough job our boys have done. Back aboard ship, Smokey is tracking the flyers with care to be sure that none is missing and that no enemy planes are trying to follow them out to our fighting lady.
Επίσημη συλλογή FIFA World Cup 2026 Adrenaline XL. Φαντασμογορικές κάρτες με εκπληκτικά εφέ. Συλλέξτε και παίξτε online με fans από όλο τον κόσμο. Επίσημη συλλογή FIFA World Cup 2026 Adrenaline XL. Μόνο από την Πανίνη.
Ο καφές για μένα είναι δημιουργία. Το Foreca Empower μου έδειξε ότι πίσω από ένα φλιτζάνι υπάρχει σωστή τεχνική, επιλογές και όχι απλά η εμπειρία ή η τύχη. Νιώθω ότι γνωρίζω καλύτερα τον καφέ από τον κόκο μέχρι το φλιτζάνι. Είναι ένας χώρος με μεγάλη εξέλιξη και μπορεί να σου ανοίξει πολλούς δρόμους. Αν σκέφτεσαι να δηλώσεις συμμετοχή στο Foreca Empower, κάντο χθες.
Warning to the rest of the cast to stay off stage until a limping member can be led out of the way. Pilots go below to report to their combat intelligence officers. They have hot news, good news. They tell what they saw and did, how many rounds of ammunition they fired, how many bombs they dropped, what they hit, what they noticed at the target that was new and different or that may need hitting again. As the reports are added up and our combat photographers develop their pictures, the story becomes better and better. Every single bomber on Marcus has been destroyed. 80% of the shore installations blasted or set afire. Hangars, radio stations, gas dumps, ammunition dumps. Marcus is now a lovely mess. In the radio plot, Smokey is worried. There are planes still up there and he's wondering about them. They are ours, though, delayed by battle damage. Landing a shot-up plane on the carrier is a crucial test of how well-trained, how alert and steady a naval flyer is. The fighting lady now has met her enemy. In the wardroom, the pilots who this morning felt new and nervous now talk like veterans. We have been baptized by fire and have survived nicely. We of the Fighting Lady are growing up. The admiral of our task force knows the overall strategy of the whole Pacific campaign. To smash straight through Japan's outer network of islands, to recapture the Philippines and land on the mainland of Asia. Thus we will deny Japan supplies from Malaya and the Dutch East Indies and leave her far-flung island garrisons marooned. Then we will reach out and really help our ally China. Months after Marcus, this campaign is well started. Our carrier task forces have been in many battles. And now, early in 1944, the Fighting Lady's target is Kwajalein in the Marshall Islands. These are zeros. Fighter screen being pierced by our planes and planes from 8 other carriers, preparatory to strafing Kwajalein and bombing it apart. Our fighter pilots have improved with practice, with the confidence that comes from experience. They estimate their range by watching their tracers. They hold their fire until their wing gun bullets converge at 300 yards. They shoot in bursts instead of in steady streams, which heat up the guns and spend ammunition. Soon have Kwajalein burning, very satisfactory. After our bombing attacks and heavy shelling by our surface ships, assault craft filled with Marines and Army hit the beaches. And very soon after that, Kwajalein is ours. Right after Kwajalein, word comes to our admiral that at Truk, Japan's huge and secret naval fortress 1,400 miles to the west, there apparently are some heavy units of the Japanese battle fleet. Perhaps we can surprise them. Again, the Fighting Ladies Squadron and squadrons from other carriers take off for combat. A lot of mouths are dry at the thought that our target is mighty Truk. The rear seat gunners look back at the Fighting Lady, wondering when and if they will ever return to her. All that we know about Truk, we know from a few photographs taken by some nervy Marines on reconnaissance just 18 days ago. We hear that it is a complex of heavily fortified islands surrounded by airstrips, with naval anchorages at certain spots among the islands. For the next 2 days, more than 1,000 of our carrier-based planes are going to sweep in on Truk in relays. The planes appear to float gently off our bow. Actually, their airspeed is a good 70 knots. Diving in on Truk, we again turn on our guns and their synchronized cameras. Truk's defenders are aloft and we smack them hard. Hearts that were in men's mouths before this strike began now settle back into place and are singing once more. There's something really grand, something historic about diving in here on this place which Japan has been building and guarding jealously from all the Japanese eyes for 20 years. We dive right in low and take a good look at fighter strips, bomber bases, and seaplane ramps. In an almost vertical dive, the pilot may black out or go blind for a moment when he pulls up and out at the bottom. But the camera won't black out. It cannot see the landing of our own bomb, for we'll be up and away before that reaches the target. But it records the hits of other planes ahead of us. hoped to find the fleet here, but most of it's gone.
Ετοιμάσου, σου έρχεται αναπάντεχη 18ωρα.
Με το οικιακό πρόγραμμα ρεύματος Iron Blue Generous Max έχει σταθερή και χαμηλή τιμή για 18 μήνες. Για να κοιμάσαι σαν πουλάκι.
Άλλη μία αναπάντεχη λύση από τον Ήρωνα.
Ποιος είμαι? Είμαι αυτός που θα ακούσει την ανάγκη σου και αυτός που θα ακούσει την καρδιά σου. Είμαι οι λαβίδες. Τα χέρια που συνεχίζουν αδιάκοπα, ακόμα και όταν ο ήλιος ξεκουράζεται. Είμαι μια πόρτα πάντα ανοιχτή για να σε γυρίσει σε αγκαλιές ανοιχτές. Ποιος είμαι? Είμαι το εσύ, που με την υπηρεσία απογευματινών χειρουργείων μειώνει τη λίστα αναμονής και προσφέρει ταχύτερη, αλλά πάντα ποιοτική περίθαλψη. Είμαι ένα εσύ, όπως το θέλεις εσύ. Εθνικό Σχέδιο Ανάκαμψης και Ανθεκτικότητας Ελλάδα 2.0, με τη χρηματοδότηση της Ευρωπαϊκής Ένωσης Next Generation EU.
But it's hard to tell who's carrying what until the big bang comes. Returning to the deck at 130 miles an hour with a flap shot away, all a pilot can hope to save is his own skin. Here comes our new air group commander. He's had a bit of trouble. His windshield is blotted with blood and he has to feel his way aboard. Strafing at low altitude, he took a 40mm anti-aircraft burst right in the face. More than 200 wounds and his plane a sieve. But he'll live to fly again. Some planes will not return, but others come back and land somehow, anyhow. Considering the toughness of truck, our losses are astonishingly light. No time is lost getting casualties below. It's a long way from truck to our secret rendezvous in the Marshall Islands. Someday it can be told just where this is. Actually, it is a magnificent new fleet anchorage, an advanced naval base, which we have taken from the Japanese and made secure. Now, for the first time, we, who have been operating as separate, relatively small task forces, see assembled the enormous mass of naval power. Over 1 million tons of American fighting steel. New carriers, new
The year is 1943. High above the Atlantic, a new breed of sea power takes wing. These are not merely machines. They are the heavy cavalry of a new age, venturing toward a rendezvous that will shift the tides of the Pacific. We are looking at the Grumman F-6F Hellcat, a fighter forged specifically to answer the Japanese Zero. Unlike its predecessors, it carries the massive Pratt & Whitney double Wasp engine, 2,000 horsepower encased in armor plating, designed not just to fly, but to take punishment and return home. Observe the flight deck, a floating airstrip pitching in the open sea. The coordination required here is a mechanical ballet. The Avengers and Helldivers, you see, are heavy with destruction, yet they leap from these short decks with a precision that defies gravity. What few realize is the engineering marvel of the hydraulic catapults and the folding wing mechanisms, innovations that allowed us to pack nearly 100 aircraft onto a single hull. This density of firepower was the surprise weapon the enemy never calculated. Now we ride with the pilot. These images, captured by the very gun cameras synced to the firing mechanism, offer a terrifyingly clear view of aerial warfare. Notice the tracers. Our pilots are trained to hold fire until the bullets converge at exactly 300 yards. This is the zone of lethality. Unlike the enemy, who often relies on maneuverability and light frames, our doctrine relies on heavy armor and the devastating, concentrated punch of 6 50-caliber machine guns tearing through airframes. The return trip is often the most perilous. The landing signal officer, the LSO, stands exposed on the stern, guiding these 5-ton birds onto a moving deck with nothing but colored paddles and nerve. It takes a unique breed of aviator to trust his life to a hook and a wire. The arresting gear engines below deck must absorb the kinetic energy of a crashing plane in mere seconds. It is a violent, controlled collision that happens dozens of times a day, turning the vast ocean into a precise airfield. This is the reality of the task force. We do not spray lead indiscriminately. We fire in bursts to conserve barrels and ammunition. As we push toward Kwajalein and beyond, the skies are clearing. Air superiority is not just about the pilot's skill, but about the rugged, relentless durability of American engineering.
Far aloft, over the Atlantic seaboard, one fine morning in 1943, an imposing force of American naval air power proceeds to an important rendezvous. This force is the aircraft complement of a new carrier: fighters, dive bombers, torpedo bombers. With the air group commander leading everyone, they are flying out to sea to join the ship which will be their floating home and fighting base. He is one of many carriers which the American people have built since Pearl Harbor to destroy the enemy in his own part of the world, far away. And there now is our base, powerful and serene. In honor of all American aircraft carriers, let us call her the Fighting Lady. Against a good solid wind with their tail hooks down, our planes come into the broad flight deck of their new home. In case the plane's hook fails to catch the arresting gear, there is a series of stout wire barriers. Number one man on the flight deck just now is the LSO, the landing signal officer, always a flyer himself. Like all aviators, he'd much rather be flying. Come on in and sit down. The plane is out of the groove and he waves it off. Come around another time, pilot, and we'll take you aboard. When planes land, they taxi quickly forward out of the way. Later, they'll have to be shifted to the stern and rearranged in proper position for takeoff. This is called respotting the deck. Here is our skipper, Jocko, a veteran Navy flyer. Annapolis, 1917. He is not impressed by our earnest efforts, nor the flight deck control officers. The skipper calls all hands together and gives us a piece of his mind.
We'll never be ready for combat unless you flight deck crews learn right now to work as a team. Don't you men realize that before long we'll be in dangerous waters? That's too slow. Bear a hand. Watch out. Keep that.
Αν λατρεύεις να αφιερώνεις το κυριακάτικο απόγευμα για να ετοιμάσεις σνακς για όλη την οικογένεια, τότε αγαπάς πραγματικά έναν υγιεινό τρόπο ζωής. Γι' αυτό αγαπάς και τα φυτικά δέλτα. Με τα καλά των καρπών και πλούσια απολαυστική γεύση. Φυτικά δέλτα. Γιατί το healthy living είναι η ζωή σου. Μια καλή διατροφή ξεκινάει με δέλτα.
Fire rooms, fuel tanks, magazines packed with enough assorted high explosive to blow us all to kingdom come. The hangar deck is like a gigantic tunnel, nearly 2 city blocks long and wide enough to house 4 freight trains abreast. take us a week, a month maybe, to learn our way around. These new surroundings are as mysterious to us as they are cold and impersonal. Our fighting lady is like a huge floating cave, noisy and uncomfortable. Elevators as big as a tennis court carry us topside to the flight deck. The great superstructure rising amidships is called the island. This is truly the ship's nerve center, its fighting brain. 85% of us who make up the fighting ladies' family are volunteers in this war and have never been to sea before. We learned our jobs theoretically in intensive training ashore. A very short while ago, we were high school boys and college kids, or bank clerks, or farm hands, or factory workers. Now we are Blue Jackets and Marines, all members of a naval combat team nearly 3,000 strong. In our multitude of new tasks and duties as a team, we're very green, but curiosity and comradeship and the instinct of self-preservation are great teachers. Some of us have to master the delicate and complicated instruments which control the fire of our 5-inch batteries, the guns that must defend the fighting lady when enemy dive bombers and torpedo planes attack. We train and train to learn our stuff and earn our E for efficiency. The fighting lady's destination is still a closely guarded secret, but no one can hide the fact that we are entering tropical waters. Our ship seems more friendly and comfortable now. We greenhorns feel that a suntan will at least make us look like fighting sailors. Even our mascot, Scrappy, has been at sea longer than most of us. Some of the mystery that has been hanging over us is lifted when we enter the Panama Canal. There's a lot of unprofessional nervousness about whether or not we're too big to get through the locks. By using lines instead of fenders, we do get through, as the naval constructors knew all along we would.
Come on, hop aboard. We're going places. For 2 cents, I would. Do you know anybody wants to swap?
Now we stand out into the Pacific, and life aboard settles down into monotony. Here are our aircraft pilots, officers all. Ship's company call them the Glamour Boys. They are the men who fly and fight our planes. All the efforts of all the rest of us are concentrated on putting these people into the air and getting them back again. Most of us are hiding a certain amount of nervousness and anxiety, for many of us are Johnny-come-latelys, reserve officers who only recently learned to fly at Corpus Christi and Jacksonville. Others among us are specialists who trained at Quonset Point, Rhode Island. Reserves are called by the regulars, in a friendly way, 90-day wonders. In return, the Annapolis regulars are called the trade school boys. But whether Quonset or Annapolis, all are bound together in the fraternity, the close fellowship of Navy men. Among the ship's non-commissioned personnel, almost 3,000 Blue Jackets and 100 Marines, the hottest shots are the air crewmen, aerial gunners, and radio men. These boys and the plane captains are the partners of the Glamour Boys in the air. By non-flying Blue Jackets, they are called Zoom Pigeons or Airedales. And because they receive 50% extra pay for flying, they are sometimes referred to as the Bankroll Boys. Everybody aboard ship backs up the flying group. This requires the efforts of all manner of people. Many of the jobs are far from glamorous. All the little tasks and services you find along Main Street must be performed by some members of our carrier's crew. For For though the Fighting Lady is a powerful ship of war, she is also a sizable American community, whose population must be supplied with all the necessities and some of the comforts of home. Doc Sorensen, the pharmacist's mate, is just like a village druggist. And next door is our hospital called Sick Bay. It has only a few patients now, but soon it is to be filled with our wounded. Men like these who perform the humble jobs that make life aboard a fighting carrier more bearable, the barbers and the cobblers, are seldom mentioned in communiques. They all have a place in our fighting team. Weeks pass. Now we are far out into the Pacific, which is a very considerable body of water. Monotony shuts down on us between our duties. Guessing where we're bound is still our chief pastime. Will we put into Pearl? Are we going to Iron Bottom Bay? Or maybe even to the Aleutians? All such gossip and rumor are called scuttlebutt or drinking fountain conversation. Throughout the ship, men get together in little groups to take refuge from the heavy burden of waiting for something to happen. And then one day, out of nowhere, comes a fast fleet tanker, and we're refueled at sea. This tells us something. This tells us that we are not going to Pearl or any other land base for a long, long time. Besides our skipper, we have an admiral aboard, a sea dog who's been a naval flyer for nearly 20 years. Until now, only these officers have known where we are to go. But now Jocko, our captain, confers with the air group commander and reveals the plan. The Fighting Lady has been ordered to make a strike. She will pass through waters where no carrier task force has ventured since the bloody Battle of Midway. Remember, this is 1943, long before we took the Marshall Islands. Weather studies are made, and though this is a daily routine, somehow the whole ship senses that something is about to happen. Even before the news is broadcast to all of us, there's a new tension and atmosphere of expectancy. And then we are told, we have traveled more than 7,000 miles from Panama, so that tomorrow, August 30th, 1943, we can strike the Japanese base at Marcus Island, deep within the enemy's ring of defenses.
Ο θρυλικός πρίγκιπας Βάτραχος. Και σίγουρα θα θέλεις να σε φιλήσω.
Μπα, η αλήθεια είναι πως νιώθω λίγο πεσμένος. Θα προτιμούσα ένα παγωμένο Red Bull.
Εντάξει λοιπόν, αρκεί να μεταμορφωθεί σε πρίγκιπα.
Εδώ λέει αναζωογονεί σώμα και πνεύμα.
Wow, είσαι πολύ κούκλος. Καλέ, περίμενε, πού πας?
Κάτσε γλυκιά μου, θέλω να δω και τι άλλο παίζει εκεί έξω.
Κλασικός πρίγκιπας. Το Red Bull δίνει φτερά.
Η πολιτική προστασία αλλάζει. Η Ελλάδα θωρακίζεται. Νέα σύγχρονα μέσα. Εξοπλισμός και υποδομές ενισχύουν τις επιχειρησιακές δυνατότητες και χτίζουν ένα ασφαλέστερο αύριο. Πρόγραμμα Αιγής με χρηματοδοτική στήριξη από το Ταμείο Ανάκαμψης και Ανθεκτικότητας.
Among those playing acey-deucey in the wardroom is a chubby 23-year-old from Eureka Springs, Arkansas, Lieutenant E.T. Stover, nicknamed Smokey. That's he sitting on the far right. Having flown 50 missions at Guadalcanal, Smokey has been ordered to take a rest. He'd much rather be flying. Before dark on the eve of battle, our planes are loaded with bombs and gas. So that each plane will be in its precise position for a speedy takeoff, we spot and respot our deck. Now all is perfect. We will strike at dawn. And now GQ, General Quarters. second man on the ship goes to his battle station, his special place on the fighting team. George, the barber, will pass ammunition. Leo, the baker, will be a sky lookout. Frank, the tailor, is assigned to a first aid station. Pilots are in their ready rooms. Each squadron, fighter, bomber, torpedo bomber, assemble separately. Flyers get into their flight gear and receive last-minute data and instructions. On the flight deck, our first battle dawn awaits us. Our whole ship is on hair trigger. The Fighting Lady is hardly 100 miles from the first target of her career. These last few minutes before the order for our first action are the toughest time of all. A wise man once said, "War is mostly waiting." We learn now what that can mean. At last the word comes.
Pilots, man your planes. Ready room 3, roger. Pilots, man your planes.
Fighters take off first to form cover aloft for the other squadrons. Then the bombers, heavy laden with destruction. The sun has risen now, and our escorts are alert for enemy submarines. But the Fighting Lady steams boldly toward our target, to lessen the distance for our planes when they return. The radio plotting room is the electric eye and ear by which the Fighting Lady detects and keeps tab on all planes and ships for miles around us. Smokey, the fighting ace from Arkansas, has been put in charge of this room for our big day. Hunched among his assistants, Smokey is like a super quarterback on a super football team. He is in constant touch with our entire air group. As our first fighters race in toward Marcus Island, they stay low, hoping to escape detection by the enemy's radar. Then they climb suddenly and dive. A surprise strafing attack on the enemy's airstrips. These red balls floating up at us so lazily are anti-aircraft fire. There is 3 times as much of it coming up at us as we can see, because only 1 shell in 3 is a tracer. What look like fiery pollywogs are tracers from our own wing guns. The Ack-Ack is much heavier than expected, but through it we go to knock out enemy bombers on the ground. All through these battle pictures, realize that we are looking straight down our own gun barrels. These pictures are taken automatically by the same mechanism that operates the guns. Pictures even shake with the gun's recoil. Our eye is now the very eye of our fighting airplane. The enemy's picket boats and supply ships offshore are thoroughly strafed. No longer will these craft bring rice and sake and munitions to Marcus. Our bombers flying higher see the island beginning to burn. A moment ago, it looked like a little jade trinket in a cobalt sea. As the fighters and bombers swing victoriously away from Marcus Island, towering columns of smoke show the thorough job our boys have done. Back aboard ship, Smokey is tracking the flyers with care to be sure that none is missing and that no enemy planes are trying to follow them out to our Fighting Lady. As our planes come aboard, there begins an operation almost as exciting as the attack itself. A ballet after battle, with the plane directors as dancing masters. The whirling propellers fill this scene with danger, but now our crews are trained. The landing signal officer performs an eloquent adagio on the Fighting Lady's stern, warning to the rest of the cast to stay off stage until a limping member can be led out of the way. Pilots go below to report to their combat intelligence officers. They have hot news, good news. They tell what they saw and did, how many rounds of ammunition they fired, how many bombs they dropped, what they hit, what they noticed at the target.
Επίσημη συλλογή FIFA World Cup 2026 Adrenaline XL. Φαντασμογορικές κάρτες με εκπληκτικά εφέ. Συλλέξτε και παίξτε online με fans από όλο τον κόσμο. Επίσημη συλλογή FIFA World Cup 2026 Adrenaline XL. Μόνο από την Πανίνη.
Το καθήκον μας στη ΔΕΙΑ είναι να παρέχουμε ποιοτικό νερό στους πολίτες, ώστε να μπορούν να ανταπεξέλθουν τις υποχρεώσεις τους. Το δίκτυο της πόλης του Αιγείου είναι ένα παλιό δίκτυο. Η τεχνική υπηρεσία συνέταξε μια μελέτη και αντιμετωπίσαμε το μεγάλο πρόβλημα των διαρρών στο συγκεκριμένο τμήμα. Δεν μπορούμε να ζήσουμε χωρίς νερό. Η ποιότητα του νερού και η επάρκειά του είναι το επίκεντρο της δουλειάς μας.
Alert and steady, a naval flyer is. Fighting Lady now has met her enemy. In the wardroom, the pilots who this morning felt new and nervous now talk like veterans. We have been baptized by fire and have survived nicely. We of the Fighting Lady are growing up. The admiral of our task force knows the overall strategy of the whole Pacific campaign. To smash straight through Japan's outer network of islands, to recapture the Philippines and land on the mainland of Asia. Thus we will deny Japan supplies from Malaya and the Dutch East Indies and leave her far-flung island garrisons marooned. Then we will reach out and really help our ally China. Months after Marcus, this campaign is well started. Our carrier task forces have been in many battles. And now, early in 1944, the Fighting Lady's target is Kwajalein in the Marshall Islands. These are Zeros, fighter screen being pierced by our planes and planes from 8 other carriers, preparatory to strafing Kwajalein and bombing it apart. Our fighter pilots have improved with practice, with the confidence that comes from experience. They estimate their range by watching their tracers. They hold their fire until their wing gun bullets converge at 300 yards. Shoot in bursts instead of in steady streams, which heat up the guns and spend ammunition. have Kwajalein burning very satisfactorily. After our bombing attacks and heavy shelling by our surface ships, assault craft filled with Marines and Army hit the beaches. And very soon after that, Kwajalein is ours. Right after Kwajalein, word comes to our admiral that at Truk, Japan's huge and secret naval fortress 1,400 miles to the west, there apparently are some heavy units of the Japanese battle fleet. Perhaps we can surprise them. Again, the Fighting Ladies Squadron and squadrons from other carriers take off for combat. A lot of mouths are dry at the thought that our target is mighty Truk. The rear seat gunners look back at the Fighting Lady, wondering when and if they will ever return to her. All that we know about Truk, we know from a few photographs taken by some nervy Marines on reconnaissance just 18 days ago. We hear that it is a complex of heavily fortified islands surrounded by airstrips, with naval anchorages at certain spots among the islands. For the next 2 days, more than 1,000 of our carrier-based planes are going to sweep in on Truk in relays. The planes appear to float gently off our bow. Actually, their airspeed is a good 70 knots. Diving in on Truk, we again turn on our guns and their synchronized cameras. Truk's defenders are aloft and we smack them hard. Hearts that were in men's mouths before this strike began now settle back into place and are singing once more. There's something really grand, something historic about diving in here on this place which Japan has been building and guarding jealously from all the Japanese eyes for 20 years. We dive right in low and take a good look at fighter strips, bomber bases, and seaplane ramps. In an almost vertical dive, the pilot may black out or go blind for a moment when he pulls up and out at the bottom. But the camera won't black out. It cannot see the landing of our own bomb, for we'll be up and away before that reaches the target. But it records the hits of other planes ahead of us. Hope to find the fleet here, but most of it's gone. Some lingering ships, including some of their fast fleet tankers, we find hiding in sheltered coves. The vessels which we are now strafing are other fleet auxiliaries, rice boats, transports, and ammunition ships. With bursts of 50 caliber incendiaries and armor-piercing slugs, we set them on fire, rip them open, often wide enough to sink. Carrying ships filled with TNT is not very healthy for pilots who dive too low. But it's hard to tell who's carrying what until the big bang comes.
Ετοιμάσου, σου έρχεται αναπάντεχη 18ωρα.
Με το οικιακό πρόγραμμα ρεύματος, η Ron Blue Generous Max έχει σταθερή και χαμηλή τιμή για 18 μήνες. Για να κοιμάσαι σαν πουλάκι.
Άλλη μία αναπάντεχη λύση από τον Ήρωνα.
Στο Vinted κάνεις κουμάντο εσύ. Βγάλε χρήματα ξανά και ξανά, χωρίς χρεώσεις.
He took a 40mm anti-aircraft burst right in the face. More than 200 wounds, and his plane a sieve. But he'll live to fly again. Some planes will not return, but others come back and land somehow, anyhow. Considering the toughness of truck, our losses are astonishingly light. No time is lost getting casualties below. It's a long way from truck to our secret rendezvous in the Marshall Islands. Someday it can be told just where this is. Actually, it is a magnificent new fleet anchorage, an advanced naval base, which we have taken from the Japanese and made secure. Now, for the first time, we, who have been operating as separate, relatively small task forces, see assembled the enormous mass of naval power. Over 1 million tons of American fighting steel. New carriers, new battleships, new cruisers and fleet auxiliaries in an amount which Japan could never conceive, let alone produce. That we are able to maintain supply lines over the vast distances of the Pacific is one of the miracles of this war. In the comforting presence of so much power, we relax and refresh our battle-strained nerves.
Push my head under. Hey, Benny, when you gonna dive? I taught you to swim, hey! Benny. Boy.
Our ship's post office now does really big business. Letters for us at last from home. Letters from us to friends and families. Our censors know our collective mood, our central hopes and thoughts.
The stuff is really getting out here now. I can't tell you much about it, but oh boy.
And the more we get, well, the sooner I'll be seeing you.
All hands are called together. Our old skipper, Jocko, has been promoted admiral. Our new one's name is Dixie.
Men, as soon as I finish talking, we are getting underway. Our fighting lady is now part of what is designated Task Force 58. As you know, our final destination is a place called Tokyo. We'll have to fight hard to get there, but when we drop our hook at Yokohama, I'm going to throw a party. All hands are cordially invited.
Our task forces are built compactly now around carriers like ourselves with speedy new battle wagons at our side. A carrier skipper never leaves the bridge at sea because carriers and their planes are the first to strike the enemy or to be struck by him. Our aircraft pilots are constantly on call, for despite the mass of power spread out around us, these are still dangerous waters. Our pilots know this all too well, but it doesn't worry them now, for they're seasoned. They know how. There are a lot of new faces among us, but most of these men, too, have been in action. At places like Hollandia, Millie, Joliet, Palau, Rabaul, Wake, Meloilap. Our rear seat gunners and radio men are old hands now. Some of their faces are different too because there have been replacements. A lot of them have been made commissioned officers. There's a saying in the Navy that you never learn to love a carrier until she gets hurt. Well, perhaps we don't really love our fighting lady, but we've become mighty fond of her and almost comfortable, almost at home. Occasionally, our shipboard movies bring us that one thing we crave the most, one touch of something utterly American, one deep breath of home. Like Jocko, our new skipper, Dixie, is an old hell-diving Navy pilot. In their battle caps, he and Admiral Mitcher look like big league baseball managers. Northwest we steam, and never before in history has an ocean borne such a weight of naval power. Not at Jutland, not at Japan's proud boast Tsushima was there anywhere near the force with which we now assert that this is our ocean, this is our air, and we're seeking the Japanese battle fleet to prove it. With our cruisers and our biggest new battle wagons present, we are strong enough to hope, really to hope, that we may provoke the Japanese fleet into accepting a fight. We're joined by plotting Coast Guard and Navy transports. The Marines again. So another amphibious assault is cooking. Our patrols have spotted an enemy search plane and are after her. She's a big bird. 20-ton, four-motored Kawanishi seaplane, the kind we call Emily's. Miss Emily's a tough old girl. Right now, she's screaming for help and telling Tokyo by radio where we are. Hellcats are closing in on her. So long, Emily. Now that the enemy knows where we are, and we know he knows, our brass hats get together on final arrangements for what may turn into another Midway. Our objective, first of many in our drive through to the Philippines and China, will be the Marianas. In battles just ahead of us, we are to make good use of a multitude of weapons, special devices, and techniques which have been evolved through the 30 years since the U.S. Navy first took to the air. Not only did our naval flyers create the aircraft carrier itself, but it was they who devised the torpedo plane and invented and perfected dive bombing. Disposed about our flight decks so that planes can be quickly armed are all manner of death-dealing objects. 500, 1,000, and 2,000-pound bombs. We have torpedoes and incendiaries, and a kind of anti-personnel bombs we call daisy cutters.
Ο καφές για μένα είναι δημιουργία. Το Horeca Empower μου έδειξε ότι πίσω από ένα φλιτζάνι υπάρχει σωστή τεχνική, επιλογές και όχι απλά η εμπειρία ή η τύχη. Νιώθω ότι γνωρίζω καλύτερα τον καφέ από τον κόκο μέχρι το φλιτζάνι. Είναι ένας χώρος με μεγάλη εξέλιξη και μπορεί να σου ανοίξει πολλούς δρόμους. Αν σκέφτεσαι να δηλώσεις συμμετοχή στο Horeca Empower, κάντο χθες.
As well as our bodies, most of us prepare our souls. Always on the eve of battle, divine services are held in relays, so that every one of our fighting ladies' 3,000 sons has a chance to attend. As the eve before battle lengthens, there is the usual waiting. Again, we're reminded that war is mostly waiting. Because all cooks and bakers must soon be at their battle stations, they work all night long preparing a hearty meal of steak and eggs for our 3 a.m. battle breakfast. We are being attacked. All they want is one hit on our flight deck. We have nearly 90 planes fueled and loaded with bombs, ready for the takeoff. Each patch of flame is a burning Jap. In this surprise attack, 19 Japanese are polished off by our ship's batteries. Not a single carrier is hit. We have been fortunate. So now commences another major moment in the fighting lady's career. Flight quarters sounds. In this modern warfare, the young plane captains are to their pilots what squires were to armored knights of old. In this operation, typical of many more to come, a lot of other fighting ladies will be involved. And nearly 2,000 carrier-based planes, all of them attacking in air groups like our own. From now on, we tighten our belts and steady our hands as our Navy makes progressively bigger attacks nearer and nearer the heart of Japan. At his post and radio plot, tracking down enemy planes and cursing the luck that keeps him out of the air, Smokey chafes at being grounded on a day like this, especially when targets are juicy ones. All the Japanese air bases and military installations in the Marianas, and a special prize package, Guam, the island which we did not fortify, but the Japanese did. Now comes word that the Japanese have sent strong air reinforcements to Tinian, which flanks Guam. Again, our synchronized cameras record, as no human eye and memory could record, just what our guns and bombs do to the enemy. These pictures enable our air combat intelligence officers to assess the damage as we swoop down upon Tinian. our planes return for more fuel and ammunition, the surface vessels take over. A prodigious naval barrage to prepare the beaches our assault forces are going to hit. Not only our newest, but some of our oldest and proudest battleships are here. The Colorado, the Tennessee, and the USS Pennsylvania, flagship of World War I. Winging home to the Fighting Lady, several of our planes, crippled, make a game attempt to land. Now is when the landing signal officer must judge not only the speed, but estimate the battle damage of planes like these. And flight deck emergency crews, firefighters, rescue details, and medical corpsmen exhibit almost incredible courage. The pilot of a torpedo plane has been unable to release his load of incendiaries. Burning thermite is spilling out at incandescent heat. In the plane's tanks remain about 75 gallons of high-octane gas. The men who brave this danger to save pilot and crew deserve every citation they get. In the ready rooms, intelligence officers question battle-weary pilots. What did you see? Any carriers in sight? Are you sure they were carrier-based planes? Then from radio plot comes uncomfortable news. Torpedo planes and dive bombers from enemy aircraft carriers are approaching. All hands, man your battle stations. To our engine room go orders for flank speed, which is a few knots faster than full speed, in case we need to take evasive action. All boilers are lighted to let the Fighting Lady outdo herself if necessary. The engine room people turn on the heat, and the propeller shafts churn like fate in their alleys. The Fighting Lady leaps through the sea on her guard. Skipper Dixie gears himself for action, and so does wise old Scrappy. And now, here they come. Jill, torpedo bomber, miraculously keeps coming through our wall of flak. She's approaching us fast with a life that must be charmed. Our gunners throw everything they've got, but still she comes. If he ever releases that torpedo, she missed us. Either the pilot was already dead or his release gear jammed. When Smokey, the pride of Arkansas, hears about that one, he almost takes off. Now our reconnaissance has spotted the Japanese task forces. This is the moment we've been fighting and praying for. Every plane that can fly and every qualified pilot is ordered into the air. At last, Smokey gets his chance to fly again.
Pilots, man your planes. Pilots, man your planes.
Philippine trade wind is tearing down our flight deck. Our planes strain forward to rise into it. Our entire air group thunders out behind the group commander. Now our fighters run into a smoke fighters, mostly Zeros, sent up to intercept our attack on the Japanese fleet. A mad aerial scramble begins, which the boys to this day still call the Marianas Turkey Shoot. 369 planes are shot down in this single day, to our loss of 22. Japanese plane makers have sacrificed strength and firepower for agility. Their planes disintegrate quickly when you hit them. They have no armor plate, as ours have, nor are their gas tanks self-sealing. These little monkeys are fancy flyers. They think aerobatics can win dogfights, whereas we believe in smooth flying and careful shooting. And now, at last, through a late afternoon haze from high altitude, our air combat group sights the Imperial Japanese battle fleet. These are the first pictures ever taken of a great enemy naval formation like this. There it is, that Imperial fleet, crawling around below us in violent evasive action. Us looking down on them in the seas they think they own. Some of these Japanese ships are scampering away at better than 40 knots. When you bore straight down on them, they twist, squirm. Engage a big destroyer at the bow, hoping to shoot out his bridge. And he shoots back plenty. Let's go down after that cruiser. He answers us emphatically from a forward turret. Now a 25,000-ton carrier of the Hayataka class is going to get it. Watch 5 o'clock in the camera, the lower right-hand corner of the screen. This big flat top gets it where the turkey got the axe. When you touch off some of these babies, just watch this one. And now we come home from the Battle of the Philippine Sea. 17 warships have been sunk or severely damaged. Several of our returning planes have been badly shot up. A dive bomber comes in out of gas. He pulls off to starboard but noses over because his wheels are down. This pilot has 73 holes in his plane, and his leg almost shot away. To clear the deck for other planes, number 30, badly damaged, is jettisoned, given the deep 6. Watch carefully. This man's controls are all but shot away. He steps out of it, smiling. And now it is time to paint up the scores. On this fine morning, just a year after being commissioned, the Fighting Lady is beginning to look like a stamp album. She has done her share, amassing Task Force 58's grand total of 757 aircraft destroyed in a 2-week turkey shoot. But there's another score to add up. Our own casualties. Quite a few faces are no longer with us on the Fighting Lady. Among them, Commander Upson, skipper of our torpedo squadron. Lieutenant Pappy Condit. Lieutenant John Meehan. And that fightingest gentleman, Lieutenant Smokey Stover. Yes, Smokey's missing too. Salute them under their country's flag. For they were brave. They were gallant. Others will come forward to take their places. For the battles we have fought on the seas and in the sky are only the beginning. Still hungry for battle will steam our carrier. Serene, powerful, unafraid. She and her planes will come home again someday, God grant, but not until the bitter, glorious end. For she is, and we salute her, the Fighting Lady.
From the newly won islands of the Marianas, a new kind of thunder rolls across the Pacific. These are the super fortresses, the B-29s. Watch them, silver giants rising from the runways, bound for the very heart of the enemy. High in the stratosphere, our boys are now delivering a message of fire and steel, directly to Tokyo's war machine. But the long road to Tokyo is also paved on the decks of our great carriers, the floating fortresses of the fleet. From these steel islands rise our naval wings, the champions of the sky, sweeping the enemy from the air. They are the hunters, protecting our fleet, engaging in furious combat high above the blue Pacific, clearing the way for the inevitable advance. Now, in these final desperate days, the enemy has unleashed a fanatical new weapon, the kamikaze, a desperate suicidal lunge against our fleet. They come in low, They come in fast, with only one target in mind, our ships. But they are met with a wall of American steel. Look at that screen of fire. Our gunners, men from every state back home, stand by their guns.